I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Face immortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail.
knows no mercy. You or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living. Leave it to me. White blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here.
I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fates and mortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail.
Locked and loaded back here again for another week. Right now, it is going to be week 3 for our solos for day 1 of week 3. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the games. Welcome back to Nbpl Pro League Summer 2024. I'm your host and caster W alongside Seb, as we're going to get ready to lock in for 6 solid games. Last week's games towards the finals, especially for solos, was really close. 4 in the top end up in the 30-point range for any of them. All one needs to do is end up succeeding and winning the game. 3 of the players get eliminated out. 1 is alive to the very end, and he clutches the last 2 eliminations to clutch his name and put himself inside of the weekly winners, which is a definite names that we're not necessarily used to. But before we get into that, we're going to talk about the Twitch drops like usual. As you guys know, last week was the BIWEEK3 finals, so y'all got a chance to get some dope stuff for your drops, right? You got some Dragon's Grave, you got the Champion Bumble Choice, which that's usually the ones I try to grind for, and some of the other solid stuff that you get a chance to do. But this week is just going to be the usual daily drops, so make sure that your Twitch is linked to your NARAKA, so that way you can get all the goodies and all the drops when it is all happening and going down. You got to make sure you have all of the good stuff from our drop here on twitch.tv. But as we get ever to head back towards that, still the ideal of what happened though. Like I said, last week's games was pretty phenomenal. And as we're gonna look at the schedule here, seeing as though we already have some winners so far, JDG Shazing for for week 1 and week 2, as we were just about to talk about, SS1's Paste comes through with a solid dub. But look at Wolves really holding in strong here for our trios. About to get ready to lock in for our BIWEEK3s. We're going to look at this day as well. Obviously, today's the 26th, and we still have a couple days heading into that as well. Looking into the next couple of weeks here, we still got a lot of weeks ahead of us. We don't even get a chance to see LCQs and pre-finals until the end of next month, and it's about to get real spooky for the month of October.
We are going to be getting spooky indeed. And yeah, seeing SS1 Paste come out and finally be able to pull himself a bi-weekly finals victory, absolutely amazing. Paste is a player who's been, top 5, top 6, usually putting up a lot of numbers, but we did see Paste in the bi-weekly qualifiers for BIWEEK2 putting up some crazy numbers against all of our best players. And it was very nice to see him come away and reap the rewards of all of his hard work. And yeah, like you said, Wolves just dominating trios right now. I was pretty sure Alliance was going to take it with the performance that they had in BIWEEK number 2 during the qualifiers, but in the bi-weekly finals, Wolves came in and swooped it out from underneath Alliance. It was all coming up them as well, and Alliance did not end up coming away with a W last BIWEEK, but hopefully they can make something happen. Again, Alliance, a team that we don't typically see at the top, so it is nice to see when they are coming through and putting up a lot of points. Hopefully we'll get to see that again. Today is going to be the solos though, so we're going to be taking a look at Group A, Group B, and Group C. These are going to be our different groups that are going to be fighting against each other. So Group A is going to play Group B, Group A is going to play Group C, and then Group B is going to play Group C, and that will be the end of our bi-weekly qualifiers. After that, the top 12 players will be going to the bi-weekly finals. You guys know the drill. These are the players today. It's going to be 521's Unique, JL's AIS, Wolves Kai Bao, X1's Wufeng, Arano, Feng, Fat Milk, Frostivus, and the rest of these players are going to be competing for these first day. And this is the day where you just want to set the pace of the bye week. You want to put up a whole bunch of points. You just want to make a name for yourself. If you're playing on day 1 and day 2, it could be a little bit difficult for you, because then you do not have that last day to be able to surpass these other players. If you finish your games and you're not in the top 6, you're almost for sure going to fall down. You have to be super lucky if you're placing in that 7 to 12 placement after your 2 days are played. You have to be placing in that top 6, otherwise it's very difficult to qualify for the bi-weekly finals. So you're going to need to put up a lot of numbers. As we're getting ready to drop in to game number 1, Dobby, let's hear some predictions from you. What do you think is going to be happening game number 1? Who do you think is going to be coming right out of the gates hot?
Also, I mean, to be fair, we do have some pretty solid players for our first for our day 1. But honestly, to kind of go back to like what you were saying, if it was me, I would probably rather to be the last group, because at least then you can kind of gauge your points in terms of where you need to be rather than just trying to max out as many points as possible and just hope that you don't get picked off, towards the end. And I think sometimes, a lot of people kind of forget that like things just kind of happen when it comes to these games. And honestly, things can go real south real fast. And you got to be really careful with, how certain things go and the expectation for a lot of these players and their play styles here. But honestly, it's going to be hard to kind of gauge in terms of what makes sense for some of these players. It's going to be kind of hard. I'd like to at least see like kind of the stats right now as we look at Fang coming through with that 2.3 average kills and 5th with the average damage of 12,000 damage here. Feng, in terms of last week, played a really solid set of games here. It was very unpredictable, super versatile, really came through with some surprising, last game votes. And I think there was a lot that was kind of happening. And, obviously the shutdown was really phenomenal for Feng. And, he really came through and kind of surprised a lot of people. I mean, obviously me and a few other guys also necessarily wasn't surprised, but definitely played it off super well for certain things and just did a really phenomenal job. Sadly, just was not able to come up with a win. Was a little bit short of points to get into at least that 30. But JL was one of those people that was actually in that 30+ point range and played well. Look at Alliance's new jersey. Look at that new shirt. Yo, I'm kind of here for it. That's actually looking really nice. Super clean. Like the color on it. Color on is definitely a really surprising kind of fix with certain things. They honestly did a superb job on that outfit. I do like that. As Frostivus is going to be able to come through as well here. I don't know. I think there's going to be some solid plays. I don't know. I'd have to see how at least the first initial fights go, and then I can really make a solid prediction.
All right, that's fair enough. I'm placing a lot of money on Frostivus here. He gets so unlucky. It feels to like NA as a whole community has kind of just cursed him, because the whole community of NA, he came over into North America last season. He won the Morris Cup finals, and he was able to qualify for Worlds in NA. He also qualified for Worlds in SEA, and now he's playing in the Nbpl. He's the tri-region champ, as lots of players like to call him, and it does mean the whole NA community is behind him when we're watching these Nbpl games. And I feel like we're just cursing him. He gets so unlucky in these fights. He gets so close to finishing off the kill. Oftentimes gets his kills stolen. Works so hard. Gets third-partied. He gets super unlucky with his respawns. Gets super unlucky when he's got Yang depletion. Hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more coming out from Frostivus today, as I know the whole NA community would absolutely love to see. And he's got to put up numbers today. He is playing against Spider. Spider, a player, is always going to be calm, cool, and collected running into these games. He is a very, very strong player. If everybody knows, Spider is one of the big three of this game. We've got Spider. I don't think we've got Mike playing today. So we are going to be seeing a little bit of that coming through later. TH Star, player who is newer to the Nbpl. And he's been putting up a decent amount of points. I've been really liking to watch the gameplay that we see coming out from Star here, as we are going to be jumping into these hero picks in just a second. And we're going to be seeing what these players are going to be selecting. Given that I believe we are going to be on a newer patch than last bye week, we might not be seeing the same types of hero picks coming out. Lots of the time we were seeing the Liam's getting picked first, the Kylans going away second, the Hotties going away third, then the Mataris, followed by either Akos, Justina, and we had a little bit of Tessa coming into the mix, a little bit of Temi coming in at the very end, as these players were starting to lose out on their hero picks. But we will start to see who's going to be coming through in just a second.
Going to be able to see the lockdown here for some of these players, as we're about to lock it in for our first game here. And obviously, heading towards a really phenomenal map here, one of our newer maps that we've gotten the opportunity to really start seeing, Predoria, which Predoria has been really fun to see, like how players really do land in terms of their aggression so far. I really would have thought Imperium would have been a really amazing hotspot, but there's like a lot of players have genuinely just been avoiding it. I've seen Arcadia, and I feel like I've seen either Azith or Twilight has been kind of the favorite in terms of some of the bigger areas for players to land, but definitely some of the smaller areas like Verdant, Chasem, and which is like right in between where Arcadia and Sky Sky Glaze Cove. Goodness gracious. And not let that come out of my mouth. Pause. Has also been landing as well here. I feel like there's certain avenues that's been really good. Fairies Pavilion has also been another great spot, and Ancient Stockade. But I don't know. I feel like Imperium has kind of been a little. Oh, Imperium Camp, actually. Imperial Camp has been a very, very wide hotspot for a lot of these players to land here. We're going to look at OUG's Mike, who just did not lock in last week. A very surprising player that we, would not really was able to see too much and too often. And it's just very interesting to see. And then obviously I'd kind of say the same for Spider as well. Spider kind of not really giving us the performance that we, kind of hope for in certain avenues, and just not seeing it as much or as often. It's really surprising to see. As we're going to look at Fat Milk here. Fat Milk, we haven't seen too much of him in terms of his numbers. As we look at his points and his average points and his average pick rate has been very low. So we haven't really gotten a chance to see Fat Milk too much or too often. So we get to see if we end up seeing like maybe more in the future with him. But as of right now, I haven't really been able to see a whole lot. But Spider and Mike has definitely been the two that, it's going to be interesting to see if they really start to turn up a little bit. We haven't got a chance to really see them pop off. This last week has been just not great for them. So, we're back up to a new week. Good start. Look at that 5th round selection. Look at the 5th round selection. Mike and Spider both getting a chance to choose upon themselves what players or what heroes they're going to boot out. This is going to be fun. But as of right now, they got to stay patient, because right now, AIS and Frostibus get the first dibs.
Yeah, having Mike and Spider on first pick or on the picks together means that most of these games they are going to be playing the exact same hero. So we're going to get to see the mirror matchup in Yang against those two. It's going to be a super fun scrap off today, especially because they are going to be playing the same heroes for most of the game. We're seeing the Liam, we're seeing the Kylan come out as the 1 and 2. We're going to see the number 3 picks. It's going to be going to the hotties. Unique might go for something a little different. We've seen some of these SEA players start to trend into something a little bit different, but it looks like Unique's going to stay with the course of what these normal hero picks are looking like. We might get to see some Matari coming out from XY and Star here. It's either going to be Matari or Akos coming through. We could maybe see Justina. I don't know if we'll see Justina this early on into the game. So Star picking that Matari. XY yet to pick. 7 seconds on the clock here. Is going to go for a Temmie. Interesting to see a Temmie so far up in the lineup here. In the 4th round selection, we are going to get that 1 Temmie pick, which gives Mike and Spider the opportunity to both play Matari, which is what's going to happen here. Both of these players landing on that Matari pick. And the last round selection going to Fat Milk and Kai Bao. Zai coming up from Kai Bao. Zai has been someone that Kai Bao has performed very well on in the past. So having him back on that Zai pick and the Akos coming for Fat Milk, this is going to be a very interesting one. Lone Zai in the lobby, so he's going to be really easy to target out, but the damage coming from that ultimate is going to be super crucial. He's going to have to hit all of his shots, and he could come away very, very strong here. Yeah, as we do see Kai Bao having that Zai pick is going to be very interesting to see what he's going to do with it. But Mike and Spider, these two players, we put so much on them because they've performed so well in the past. And with the new game changes, especially with the points, lots of players have expressed how much more difficult it is to put up a lot of points. And it makes the playstyle of Spider a lot more difficult. And the same thing for AOW's Mike, or for OUG's Mike. My mistake, ladies and gentlemen. And jumping into this game, we hopefully will get to see a little bit more coming out from them. And we love to see them jump back to their former glory as the World NBC and NARAKA BLADEPOINT World Championship winners, Spider and Mike. So yeah, we'll see what's going to happen. But as we're jumping in, we're going to see what abilities these players are going to be using. Kai Bao on that F1 V2 for the Zai. Kylans are going to be running F1 V2 as well. Matari's F2 V2. Hotties are going to be F2 V2 as well. Fat Milk going to be opting for F1 on the Akos with the V2 ultimate, and XY F1 V3. Liams are going to be running the V1. It looks like they've steered away from the V2 ult. They started touching on base with the V2, but it looks like V1 is just so much more optimal for what they're trying to do in these certain situations. Situationally, the V2 ultimate can get you a kill really, really fast, and it's able to do something very well. But if you do miss those shots, you are absolutely done. It is very difficult for you to be able to come away with any sort of elimination. But Dobby, take it away with our forecast. Where are these players going to be dropping?
Meanwhile, the landing spots here is going to be straight definitely down the middle here, right in between the canyons. Ascension's Forum definitely is going to be a fair popular location here, as Imperium Camp is going to immediately be taken over by Kai Bao, part of Team Wolves. At the very bottom is going to be WBG Spider, but just everywhere straight down the center here, from Ascension's Forum, Valem's Grave, Sunrise Altar, Gates of Heaven is going to see a player here, and at least we have 1 to 2 in Imperium. DRG is going to be all the way in the far back near Twilight's Fall, at least seemingly heading towards Arcadia here. But we have at least one person that's off the map here, or at least off to the side. Looks like that's either going to be Abrace Steer near Avid's Peak or Purity Chamber, right next to Imperium here. So it's going to be a real interesting start for some of these players here. It looks like Frostovitz and Spider immediately rushing towards the outer section here. Frostovitz able to find at least a decent gold stack here, but it's going to be a decent start here. Spider is going to start immediately onto Frostovitz, barely giving him any time to recoup or recover, as he does get caught inside of the tree here, but it's not going to be enough, as Frosty gets eliminated immediately from the wrath of Spider. Spider coming through. He really wants to have a really strong start to this week. You know, he was absolutely struggling going into our weekly finals here. And obviously, weekly still the same thing, was really struggling and trying to recover. But sadly, with his gameplay and his mental, he really wasn't able to succeed. As we look at OUG's Mike, dangerously low here. Oh, Wufang was able to find him. Nice elimination with the longsword here. Beautiful timing. Surprised that OUG Mike wasn't really prepared for him to really come through and try to get aggressive with that strike here. But sadly, both of our top players that we're usually used to seeing going crazy, not both, actually, I apologize. Mike having a really rough start. Meanwhile, Spider, on the other hand, at least is able to get his first elimination on the board here, and at least starts to get some action. Meanwhile, Fat Milk trying to see if he can capture something here as AIS is going to get a little bit of some impact here. Nice hits coming through from the blue focus with the longsword. Nice slam coming through from that character as well here. Oh, was actually able to do it while falling down here, as he does have those hand blades as well, trying to see if maybe he can get out, but he's going to get stuck here in between him, and it looks like WBG Spider decides he wants to join in on the match as well, as AIS, oh no, might actually get it stolen by Wufang. No! Spider comes through out of nowhere, snags the elimination and steals it away from him here, and now AIS down on the chopping block, dangerously low, and now he gets eliminated, but it's coming in from Unique, as Spider was going to try to see if maybe he could do it last minute, but was unable to. But he ends up catching elimination towards this with a beautiful last-second strike to be able to get away here. And just like that, Spider's up 2.
Yeah, just Fong is going to get himself eliminated into the storm here, as it looks like he is just going to take his soul to an altar for a revive here, as we do see Spider picking up his second elimination. Very good job at coming in and stealing the kill right under the other player's nose at the last second here, as we're taking a look. EWG's Arano, Hottie ultimate invested on a TE star, ult available for the Matari here, but it's going to be a little too late before he comes away with the elimination. Arano coming through with his first elimination on the game onto TE Star, full kitted out here. Purple ranged weapon, purple melee weapon, and purple armor. As DRG's Funk looks like he's doing a little bit of the coin hunting. He's going to get himself those thunder coins, run himself over into the zone where he's going to try and get himself that Vulpine Essence Jade. This is going to be a coveted soul jade of all of these players. DRG's Fong having this, granting himself a little bit of his extra life coming through here, and it looks like he is in a bit of trouble. Gonna have to get himself out of the zone fast, otherwise that jade is gonna proc. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, if you find 10 of the thunder coins, or I believe if you find the certain amount of those thunder coins that are around that area of the map, and you place them onto that giant blue rock, you will unlock the Vulpine Essence Orb, which is goes into your Soul Jade slot. You pick it up, and if you go below 0 HP, you will gain yourself back 75% of your health, knocking back your enemies. It's like a Mortal Defiance on some steroids that will boost up your game, make it even more difficult to kill you. So if your opponent is very low and you get yourself low as well, and he manages to get that last hit, you're going to come back with so much more HP. He's going to get caught off guard, come around on the front foot, return the attack around, as we are going to see X1's Wufang with an armor swap into another blue armor. EWG's Arano, very aggressive here right off the rip. Purple dual halberds in hand for Wufang. Looks like he is just going to try and kite this out, though. doesn't want to engage too quickly. Arano, purple armor, purple dagger in hand, very, very kitted out, has that purple staff as well, extremely kitted, especially for an Immortal War format here, has a extremely good amount of loot. As we're jumping into here, we do see the Assault Smolder onto Wu Fang here. We are going to see both of them going for the parry. Does end up missing. We're seeing the bow shots come out from Arano as well. Jumps on to the staff here, tries to go for the overhold. Gets the jumping LMB here. We are going to see the jump parry come out, but nothing connects as Wu Fang decides he just does not want the smoke right now. We're going to see the bow shot coming through to hit the bell, seeing where all these players are. Frostivus getting spot out, unsuspecting, but he is going to be in this area as well. Wu Fang does not want any part of this battle. It looks like he is going to just take his life and back away.
I mean, obviously playing to the best of his ability here in this moment here, Wu Fang, I mean, he was able to get at least one elimination, so it's better for him to try to back out this, maybe slow down that momentum potentially. So let's see what happens here is, I mean, we're going to head start towards another section here, so we're going to get our first fights going inside of the realm of Yang here. And, you know, it's really going to set the tone for the rest of the night here to kind of see where everyone goes to and what the expectation is for some of these players. Let's see how this is really going to dive in for some, as, you know, they're going to start to immediately fight into it. Meanwhile, Wolves by himself doesn't necessarily have to worry about it. It's Fat Milk and Yuan going to be nearby each other. It looks like Unique is going to have a spot, but it looks like down near the bottom left, there's going to be at least 4 solid players. It looks like it's going to be fighting it out for their placement inside the realm of Yang here. So I'm curious to see who's going to get what and where do they go from here. As you see OUG's Mike, he's just going to sit back. He's going to lollygag a little bit. He's going to see what's going on here first before they really decide to dive into this. Seeing what's going to be the special thing and what makes sense here towards this. Trying to find it out.
He's going to pick up that Yang pass. He's just going to kite out here. Does not need to take a fight and engage. Looks like he is just going to end up buying himself as much time as possible. He does have a minute before he's able to enter. Now it's gone down to 30 seconds on the timer, and it looks like AIS is going to try and take away the Yang pass from Mike. But they will be able to invest their ultimates near the end here. The 1-2 coming in from the nunchucks into an overhold here, as we are going to see the F coming out again from Mike. Mike lost all of his shield. Now down to only white health. Doesn't want to go for an armor swap because he will get that health replenished in about 10 seconds. We're going to see him ult pretty soon here. Here we go. The ult coming out onto AIS, just getting a little bit of extra damage off. He only has 3 seconds left before he needs to enter that realm of Yang, as we are going to see him jump right in, gain his ultimate back, and he's going to be taking that first fight against ASE's XY. No, XY, and then we're seeing Frostivus fighting against Wolves Kaibao. He is at a little bit of a weapon disadvantage, but they've got the same amount of armor here. Liam versus Zai. This is going to be a pretty interesting fight to see happen here, as we're going to see the staff going for the overcharge here, as the pistol shots are going to come out from Frostivus. Tries to go for the parry, gets the overhold damage off. We are going to see the ult come out right away, but is able to get some focus damage in before the ultimate attacks start to come out. He's able to kite out the burn very well. Does get parried, is able to take away the parry punish here. Is going to end up hitting Kaibao for a lot of damage. Going to end up trying to kite this out. Going for a bit of a reset here. Cannon shots coming in strong from Frostivus. Does have one more charge on that ultimate. Is going to try and kite out just a little bit more. Is going to be able to kite out all of that burn damage as well. Does end up getting hit again. We are going to see him come through though. Does end up missing though. We are going to see Frostivus lose Prio where he could have come away, but he's able to deal so much damage. Tries to go for that crouch LMB there. Isn't going to be able to hit it. Both of these players trying to go for these parries here. Kaibao on that health disadvantage. Frostivus in a very good position. The F ability is going to come out. I believe he does have his F off of timer here, as they are getting very low white HP for both of these players. No shield left for the rest of them, but he's able to get the overhold, and Frostivus coming away with his first elimination in the realm of Yang. Flipping over to Spider here, we are going to see him going up against Arano, going for the upper hut into the 2-1-1, able to come away with some huge damage from that focus attack here. Arano trying to go for the scale rush on the other side. Mirror matchup for the weapons here. The Hottie ultimate looks to have already been invested here. Huge parry coming out for Spider, able to take out Arano as he wins the realm of Yang.
Really solid one for Spider here. Spider, you know, really coming through with that amazing finish here onto Wolves. Wolves, you know, Wolves Kaibao, I got to give it to him. Really gave Spider a run for his money here. Spider really had to work hard for that one here. As, you know, you could tell the improvements coming in from Spider has been pretty solid for his play style and what he's been doing so far here. So it's really good to see. As we're going to look back at OUG's Mike here, who he's also going to be running it out towards Star here. Star with the amount of pushing and the amount of element that he's been able to bring into himself as well. Star has really become a star inside of the realm, inside of the game of NARAKA BLADEPOINT so far here. So it's good to see that he's really been taking advantage of everything that's been happening here as we got the timer set, though. For Wolfsky Bao, 3.5 minutes. Meanwhile, Yuan and Spider's in the middle of a fight here. Ulti already dropped out in the middle as Spider looks like he wants to be able to engage on this, but he's using this moment here for him to be able to go for the re-heal and the re-shield. As it looks like he's going to rotate right into it. It catches him unsuspectingly. Spider catching Yuan unsuspecting, nowhere to go, nothing to do. And Wolfsky Bao is going to find him again. Here he goes for a round number 2 here. But Spider is ready for him, ready to go. He's going to keep that same situation going here. As now he's going to try to clutch this in. And Spider and Wolves looks like he's going to find this moment here. Nice hits coming through from the Grains. But then here comes the third party coming in from Frostovitz, able to kind of ruin the momentum for Wolves. It's not looking good for him here as he's already dangerously low. Oh, and Frostovitz is just going to send him going and packing in back towards the lobby here. But let's see if he can continue that right into WBG Spider here, which is a nice little anchor breaker. Oh no, but Yuan is able to steal elimination away from Frostovitz. Unfortunate here. That was about to be his 3rd elimination, but Yuan finally able to getting his 2nd elimination on the board as well here. A lot of steals coming through so far here as it looks like they were waiting for the parry to connect here as Frostovitz trying to time this. Meanwhile, Yuan and Wufang is going to be right third partying right here. Not looking good, though, as everybody's trying to fight for this elimination. Unique just trying to disappear and getting out of harm's way here. Same thing with Mike. Mike trying to see if he can scale the rush this up and out, trying to see if maybe he can find where Unique has gone here. It looks like Unique has already popped his ulti, already went airborne, already healed, and he is out of there. Well, at least not for Mike's sake. Mike is still chasing this out, and he's going to chase this all the way. He's going to really push towards this here as he does fly this all the way to the other side here. And knowing that now it's just him and Mike, he wants to bite this out. Mike is not going to let him sleep through this as well here as he just closes in on it just so ever so slow, but not enough to be able to connect it. I take that back a little too soon here. Oh no, and here comes Spider. Going to be able to try to see if maybe he can steal the elimination away. Dangerously low, and it looks like Spider is going to steal it away from Mike right in front of him. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Both of them is going to be able to go airborne. Spider, nice hits to connect off of this. It's not looking good for Mike here as Mike's going to decide he needs to be able to dip out of this. Hoping he does find a blue shield right in front. He's going to take Mike airborne yet again. Absolutely douses him, but it's not looking good as Yuan's going to come through with the third party here. Trying to see if he can connect for the jump parry. Unsuccessful on both sides here. And Mike is actually going to switch this around on Yuan. Yuan not looking good here as he does try to see if he can climb towards it. Oh no! Ends up getting caught by the NATO. And just like that, Spider is able to get a free meal and a free drink. What a sprite.
Spider on 5-6 eliminations now, stealing kills from under everybody's nose, doing a perfect job to avoid that Temi ultimate as well. We are seeing Mike getting super aggressive as he needed to cure his Yang depletion. He had very little time left on that, and every single time he was coming close to a kill, Spider just said, "Ha, I'm going to take that away from you. And I'm going to take the bloom." He was coming close, but Spider was able to jump in and steal the soul bloom right under his nose for just a second, forcing Mike to play with a heightened sense of aggression, making him make fewer good decisions and start messing up with his mental a little bit, and was able to come away and take his elimination as well. We did see XY try to come through and steal an elimination from under his nose as well. I believe XY did pick up one of those eliminations, and we saw Frostovitz pick up another one, but most of these kills did end up going to Spider, and Arano, who's on 17 seconds left on his Yang depletion, needs to take out TE SAR as quick as possible, otherwise he is going to be done. 10 seconds to his name here. He has no time for his life left. We see him go in the statue, and now he has to get the kill. He gets the kill. 3 seconds to get the bloom. Does he get it? He gets the bloom with 1 second to spare. EWG's Arano is able to keep himself in the game. He is down and praying right now, thanking the Lord because of how close that was. He was extremely close. He had 1 second left and the body decided to fly away on him. So difficult, especially with the movement gets a little bit difficult in those areas when the terrain starts to grief you a little bit. As we are going to take a look at the Realm of Yang though right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing the Temi XY coming through against X1's Wufang. Purple Focus going to be coming through from the sword. We are going to see him just try and throw as many of these wind wisps as possible at Wufang before the ultimate is going to go down. But now it's Wufang's turn to attack here. He's going to answer the call with Kylan Slash after Kylan Slash, taking so much damage. And now there we go with one ultimate move into the immortality rate. He's able to come away with a beautiful elimination. X1 Wufang picking up his second kill of the game, gonna get himself a legendary katana with some legendary armor, and that White Tiger's prowess buff is gonna give him such a huge advantage as we are gonna see Frostivus does end up getting eliminated in the realm of Yang to DRG's Fong, who's picking up, I believe, his first elimination of the match. Could be his second, but we do see him pick that up. Fong is going to have that gold weapon, gold armor coming through as we're going to be jumping into the second stage of the game. XY and Frostivus, both players, are going to have 5 minutes to pick themselves up a Soul Bloom Essence. Otherwise, they're going to be in a heap of trouble coming into this game and trying to keep themselves alive. They do have a good stack for weapons and armor, so they are going to be hyper aggressive. They have their ultimates available. 4 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock for XY. And I believe it's going to be about the same for DRG's Fong. Fong really needs, or Alliance's Frostivus. Frostivus really needs to come away with this elimination. He's on 2 kills. He's having a good game. Spider obviously running away with it right now. It has 6 eliminations so far, which is absolutely crazy. DRG's Fong, gold nunchucks, gold armor, looking absolutely stacked, playing on the Kylan, is going to be a very difficult opponent to defeat, especially with how good his movement is.
I mean, so far it's been very solid here as we're going to look at the replays coming in from the other realm of Yang as Fong and Frostivus was fighting that out. A really long airwalk moment here as they both collide. A DRG's Fang with a really good defensive push here. Frostivus trying to see if he can connect with the pistol. It looks like he was successful for a lot of those here. Really good finish though towards the combo with the parry. And then Fong able to find it just to get him airborne a little bit while longer. Oh my goodness, the clone actually misses out on that strike. Unfortunate though. And Frostivus is going to be able to rotate this around, catches him yet again, and he lets it actually do it yet again for him, but he was able to at least find that moment here to get the shutout and close it in just like that. Does a fantastic job of that overall.
Yeah,
Man.
He did a perfect job of tap dodging those ultimate slashes from Frostivus and was able to just time his ultimate to come away with the victory.
Tap dodges, only able to do so much. Meanwhile, Wolfang and Frost fighting this out as the circle is closing in. They're on the outskirts of the circle here, so not looking the best for him here as Frostivus trying to get a little bit of some defense, but I mean, you can't really defend against the bullets. Not looking good for him as Wolfang gonna get some nice movement. Beautiful quick hit coming through from the pistol to be able to pull it out. Frostivus trying to see if maybe they can counter it, but not too much of a counter here to be able to connect it. Nice little stun trying to see if maybe they can run it back. Oh, sends Frostivus flying from the outskirts of the circle here. And now it looks like Frostivus is going to be on the run here. Actually misses as well. Beautiful dodge to be able to connect that. Oh no, and Wolfang actually misses out on the grapple here. Might have gave Frostivus at least a little bit. Oh no, but Frostivus misses out on his grapple too.
Yeah, okay. Frostivus running. He's running for his life right now. Wolfang with the White Tiger's prowess. He did just lose it now, as we are going to see Fong getting caught with a wind whisk, losing all of his gold armor here. Going to be forced to take a reset, but AIS answering the call, seeing how low Fong was getting, is going to try and take him out of this lobby. Is going to be forced to pop the ult here. Fong going to go on the offensive here with his first 2 Kylan slashes. Going to try and heal to get himself a few more slashes back, getting himself back onto his gold armor as well. These players see a blood in the water. They are going to start sharking up onto him here, as the weakness in the storm is going to make it so it's going to be difficult for him to heal up as much as he would if he was in the save zone. But Frostivus, 1 minute and 50 seconds left on this Yang depletion. He needs to get a kill fast, otherwise he's in a lot of trouble. Same with XY on 1 minute and 25 seconds on that Yang depletion, needs a kill yesterday. AIS now becoming the target of the lobby. Purple armor. XY as well. No red healing left. No white heals left. Isn't going to be able to heal his health, which is a little bit detrimental to him since he does have not full HP. AIS now going into a full battle with XY here. Gold pole sword in hand is going to come away with the first bet of the double slash here. We are going to see him hit another 1 charge. Temi ultimate not online is going to connect from the Kylan, or from the Liam ult here into an armor swap. We are going to see the follow-up coming through. Lots of damage. XY does have the opportunity to be able to pull this off. The wind whip's coming out, and he gets the elimination into the Soul Bloom here. And EWG Zerano did try and steal it from under his belt there, but a beautiful elimination with the wind whisk countering the Liam ultimate. And now Frostivus, 46 seconds left. Fong just trying to kite out as fast as possible. Frostivus desperately needs this elimination, but X1 Wolfang sees the desperateness in the player's movements as Frostivus really needs a kill. 30 seconds left on his Yang depletion. Is competing in the top 7 right now, so he is not having too terrible of a game, but losing that Realm of Yang has made it so much more difficult for him to be able to continue here, because looks like he might just decide to take the L here and go into the zone so nobody's able to come over his body. 15 seconds left. Is not able to find anybody resetting, so it looks like he might just take himself into the zone here. 9 seconds left on that Yang depletion. Gonna see if he can get anybody, but
No.
4, 3, 2, 1, and GG's Frostivus, ladies and gentlemen. 2 eliminations, 2.5 game score. Is not going to be super terrible coming out from the start, but it is definitely not the game we wanted to see. He was having a lot of great momentum, won his first Realm of Yang, was able to get a third-party kill, but in the end, losing to Fong in the Realm of Yang, what was caused his downfall. But XY, we saw it earlier from EWG's Arano, was able to get a bloom at the last second, keeping him into the game. And then we saw it again from ASE's XYs. All of these players are going to start converging on to the Spirit Well, as all these players want to grab that coveted buff. As we see WBG Spider, it looks like he does have that Universe / Jade. We're going to see that no ult zone getting popped, making it even more difficult for these players to try and contest the Spirit Well. It's Arano gunning for it.
See what happens here is everybody's really in this circle here, trying to see if maybe they can conjure up some type of method to keep the same energy alive here. It looks like we're going to see some cannon shots ricocheting from some of the other players here, but obviously going to be able to push onwards towards it. Arano is going to back out of this as Yuan. So trying to see if maybe he can conjure up something, but it's not going to be enough, as Arano's going to pop open that ulti here. He wants to try to see if he can separate this from as far as possible here. Actually tries to get some strikes here. Trying to see if he can connect something onto Yuan. It looks like he's going to be successful in it, but looks like somebody's going to try to see if he can get third party out of this. And just like that, he says, hey, listen, I know I got you super low here, but I'm going to let you have all your fun, buddy. I'll see you later. As he's going to absolutely dip out as far and as fast as possible here. He said, you got it, twin. As Arano sadly does get stopped by the same person. And Arano now in the worst place to be here, dangerously low, and now everybody knows it. Oh no, he's gonna try to see if he can get towards it, at least tries to get away, but not enough. As Wufong is actually gonna steal that elimination away here, and he says, you got lucky there, buddy Bucko. Not today. He slowly closes in this gap here to try to see if maybe he can capture a finish, but not able to do too much here. And now just like that, we're back at it again with another strike here, as we got final 3 players alive here inside of this, not the Realm of Yang, but inside of this ballista. Oh, beautiful parry here to be able to connect it onto Fat Milk here. Not able to do enough, which forces Fat Milk to be able to pop the ulti here. And now he's going to be able to he's trying to shred it toward it. Oh no, not looking good for Wolfang here, as he does end up getting hit by the Bane's Breath. And now he actually gets hit. Not going to be able to do too much here. Gonna have to be a little bit careful. They are on the outskirts of this one here on both sides. Meanwhile, both of them somewhat back on top here in terms of their heroes, not able to do enough here. They're both gonna have to force themselves to fight at least a little bit outside of the circle here. Bagmill trying to rotate this around here, going a little bit of some follow me. It's like some cannon shots are also going to connect to his Fong. Wants to try to make this happen. Fat Milk is on the oddball out here in the situation. A little bit low on his shield, and a little bit on their heals, but sadly, both of the opponents that he has against him both have a gold shield on them. Obviously going to try to see maybe they can close in this gap, but Wufong wants this fight. Fat Milk that wants none of this smoke here.
Oh,
But I understand why. Beautiful parry to connect it, already knowing exactly when that moment strikes here. And Fat Milk forced to fight this. Not looking good for him, knowing both of them are just absolutely going to ricochet this. They're just using this as a free opportunity for a strike. But beautiful notice here as the slam is going to be able to get them both away. It looks like he's going to be able to at least get towards the katana. Maybe to be able to get the finish here, but it's not going to be enough. As Fat Milk holding strong little by little, but Wufong is going to get the elimination. Beautiful steal. Trying to get that away as the Fong trying to see if it can close it in. It's not going to be enough as Wufong takes the time. He's a little patient, and just with that patience comes a dub. His first one of the game on game number 1.
X1's Wu Fang, bro, coming through with an absolutely beautiful series of eliminations. He was able to pick himself up that White Tiger's prowess buff, and from there on, he went into that Thanos snap that we see in the trios, was able to pick up the elimination that Spider was so close to getting, putting him on to 4, was able to kill Spider, and then all he needed to beat Spider was to get at least 1 elimination with the first place finish. He picks up Fat Milk with a beautiful cannon shot from downtown, and then picks up DRG's Fang. The amount of damage that comes off from the White Tiger's prowess and the amount of healing that you're getting passively coming through from that ability is just so much. Wu Fang doing a beautiful job at coming out on top. Gold Hung Sword in hand, he meant business, and he was ready for the game from the start. BB's Fat Milk placing in 3rd with 0 eliminations. It's going to be a little bit difficult for him to put as many points up on the board as his competitors, but Spider finishing with a 6-kill finish, was thinking that he was going to come away with the victory there, but was unable to come away with the MVP. He was so close, 6 kills, but ends up going out. That shows you, ladies and gentlemen, the importance of getting that White Tiger's prowess near the end. The buff gives you so many stat boosts. It gives you so many extra abilities that are just crucial for what you need to do when it comes into these final moments of the game. Having that ability to be able to gain back health, to get some kills near the end and deal that damage upon defeating an enemy is just crucial to the play. And ladies and gentlemen, we've just been talking about this. Easiest question of the day is going to be game number 1. Who won game 1? Was it A, JL's AIS? Was it B, ASE's XY? Was it C, EWG Zorano? Or was it D, X1 Wu Fang? Wu Fang, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, we just saw it 2 seconds ago. If you guys aren't getting this one right, I feel very sorry for you. Drop your message in the Twitch chat to see who is going to be getting the correct answer, and you will be one lucky winner will get selected to get some spring split, summer split random gifts. And ladies and gentlemen, who doesn't love free stuff? Enter in. If you lose, we've got more questions. We've got 6 more coming at you guys, or 5 more after this game. 1 question after every single game. So you've got 6 chances in total to win yourself a summer split random gift. But wow, Dobby, what a game. Absolute insanity. Spider coming off a super huge tear right at the start, wasn't able to quite come out in the finish. I believe he's going to place at least 2nd or 3rd, but absolute insanity coming out from X1's Wu Fang to be able
Solid
to put
start.
that many points up in the end.
Honestly, solid start for some of these players. Definitely the idea of where they've been playing so far in terms of how good it's been overall has been really solid. And they've been really able to kind of see, like, I guess that pressure really has been very popular for some of these players in terms of how they've been able to play it and what they've been doing with it. Because, man, I mean, they really understood the assignment and really was able to show forth, like, why some of these players need to be focused on, especially a player like Wu Fang, like, really playing that super well and seeing that opportunity for what it is and was able to really shut that down super well. Especially towards the very end, not getting caught up. You know, unfortunate for some of the other players that were around that space. Also, Fat Milk, you know, who had the purple shield, who was getting chased by both. You know, it was just one of those things where, you know, it really was hard to kind of see that ending moment, and was still able to do exactly what he needed to. But some of these other players, I mean, Spider able to capture a little bit of some eliminations, do what he needs to do. So definitely some confidence boost there for the first game. It's gonna be good to see how game 2 goes in terms of where that goes, knowing that we're about to switch from Bedoria to Halaroth. Halaroth is a little bit more of a harsher landscape than it is for Bedoria. You know, Bedoria is a little bit more, you know, it's more nighttime. It's more nice. It's You know, meanwhile, Halaroth, you know, everything there want to kill you. So, you know, you got to be a little more careful. Everything wants to screw you over in that world. So as we head back towards Halaroth, it's interesting to see where they're going to really be able to stand out for this next game. But if we look back at the game score here, look at this. Spider and Wu Fang tying it up with eliminations. 10.2 for Wu Fang in first place, and Spider with that 7.5. Sadly, did get outed a little bit earlier, but man, oh man, Yuan able to do it. Fang and Rano and Frostivus tying this up. Fang, Rano, and Frostivus tying this up with 2 eliminations apiece. A lot of them having 4 points, 3 points for Rano, and 2.5 coming in from Frostivus here. But sadly, Mike at the bottom with 0 eliminations, 0 game score. Really surprising. Very, very surprising. Something we're not used to seeing so far when it comes to a man like him.
Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate to see Mike having such a slow game, and it's usually what happens. If Spider performs well, Mike doesn't perform very well. If Mike performs well, Spider doesn't perform very well. And right out the gate, Spider was on it. We saw Wu Fang picking up that initial kill onto Mike. Mike was not convinced that Mike thought that Wu Fang was going for a reset, but Wu Fang got the armor swap instead of just going for heals and was able to come through with one longsword 1.0 with that vertical slash and came through and just took him out super quickly here, as we're going to see it in the replays really quickly. You're going to see Frostivus getting eliminated very fast here. The scale rushes from Spider were coming through. Very unlucky gameplay, and as we saw here, the sneak attack from the 1.0, charging it up before, giving him a little bit of space, as we saw there. DRG's Funk using that Vulpine Essence Jade to come back, as we saw Spider with the grapple combos. Absolute insanity. The kill onto XY there was huge, and then he was able to get the Matari dash and the kill onto Mike. Just the overhold on that, and this kill here, he gets it with 4 seconds left. He's got 3, 2, 1, and then he picks up the Soul Bloom right at the end here, as you also saw Wu Fang coming through in the Realm of Yang with the Kylan slashes, pushing XY up against the wall, able to absolutely dominate the competition there. Gets the kill onto Arano, stuns Spider out with the White Tiger's prowess, is able to get Pryo off into the jump LMBs, into a cannon shot, backing Fung off, gets the downtown cannon shot as Fung gets the parry. He was 1 second away, 1 hit away from getting the elimination, and X1's Wu Fang says, nope, I'm sniping that away from you, and then I'm coming to kill you too. As a Kylan is going to MVP, X1 Wu Fang coming through with an absolute banger of a game. 6 kills, 20,000 damage, Storm Stride, Assault Smolder, Velocity Untold, and jabbing. Most of his damage coming from the Hung Sword, Cannon, and his skills and ultimates. With the Kylan ult, you are putting out heavy amounts of damage with your ability and your ultimate. He did have only 11,000 of his damage coming from melee weapons, meaning so most of half of his damage came from the ranged weapons he was using and his skills and ultimates. I do believe he got 2 or 3 eliminations with the cannon, so absolutely crazy. And this is only his second time as an MVP. So this is very, very, very cool to see him coming out here with that much power.
Good to see so far here towards this. Is, I mean, obviously they were able to play that super well. The timing was phenomenal, and now it's just really about getting back to that same space that we just had here. Trying to see maybe they can close this in just a little bit more here. As like I said, we're only into game 1 so far here. We still have another set of games. I think the energy is going to be just as phenomenal, and it's really good to see how vast some of these players have really started to dive in and dive deep and trying to show forth like what they can do in terms of, you know, being able to focus on these players, making sure they can really get some good shutouts. And some of their focus moments here, especially in the Realm of Yang, have been very, very proper as well here. I mean, timing the defense, I feel like the defense has been also really phenomenal to see. Seeing like where they are when they really clutch up in those moments here is really crucial. And that's why some of these play styles in terms of the game has been really good. But that new player though, that new hero is phenomenal to watch. Okay.
Oh yeah, the Kylan ultimate, the V2, using attacks at the cost of your hit points. It is a risky and dangerous move to play, but if you're able to execute it, the siphon that you get gives you just enough health to throw back another attack. In your immortality phase, you can throw as many attacks as you want. So if you line it up perfectly, you're able to combo off into so many crazy eliminations. And these plays that you see, the reach that he has on these ultimates, is able to take out hotties who are flying high in the sky. He's able to take Mataris out that are dashing every which way. The Temis are getting stopped and stomped on. And Kylan is just such a great all-around hero. In trios as well, we've been seeing him come out, pairing that with a Zping Ying. You're able to heal back, so he gets more Kylan slashes because of the heals coming out, and it's playing off of each other with this hero in solos, trios, any game mode. Kylan is your guy. He's so versatile. There's no hero quite like him. He's a mix of Yodohime with a crazy damage sword, but he's got the movement of an Akos or a Tarka, and then his F ability is still a counter. It's just perfect. It is perfect. I've been playing him a lot. And I think my last 20 or 30 games in solos have been with Kylan. He's just such a fun hero to play. You're just dash, ninja, jump, everything, and you're dead, ladies and gentlemen. We have game 1 down. I'm your host and caster, Seb. I'm joined alongside my man, Davier. It's been a minute since we've casted together. I don't think we've casted for a while.
That we have. You. It has been a minute. It has
been a minute, but we're jumping into game number 2. So now, you said after the first game you were going to take a look at at these players and make yourself a little prediction. So I want to hear the predictions coming out. I keep trying to get everyone to predict, but nobody wants to.
Well, as we look at that so far here, we're going to show you a little bit of some data here so far in terms of how his spring was versus his summer. And so far, the numbers are looking real close. The only thing he might need to up a little bit here is his average kills on average here, but he's really close to his average damage for Mike here. And it'd be a little bit of a surprise here, just knowing where he's been and what he's done so far here. I mean, he's played a fantastic game overall here, but obviously the shutout has been phenomenal as well. Just kind of seeing like where everything is, and just a shutdown has been really good overall. So it's good to see how it's been with everything that's happening here as we're gonna get ready to lock in here. It's still a good look. It's still a very, very, very good look.
Yeah, it is definitely a good look for him. Mike is a player who, if he doesn't have a great game one, oftentimes he's not able to pull his mental back. Same thing with Spider. We see them, they either pop off game one and continue popping off for the entire day, or they start slow and take a long time to climb back up. Spider's sitting comfortable. He got that second place. He is sitting at position 2 on the scoreboard right now. He has 5 more games where he can do the same thing. And that's the difference between him and X1's Wufang. Wufang is a player that we've only seen hit MVP twice. So Spider is a person who's all about his consistency. So if Spider is going to be able to put up so many points in these next coming games, and Mike might just have a really hard time dealing with it, especially because he knows the other player that's going to be selecting the hero, that's him, is going to be Spider. So if they're picking the mirror heroes, and it's going to be very, very difficult for them if we're going to see Spider and Mike going at it, the mirror matchup for the heroes. They're so evenly matched fighting wise that it's sure to be a very interesting fight when we're going in. Another matchup that I really want to talk about is DRG's Fong. Anytime he's on dagger, we saw it earlier, he was able to eliminate Frostivus with just a blue dagger in hand with the help of his ultimate and his abilities. It was absolutely insane. As we're about to jump into game number 2 here, first round selection is going to be Kaibao and Fat Milk as Mike and Spider move to that second round. Star and XY are going to be on the 3rd, Unique and Arano 4th. 5th round is going to go to Fang and Wufang, and AIS and Frostivus are going to be picking up the scraps. They are basically getting to choose who they want to play after everyone else does, so giving no leniency. Basically everybody's going to get their pick of the litter, and then they're going to have to pick up sort of whatever the rest of the lobby is going to tell them to play. As we're going to see Fat Milk coming up with the hottie pick, not wanting to play Liam, getting that first opportunity to play Liam, giving Mike and Spider the opportunity to go double Liam, but it looks like they are going to go for the Kylan pick right off the rip here, not wanting anyone else to play Kylan. Spider flipping over to the Liam. We're going to see him go for the switch. Mike locking in the Kylan still, so we could see a double Kylan coming out here, but it is going to be Hottie and Kylan. Now both of these heroes are going to be banned out. We're not going to see a 3-hero lobby sometimes when only one player picks the hero that is desired. We usually see the double pick come next, and then we have the 3-hero lobbies, but we are going to see Unique and Arano going for Matari and Temi. There's Wufang and Feng now going for, I believe they're going to go for the Matari picks. Wufang on the Matari. Feng, we're going to see what he's choosing. He's got 5 seconds left to pick here. I believe he's going to go Matari. Yeah, there we go. We're going to see 3 Mataris in the lobby here. Wufang, going to be hard to follow up the game if he's playing Matari, but he does have a huge chance, especially if he isolates these 1v1 fights. Spider on Matari last game was able to pick up 6 eliminations, so who knows? He might be able to do it. Oh, we're seeing the Justina come out from Frostivus. We do know Frostivus' signature hero here, the Justina and the Hottie. Frostivus was the one who brought Hottie to CN, making these players realize that he was such a good hero. And these players started picking him up, all because Frostivus used him to pick up a lot of points in the NA tournaments and in the CN tournaments as well, last Worlds, as we are going to see him hopping on the Justina now, which is his other prized hero. Every time Frostivus is on the Justina, mayhem happens. So we're about to get into these games. We'll see who is going to be playing what and which abilities these players are going to be using. It's going to be pretty standard. for the most part, but sometimes we have an outlier with these single hero picks. So the Temis might be a little bit different. We might see a bit of difference coming out from the Liams. We might see a few V2s coming out. We might get to see a little bit of play, but Mike and Spider on opposite sides of the cards here. Mike is going to be running the Kylan and Spider going to be running Liam, which is something we were hoping to see the mirror matchup. I was hoping to see the mirror matchup at least. See, as we see, AIS is going to be running F1V3. Unique going to be running F1V1, which is an interesting pick on the Temi. F2V2 coming up from Frostivus on the Justina, and the rest is going to be pretty standard for them. As Dobby, I'm going to let you take it away for the forecast.
I mean, it looks like overall here, I think this is going to be a pretty aggressive lobby overall, especially on Olaroth here. Olaroth, you know, they really don't take no time. There's really not a lot of patience. They're ready to go off the rip here. They're ready to start ripping and grinding through all of these players, pause, and trying to find a lot of avenues here that's going to be very important for them here. But let's see in terms of where the first stature of landing is going to be for them here, as we're going to see where the first set's going. It looks like it's going to be a lot of people. It's very similar to where we was in the first game here. That Anna Dunes, that Emberhawk, Salvation Podium, everywhere towards that very center is going to be a favorite location. Meanwhile, Plum Castle is not really going to have anybody, but on the backside, Ancient Wargrounds, Altar of Tranquility, the Quarry, very high looted areas here and expected spots. Meanwhile, EWG is going to be way down the right side near the trenches, and they're going to go to the gutter, see if they can capture something just as beautiful. As we're going to see where the next stage stats go, but everywhere else is realistically kind of similar to where everyone landed kind of in game one here. So I guess what I'd say is great minds think alike here is we're going to see the first strikes come through and see them close out for that game as well here. About to get ready to lock in here. So you're going to see some dabs, handshakes, and everything else locking in for our game number 2 for our bi-weekly solo game 3.
So we're going to take a look right off the rip. Kaibao getting himself some gray nunchucks, gray armor. Mike can have a bit of an armor advantage. Is going to go for the aggression right away. Doesn't see Kaibao. We see the scale rush coming through. It looks like Kaibao not wanting to engage right away. Wanting to find himself a little bit of a better scale here. So we are going to see the LMB Prio coming out from Mike on the longsword here. My mistake, RMB Prio here. We're going to see the meter dump overhold coming out here. So we are going to try and get this uppercut combo going as he gets the 1-2 into a great sword swap from the longsword. Oh my goodness, Mike, that was dirty. And that is the OUG's Mike we've been missing all season, ladies and gentlemen. But he went from the longsword into a great sword swap for the final damage, was able to secure himself a free focus attack to come away with the elimination. Gets the 1.0 off here with the longsword, goes for the 1-2, is going to be able to hit himself LMB Prio here. We are going to see the Wind Wisp coming out. Overhold going to come through, but AS is going to get the parry, but he misses the punish damage here. Almost had a free Nejas coming through. So we are going to see him try and go for the Nejas again, but we are going to see the 1-2 coming out into the 1.0. From the horizontal attack. Mike now dangerously low, and we've tried to pop the F, but AIS is going to come away with the elimination. Purple Spear just dealing so much damage. That overhead bonk is going to deal so much to come away with his first elimination as Mike gets sent to the Soul Altar. Spider with a very quick armor swap here. We're going to see the focus attack coming up from both of these players on the nunchucks. And it looks like Frostive is trying to give chase really quickly. Rubber chicken nunchucks in hand. Spider doing a great job of kiting this out, but the 1-2 coming through. F ability gonna save him here as TE Star, purple nunchucks in hand, is gonna be giving just as much chase as well, but the 1-2 into that Spider, very close to death here, trying to kite out, is gonna be able to get away, but Frostive is sniping the kill from downtown, ladies and gentlemen, as he picks up his first.
Gonna be a solid first here as well here as we see Wolfong, Spider, Fong, and Frosty AIS as well. Able to get the first elimination on the board. Same with OUG's Mike, but sadly he did get eliminated. As we're going to be able to see where they kind of are able to knock this out as well. Does a solid job trying to see if maybe they can get some nice maneuvering, but obviously that focus and the strikes that they have for each of the players here, they really was able to dictate that super well here. As we're going to look back at Star and Arano fighting this out inside of the hut here, as Arano was able to get some nice strikes and decides to back out from outside of the window here. Not able to do a whole lot, even with the amount of timing that he had. Still was able to see the next bits of momentum they could maybe pull potentially from this, but not able to do a whole lot here. As now we're going to see that rotation really start to come in here as Mike trying to see if maybe he can dip out. He does have full shield, so he couldn't strike and make this work if he decided to. As Wolves wants to fight this out. He wants his payback. He wants to see maybe he can get some payback from this because obviously he didn't really get a chance to get as much love or as much as he wanted to prior. It looks like Wolves will be unsuccessful in that, unfortunately, here.
They have both been sent to the soul altar, so fighting here would be extremely dangerous for them, as if one of them dies, they will not get to continue their gameplay, as Kaibao was getting a little bit aggro there, but Mike did have ultimate online, so it could have been very dangerous for him. Good thing for him to back out, as we do see TE Star is going to lose ultimate here, and Narano right back into the mix is going to go for the 1-2 with the fan here. Hits it over and over again. The chase. Nunchuck's bringing it back around. He does have one more dash coming through. So we are going to see the focus attack coming out from the Nunchucks. Is going to connect here. Arano taking a lot of damage. Switching over to the dual halberds to try and make something happen. The Nbpl trying to go for an uppercut. Huge berry coming out. TE Star now in a heap of trouble from the scale rush into the one light attack to take away his life here. And now Wu Fang fighting against Wolves Kaibao on the outskirts of the circle here. The charged RMB is going to come through, dealing a whole lot of damage. So we are going to see Kaibao trying to come through the 1.0 vertical from Wu Fang. Is going to deal a lot of damage. Tries to come out with the ultimate ability here from the Liam. Isn't going to be successful. Wu Fang, no ultimate online for him, but Kaibao is going to cancel that ult, give himself 30% rage, get himself a blue armor swap. Nice blue armor coming through. It's very rare to see that they have a lot of blue armor swaps coming through in the game, but it looks like he might have found himself another one as they're going to be jumping through. Spider still in the mix of this fight here. He did go out, has lost his rebirth, so it's going to be not optimal if he decides to take his fight, and he does come away with a loss on the board here. He is going to go out at 1 elimination. Spider wanting to put a few more numbers up on the board. Looks like he's going to opt to just go for this Realm of Yang. Does have that Liam ult online available if he needs to. 5-1 unique looks to be capturing the Realm of Yang pass as well. Fong down on the bottom side is going to have a Yang all to himself. There's the most southern Yang is going to be completely free. Nobody capturing that, but the rest of these players trending to the upper side of the map. Spider is going to have to burn his F ability here, as he did get parried by Unique. The 1-2 coming through as the overhold charge is going to come. Spider tries to go for the parry and to the bow shot. Isn't going to connect here, and Unique's just going to back off as the Yang's going to spawn. None of these players want to go out right here, because if they go out, they're done, and the damage is permanent, and that is going to be unfortunate. If you end your game right here, all of that fighting, then you've got to wait for the next game. As the Yang is going to spawn, all of these players are going to start clamoring for the Yang passes. Spider's going to get the first one, so he is going to just try and kite this out here, guaranteeing him a spot in the Yang if he's able to hold on to this pass for the next 53 seconds.
Steve, they have the opportunity to here as we're looking at Wolves Kaibao here, and Fang is obviously not having the greatest time here finding this out with Fong here, as Wolves trying to see if maybe he can get out of this, but it's not going to be doing well, as he has no idea where Fong was in the middle of that strike. Is able to get the elimination, and now he gets the tag for himself, as he looks like he's going to take advantage of it and be able to go for the quick re-heal though, and the repair onto his stuff here, as it looks like he's going to be able to get a little bit of some repair stuff. Working towards the next one. It looks like we're going to be heading straight in.
Purple dagger in hand.
Yes, trying to see if maybe they can work towards it here, towards the realm here. Does have some time left, and 1, and gonna head right on in, or at least I assume he will. Wuhong, what are you doing?
He's gonna wait and try and snipe the Yang to get in one of the last spots. There is a chance that one of these players might not join up in the Realm of Yang, as it looks to be here. Spider versus Fong. This is gonna be an interesting one here. XY and X1. Wu Fang are going to be fighting it out in the Realm of Yang, as well as the bow shots are going to be flying through. None of them are going to connect, though. Spider on the fan. We are going to see the F abilities getting invested from both players here. Fong burning his. We're going to see the scale rushes coming out. Purple dagger in hand for Fong. That's his signature weapon. It's going to be very difficult to deal with Fong as well. Spider knows this as he's taking the kite to the skies here. Tries to go for the cannon shot. Isn't going to be able to connect. They're both holding blue in each other's faces here. None of them want to throw this out, as the parries are going to come through really quickly, but Fong gets the blue into the follow-up, into the 1-2. Spider low HP now. All he needs is one scale rush attack, and it's going to be over. Is going to be able to get the grapple bump, though, into the 1.0, into the jumping RMB, coming through with so much damage now. Spider in a very difficult position, as we do see Frostivus is going to get fully eliminated from this game as well. Unfortunate to see him go so early, but Fong with the hung sword into the Matari ult teleport is going to come away with the elimination, getting himself another gold weapon. Pole Sword in hand. That's going to be a huge damage buff for his scale rushes here as Fat Milk goes out as well into the Realm of Yang, or outside of the Realm of Yang, so he is going to be fully eliminated from this game as well. We've already got 3 players completely eliminated. AS with that super huge parry into the overhold is going to come out with the elimination from the pistol shot, tries to go into ult, but TE Star was not able to hold on. AIS coming through with a little bit of a teabag as he gets that gold staff and the Vermilion's Birdmite coming into the rest of this game.
Might have just been lucky though from that clutch. I don't necessarily know if that was a sacking possibly here, but you know, I'd love to see a little bit of some craziness coming through here as this are going to head back straight towards that same set here. Let's see if they can keep that same preference going here. As Yuan is going to be able to keep moving, keep working, keep striking. See if they can figure that out towards the next one here. As Yuan just trying to work towards it, taking his time, little by little here. You'd love to see it.
Oh, nice parry coming out from Feng there to be able to take away XY's golden fan that he just got in the Realm of Yang. But we are going to see the ultimate coming out here. He's just desperately trying to grab the kill into Feng, but Feng able to use that Matari ultimate to kite out just a little bit. He's going to have that gold fan in hand. He's going to switch it over to a dagger, maybe get himself a super huge buff. But XY is going to go out. The third party from Wu Feng there did not have a buff, so it means he did cure his Yang depletion, getting himself that soul bloom, and now Feng ready to get aggressive, still has a little bit of charge left on his ultimate. He's going to try and invest it onto Wu Feng here. Going to go for the teleport. Doesn't get the damage here. Has one last thrust and one last teleport to be able to use. Going to try and use it here onto Wu Feng, but the ultimate is going to go down. Looks like he doesn't really want to take this fight. Goes into the grapple bump, into the 1.0 here, but we are going to see Wu Feng come and answer with a F ability of his own. Gets the LMB prio, coming through with a huge uppercut combo into the jumping LMBs. Doesn't go for the grapple extension here on the Hung Sword. We are going to see the scale rushes come out. Huge parry from Wu Feng here. DRG Spag is going to get eliminated. Wu Feng picking himself up his 4th elimination on the board. He cured his Yang depletion in the Yang, or he cured his Yang depletion from taking out one player. He was able to take out XY earlier. He now has gold fan, and he was able to parry that off of DRG's Feng. Wu Feng having an absolute tear of a game again, and now he's doing it in the mid game. He's getting super aggressive as well, and he's still coming through with hyper aggressiveness. DRG's Feng back in the mix as well, trying to get aggressive with the Pole Sword Scale Rush. Looks like he is just going to hang back here as WBG Spider taking a fight in the backside of the map here. We are going to see, oh my goodness, the Great Sword Pole Sword Congeneric swap to take out Spider. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I never thought we'd see it happen. The Great Sword Pole Sword swap. Oh my goodness, we're witnessing history here, Dobby.
And he did it clean too. No hesitation. No, it's like he'd been planning into this and was preparing for it for just like one of those moments for it to work and for it to strike. And man, was it a time for you to be able to pull that out? Was then and there, that was the time for you to do it. And obviously he was able to maximize that opportunity. And to be able to do it to one of our top players here is also another diabolical moment here, where he was able to take advantage of it when it was really important to. Because man, oh man, was that a strike to see. Meanwhile, Star is going to get caught in the worst position here as he does end up getting hit though by Hirano. Now, here comes the shots here, trying to see if maybe any of them are going to be able to connect them potentially here. As Star trying to see if they can calculate this just a little bit here as he does find his place on the inside here for a space potentially to be able to dip out of this. But it looks like he's not going to be able to do too much. He's got the full heal. Meanwhile, Star is going to be hanging around as he's going to rotate in towards his left side here. Surprised that no one hasn't really popped the no ult zone moment here. Oh, as he doesn't end up getting sniped though as well. In between all of this, Star trying to see maybe he could dip out of this as best as possible. Able to try to dive in just a little bit while longer here. Taking his time, a little bit of effort, a little bit of energy. And it looks like Hirano might have potentially lost him here. Oh no, as he isn't going on the outskirts here. The Yuan trying to take his time here towards this. Rotating this around. Feng just trying to see if he can hit some shots as he is going to be able to do it through the wall. But not able to do too much as he does end up trying to shield this off. Meanwhile, Feng ends up getting pushed and ambushed by Yuan here. Yuan really played a phenomenal game here. Nice strike to be able to come through with this. Oh, actually ends up sending him flying yet again here. Does the same thing with the combo. Combo strike able to do so much. Feng dangerously low here. Yuan only needs one more decent strike here to be able to get this finished here. But Yuan doesn't want to leave knowing that he does have the Realm of Yang. So it gives Fang a shot to be able to back out of the circle here.
Oh my goodness. Feng escaping with his life as Wu Fang decides to opt for the Yang. It is the more optimal play. We would love to see the Shark down with the rest of his ult, but the ultimate was going down as XY is going to just take the fight against Wu Fang in the realm of Yang. Kylan versus Matari. It's going to be an interesting fight to see how this plays out here. If Matari burns her ultimate too fast, XY is able to come in with some crazy damage on to the ultimate, but the damage is getting burnt down. XY is taking a lot of HP, forcing the ultimate out first. This is the play where Wu Fang is going to be in a comfortable position here. Just doesn't want to get hit by too many of the Kylan shots. As I say that, gets hit by multiple slashes here, as we are going to see the first F slash coming out into the first teleport. XY now taking a lot of damage, but Wu Fang as well getting desperately low is going to go down as the Kylan ult is able to just absolutely overpower the Matari. As Mike now coming out into the Kylan ult, but we are going to see the Temi ultimate coming through as well, but isn't able to get the Wind Wisp away as we start, as AIS was not engaged in the F ability, didn't have the Wind Wisp available right then. Temi wall is going to go down. We're going to see the first Kylan slash come through, connecting. Misses on the second one though, as we're going to see the follow-up coming through. AS doing a great job of kiting this out, as now ultimate down for both of these players. It's going to be coming through. Cyan Fang Jade coming through, the 1-2-3 Jade able to come and make an appearance in the Pro League. We're seeing everything come through today. The Overhold going to come through, deal a lot of damage. AIS is still dangerously low here, gets a huge jump fairy, and Mike with the F ability saving him here. Going to try and go for the Nbpl, but the Overhold again, and AIS, oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, was able to come through, overholding into a staff. Absolute insanity here, ladies and gentlemen. We're seeing 1-2-3 Jades come out with the Cyan Fang. AIS coming through with a crazy overhold. Mike almost able to pull it away, but the Kylan ult was not strong enough for him to be able to reign victorious. And now we're taking a look at X1's Wu Fang.
So I said this from earlier too as well here. You know, AIS was definitely one of those players that really had a solid performance here, obviously within that top 4, but sadly was not able to clutch it up as SS1 was able to actually steal that away. But really surprising and amazing performance coming through from him. So to be able to see him come back really, really strong in this game so far and playing it so well has been phenomenal to watch. As we look at Wu Fang, and it looks like Wu Fang is not giving Arano any chance or any opportunity here really to be able to cut this any closer or shut this down at all. As Wu Fang diving into this, barely giving him a chance here, as Arano does end up getting shot though by another player here, as he's going to end up going from the outskirts of the circle here, not giving him too much of an opportunity here, as he does need to continue to heal so that way he doesn't get caught up from outside of the circle, as he does end up popping that no ult zone, making it harder for any of the players if they do want to start to dive in. They cannot really dive deep and strong into him. And though, meanwhile, AIS finding this out with Mike. AIS losing some of their shield here as Mike is in the middle of the chase as well to be able to conjure this up. Oh, Mike was able to predict that so well. Beautiful recovery coming from the AIS, but it's not going to be enough as he doesn't end up getting caught, sniped, and gets the finish though. Pops the ulti here. Is going to be able to force that to be able to push through here, and Mike ends up getting slowed down here. The opportunity, and it looks like he's going to try to see if maybe he can scale rush this downwards a little bit more towards it, but it looks like he's not going to be able to do it nuts. As Feng ends up getting eliminated by Wu Feng. Curious to see what happens there. Most likely we'll be able to see that during the replays here. But what a finish so far here for Wu Feng.
Wu Fang, if you notice though, there is still red around his Matari emblem, so it means that somebody else might have picked up that Soul Bloom essence. He wasn't able to cure his Yang depletion as well. Mike still needing to cure it. 3 minutes and 21 seconds left. They still do have a lot of time, but Wu Fang did just invest almost everything into picking up that kill onto Mike. And it looks like maybe one of the other players that was in the mix of that fight did take away the Soul Bloom. We're going to see the Cavalry Bloom coming out from Mike here. He's just targeting JL's AIS, knows that the ultimate is down on the Temi, is going to try and go for these scale rushes to try and come away with the elimination. He needs to collect a Soul Bloom in the next 3 minutes, otherwise he's going to be in a lot of trouble. We're seeing the Wind Wisp come out. It wasn't able to connect onto anybody, so it's going to make it a little bit more difficult for him to kite out of these fights here, as now XY coming through with some heavy damage with the gold staff in hand, gold armor in hand as well. OUG's Mike needs this bloom. He doesn't care about the kill at this point. He just needs to get the soul bloom, excuse me, as we are going to see him come through the jumping uppercut here to be able to take some damage. We're going to see him kite out, able to scale rush away, gold fan in hand, so he is going to have that movement buff from the fam. I'm going to see the 1-2 coming out. Huge parry coming out, though. Mike going to have to invest that F ability. 1-2 coming through as well. Again from AIS. The overhold is going to come through. Mike investing that ultimate now. Has to get this elimination. AIS going to go for that Wind Wisp. Again, the F ability coming out to be able to save him. Gold F so he is going to have to be able to negate a whole bunch of that damage. But the Kylan Slash coming through, pushing him into the building, though, back with the ultimate available now. Mike needs this kill, so desperate for the elimination. Is going to be able to just kite around this ultimate. AIS making it so difficult for him to come through. X1's Wufang as well is in a dangerous spot as well. Still needs to get himself a Soul Bloom. Otherwise, he will not be competing further into this game. And he has 5 eliminations. He's going to want to take those points. He is having back-to-back consistent games here. And he could be contender for another MVP if he continues to get that Soul Bloom.
Meanwhile, he does have a few other players here he has to worry about here as AIS. And Arano is catching up to him with those 3 eliminations as well here. So let's not sleep on the fact that those 2 absolutely putting in work, especially knowing Yuan is also clutching up too. He's been doing super well with some of his third parties. And honestly, last week was a really amazing show coming in from Yuan. I mean, he really put in so much time, so much effort. And he was amazing with some of the reveals here, but he ends up getting carried, though, from this as Arano looks like he's going to be waiting to try to see if he can get this finish, but he's not going to be able to do it fully here as he does miss out on the opportunity here. Arano able to find it with the Collide and also the Blade, but sadly was not able to actually finish this. The 180 turnaround for Wufang would have been so phenomenal, but sadly was not able to do it in the nick of time. He was dangerously low, but he loses out, sadly, and Arano's going to pick up that elimination, leading to the fact that Arano now has 4 eliminations. He needs 1 to take the lead away, truly, as Mike ends up getting hit really hard, stuck on this as Mike forcing this rotation from offside. It looks like he's going to do it from away from everybody and even away inside from outside of the circle here. He has 20 seconds left on the clock here, so he's going to make sure that nobody gets the opportunity to get the finish elimination here, trying to get away as far as possible so that way no one actually conjugates for this finish. Unfortunate elimination for OUG's Mike here. And now we're down to 5 players.
It looks like
Star,
XY here is going to be able to come away with the ultimate buff. He is going to have that White Tiger's prowess. He's got ultimate invested. Going to be able to come through and deal so much damage with this ult, and then he's going to get it right back again as soon as that ult timer goes down. Though he is going to run out of that first ultimate. He is going to be able to invest it again. He does have a gold armor in the back pocket as well. He's going to give himself a free gold armor swap by capturing that spirit well. Having the White Tiger's prowess buff too means he can get extra aggressive, gaining back health with a passive amount of time. Unique in the bush there, doesn't see him, manages to pass away. Every single player is going to be hiding from XY now. He only has 2 kills on the board, but there is the opportunity for him to pick up 4 more, especially with this White Tiger's prowess looming. He is going to be able to try and pick up the elimination. He sees AIS here, spotted him out, is going to try and go for this kill now. Huge parry coming out now. AIS is going to get eliminated pretty fast if he does not kite this out properly. Gets hit with the overhold into the pistol damage. AIS in a lot of trouble. Does have the ultimate online, so he's going to be able to try and kite this out for a little bit longer. Almost getting parried off that focused scale rush here, as it looks like Arano was able to pick up that golden fan that AIS got parried off of his body. XY was able to pick a super nice parry off. AIS backing down. Does not want to get caught out here, but is in a sticky situation. The 80% Bane now covering so much of the map, making it difficult for him to be able to rotate. Pistol shots coming through as well. Forced to pop that ultimate now, and XY still trying to run through here. It's going to get caught by the Bane, and XY picks up the elimination, putting him onto 3 kills, making it super difficult for these players to try and advance. 4 players left in the lobby. 80% Bane covering so much, making it difficult for these players to rotate.
Whole lot coming through here. It looks like it's going to be Yuan on the rotation here, as we're going to see in terms of where he might go. Trying not to get caught by a Bade's breath. Arano looks like he's going to go through a little bit of some swaps, some repairs, preparing for the final fight here. Still got a little bit of time here before the circle does start to collapse and close in. For us to have the opportunity just for a shutout here. It's going to be able to take a little bit of some time here, but let's see where that momentum strikes for some of these play styles here. As TE Star is going to be a little bit hesitant. Playing around with it very well, taking his time. See if they can find something through this.
Looks like 5-2-1 Unique going for a bit of a reset, getting himself a purple armor swap. I believe he was on blue armor before. Having that purple armor is going to give him a little bit more of an advantage, getting him to stick it out a little bit more. But ASE's XY, 7 seconds left on the White Tiger's prowess, still looking to get hyper aggressive, wants that MVP and knows he needs to kill a few more players to do it here. Going to send Unique into the stone form. He's just going to use it to dash away here. Triple charging that full sword to be able to just dash away. Unique now on the back foot, trying to get away, but the counter grapples into so many pistol shots are just coming through, dealing so much damage onto Unique. F ability coming out from both of these players is going to have to force the ultimate out now. TE Star wanting the kill too. All of these players trying to kite out for the kill, and Arano sneaks in here, comes through with an absolutely amazing finish as TE Star able to take away that golden fan, but Arano says, look at me, I got another one in the back pocket. Temi ultimate griefing these players' attacks here as XY hungry for some kills as well. Last players remaining in the lobby. It's going to be one Hottie, one Kylan, and one Matari. These players are going to want to focus out the Kylan in the lobby, making it more difficult, as well as the Hottie. Hottie's going to be the main target of the lobby at first. Then they're going to focus onto the Kylan here as Arano able to deal so much damage onto TE Star. F ability coming through from Arano. Star forced to invest the ultimate early, and this is what they were trying to do. They're trying to force out the ult. They're trying to make it difficult for Star to be able to have longevity in this game. Arano doing a great job of kiting out here. Star is going to take the opportunity to go for a bit of a reset here. Still losing rage on that ultimate as we speak. XY doesn't care who he's going for, just wants an elimination fast as he sees Arano getting low, and both of these players going for the heals in this little tiny area as XY just hot in pursuit. Arano getting dangerously low here. Gold fan in hand, but no armor, very little HP. It's going to be very difficult for him to come back here. Tries to go for a scale rush into the F thrust. It's going to send him up the buttery ox a little bit, getting a bit of a terrain buff as we usually see the terrain grief. The 1-2 coming through. The ultimate is now going to get invested from Murano here. Going to try and use it to just gain some health back. Gets a bit of siphon off from the attack. XY just going to use the time to go for a bit of a reset for himself. He's burned both of these other players' ultimates. He's the only one with an ultimate yet to invest in it. Look at there, we see the ult coming out. Kylan ultimate going to be the most dangerous one in the lobby here. Going to use that time to just push Arano out of the zone. Going to try and push him as far away as possible. Connects on the second hit, but the F ability is going to come through. Just needs to connect one more time. Does it. Connects 1, connects 2, connects 3. Gets the elimination, but the poison splash going to be very detrimental to this. Going to have to cancel the ult here, but he's taking poison damage as well as the other player in the lobby. It looks like we are going to see TE Star taking that poison damage, but as of now, he has secured that MVP slot with 4 eliminations. He doesn't even need the first place finish as TE Star only has 1 kill. The multiplier isn't going to do too much to him. Huge parry coming out is not going to be able to do too much with the punish damage. Low HP, but 47% left on the ultimate. Goes for the triple charge, isn't going to connect. Tries to go for the scale rush. We're going to see the fan scale rush coming through and connecting. The Clank coming through again. Clank's coming through. He's just trying to scale rush. He connects on 1, tries to connect on 2. Parry comes through. The overhold coming through. He's able to turn it and to avoid the parry at the last second here. 66% on ultimate. He just wants to gain that rage back, but it looks like he might not be able to do it. XY very low in HP. Just 1 more hit and he's done here. They keep clanking off of each other. The scale rush is coming through from the fan. Are just going to be so lethal here, and he needs 1 more hit. And it comes through. TE Star picking up 2 eliminations, and he's going to get that first place placement with the multiplier. But I believe the MVP is still going to go to ASE's XY with a phenomenal game. Absolutely crazy. Oh, I believe EWG's Arano now picked up a few more eliminations. He was on 5 kills. So it looks like the game is going to go to EWG's Arano with a 3rd place finish, giving him just enough points to surpass. And I believe XY needed the kill on to Star to come away with the MVP, and he wasn't able to come away with it. Unfortunate for him. Arano coming away the winner of the game.
Well, it's also the him winning the game as well. You know, winning the game also gives you those extra points, and sometimes those extra points really are such a phenomenal thing to have and to do towards this, and just kind of seeing like where that type of momentum comes from here. Absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, 100%. As we are going to be hopping in and seeing exactly the numbers that were put up. We'll see the scoreboard and the standings in a little bit as these players go off to take a little bit of a break, as we are going to be going into a bit of a deeper dive into the facts of the game. As wow, We saw some crazy stuff coming through. We saw some casual moves that we saw. We saw the congeneric swap from the greatsword into the pole sword. This was a move that was incorporated into the game. If you have a greatsword in your 1 slot and a pole sword in your 2 slot, or vice versa, you can use 1 attack and then scroll wheel to switch or press 2, and you go into a double weapon attack with your congeneric weapon. So you do that giant move that we saw happen. Spider getting eliminated by a move that the reason why we don't see it happen very much in pro play is it's super parryable. It's a blue focus attack all the way through. There's no purple or gold focus finish. We're going to go to a question first, but we'll get back into talking about that a bit later. Which player used Kylan in game number 2? Was it A, OUG's Mike, B, 521's Unique, C, TE Star, or D, JL's AIS? This is a little bit more of a difficult question for you guys, and you can answer it in the chat. Get yourself some Summer Split random gifts if you are the lucky person to be selected. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your second chance to pick up this, and hopefully the winner will get themselves some nice stuff out of the random gift. Dobby, what a game.
What a solid game, especially for some of these players here. I mean, Arano really has put in a lot of effort to really try to see if he can get some good shutdowns here. And obviously, it's just one of those things where the timing was phenomenal, and he really was able to like really capitalize on those moments. Like I said, it takes a dub. It takes a solid dub with some of the eliminations that you have in terms of what you've done thus far, and really able to take it to another level. And that's exactly what he did so far with how these moments have gone and what he can do for some of the other, and what he can do while he's getting those other eliminations. So far, that was a phenomenal game for him. He was able to do exactly what he needed to, and it was able to show it. But let's check out the scoreboard and seeing where some of these players are with a 6.5 linear with that, with Arano. Look at the difference. That 1.5 ranking points was enough to be able to put him on top of the lead here. Meanwhile, Yuan getting the dub with the 2 points, but it's going to be just shy of the points needed. It's crazy. He needed one more elimination if he was able to close this up. If he would have tied it, then yes, he probably would have been able to steal that dub away. But Yuan down by 1. Wu Fang with 5 eliminations tying it up, but with that 0.5 was not able to get the 1.5. And sadly, that is what was going to cost him in that top 3. Sadly, but still very solid for both players.
The top 4 players are within so many close, like 0.1 point difference between 3 and 4, and then the 0.5 difference between 1 and 2 is absolutely crazy. Taking a look at our standings after games 1 and 2 have been played, Kai Bao with a double donut. Unfortunate to see that happen from Wolves Kai Bao. 0 points on the day so far for him. Fat Milk at the 1.5, Mike at 2. Usually we see him a little bit higher up in the standings, as we are going to see the 1 through 6. X1 Wu Fang with a 15.7, still on top, having a 5.5 point game. Still a great game. Wasn't able to come through with the dub, but had a very, very promising game. Still showed a lot of consistency. Got messed around by the Yang depletion a little bit near the end there, but we hope to see more coming up from him. XY holding that second place with 10 points. Arano in 9.5, 0.5 away from that second place, and closely behind with the 9 points is Spider, 0.5 points away from Arano. Everybody is close, and I'm loving this. Nobody's running away with it too far. We do see Wu Fang a total 5 points away from everybody else, but still phenomenal plays coming through. The great sword swap for the long sword was absolutely amazing that we saw coming up from Mike there. His reign did get stopped pretty quickly there from AIS, as we saw DRG Spong taking out Wolves Kai Bao fairly early, as we did see as well. Crazy plays from XY on the Kylan ultimate, able to eliminate Wu Fang in the realm of Yang there, giving him a bit of trouble. He was able to pick up a Soul Bloom after the first Yang, but it was trouble for him in the second one. Huge parry coming through though to take out DRG Spong in that second fight there. And look at this, the congeneric swap, what I was talking about, ladies and gentlemen. You rarely see this happen, but TE Star was able to make the play, and especially on the Spider, that's gotta hurt Spider. Like, huge plays coming through, and the Kylan ultimate still reigning true in the realm of Yang. If you're playing Kylan, you have to play on the realm of Yang. It's absolutely amazing, as we saw XY taking the kill onto Arano, but Arano's still able to win because TE Star rained on his parade near the very end there. As we take a look at our MVP board, Matari for game number 2. So we saw Kylan game number 1, Matari game number 2. EWG's Arano with 5 kills, 21,000 damage. He had the Assault Smolder that we've been seeing. We saw the Cyan Fang coming up from Mike earlier as well. Slow Shot, Rupture Gale Orb, and the Poison Splash, which is actually a crucial part in the downfall of our XY near the very end there. He got hit with the poison splash, taking away so much of his HP near the end, made it so much difficult for him to gain footing in that final fight. And it's what allowed TE Star to reign victorious. It was a huge factor in that game, the poison splash just securing him almost the win. Because if there was no poison splash, XY would have so much more HP, which would give Star a worse chance in the fight. And XY could have won the battle between him and Star, and then XY would have been MVP. So in a way, Poison Splash was the MVP for this game.
I mean, even with that towards the end, I mean, you know, at the same time, you know what they say, the score is what really tells the story. Sorry, buddy, but it's just not going to be enough. It don't matter, which is unfortunate. But you know, you know what does matter? You making sure that you have your NARAKA link to your Twitch, so that way you can capture these drops, and also making sure that you're paying attention, so that way you can get these drops. But on top of that, we're also going to take one quick break before we come back for game number 3 and the halfway point for our summer day 1 solos for NARAKA BLADEPOINT.
History has been made on the NARAKA BLADEPOINT channel here as we welcome you back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Summer Split of 2024. It's bi-week 3, day 1. So this is the pace that we're going to be setting for the entire bi-weekly split. Ladies and gentlemen, we witnessed some crazy stuff going on. The 1-2-3 Jade Cyan Fang making its appearance into these solo games, and we also saw the crazy Greatsword Pole Sword Congeneric swap, killing Spider, none other than Spider, the hero of these Nbpl games that we usually see coming out on top, getting hit by a super parryable move. I think that was absolutely crazy, super hilarious that we got to see that happen. I'd love to see it again. I doubt we will, but it's absolutely crazy. I'm your host and caster Seb. I'm joined alongside my man Dabier as we are joining in for game number 3 is about to start in just a sec. Dobby, we've had 2 games played so far. What are you thinking about the craziness here?
So far, it's been really good for some of these players here. I feel like we've seen some really amazing steals so far, and the timing for some of these players have been absolutely phenomenal to watch here overall. As we're going to look at Arana with that average kills of a 2.9 so far, and 12,000 damage. I mean, Arana with that confidence coming into finishing up that game number 2 has been phenomenal to see. It's going to be fun where the other ones go. And in terms of how they're going to be able to really put this together here, is going to be absolutely phenomenal. It's been surprising so far here. Can't say the same for Kai Bao. Kai Bao's been putting in a little bit of effort, you know. Listen, it's because he lost his hair. That's really why. Because he shaved his hair and then he had to come back and do it again. Unfortunate. But you know, even with that though, be all right.
Oh, of course.
Okay. So
yeah, you got to shake off. Getting 2 donuts in the first couple of games, is definitely not a place that you want to be in. Wolves Kai Bao not in the greatest position right now, but he does have the opportunity to come back. He's got 4 more games to make a statement, and hopefully we'll see it happen. He's going to be, I'm pretty sure he's going to be in the top picks for hero selection. He's going to be one of the first 3. So at least he's going to get to play one of the meta heroes, going to have a chance to come out on top in these next couple of games. And hopefully we'll get to see him put a few more points on the board, because the zeros are adding up, and not adding to your score while everybody's jumping away from you. It makes it very difficult to continue on in the rest of these games. And it's going to be difficult for him to qualify, especially when 2 of his chances have been lost. And actually he is only going to be in that 5th round selection, as Mike and Spider are going to take the last round. So they are going to be playing on opposite heroes again. I want to see the mirror matchup in the realm of Yang. That's all I've been asking for today. Frosted is getting that 4th round. Star and XY going to be taking the 1st round selection. Arano and 521 going to be taking that 2nd round selection. It's going to be interesting to see. We've seen a little bit of variation. Usually we see the double Liam, the double Kylan, the double Hottie. And now we've seen a couple of these players opting to pick Kylan in that 1st round selection. So we are going to see the double Liam come out here. I'm guessing we'll see the double Kylan come out here. Unique and Arano. Looks like they're taking a second to lock in their characters. Hottie. See, we are seeing the switch up here. I'm loving that by week 3 we are seeing the switch up. It's interesting to see.
Hottie. Hottie.
Bong.
Hottie. Anyway.
Bong opting for Tessa on 3rd round selection. It's not the most optimal play, but it is something that it's very interesting to say the least. Putting on the 3rd round, coming up with a Tessa is definitely interesting. We're going to see how Fung reacts to the play, and it looks like since Kylan hasn't been picked yet, we're going to see the double pick. Frostivus on Kylan, AIS on Kylan. We've seen how strong Kylan is, and Frostivus loving to take those Realm of Yang fights. If he's going to be able to secure Realm of Yang with the Kylan against any other hero, especially Matari or Hottie, he's going to have a super huge chance of coming out on top. So this is the game you want to keep an eye on, Frostivus, ladies and gentlemen. And Mike and Spider gonna get the scraps. Temmie coming up for Spider, and we're gonna see what Mike is gonna play here. It could be a very interesting one. Akos coming up for Mike, so pretty standard pick there.
Pretty aggressive pick too, for sure, knowing that the lobby is definitely going to get very much ransacked overall, knowing that we're going back to a very known map, a map that everybody knows about. It's going to be good timing overall here, as we're really going to see where these type of moments happen, though, for some of them, as we're going to look back and we're going to head towards Morris Isle for another good set of games, another good set of vibes here. Let's see if they can really conjure up something amazingly phenomenal, as we're going to be able to look at this and see how they're going to be able to put this all together. I mean, so far these games have been good. Arano getting a dub in our game number 2. Now let's see what type of magic they can really come up with towards this next fight here. We're going to go right back onto you. What do you got?
Arano is going to be F2 V2. This is his double pick of Hottie. So he's already burning his double pick. If you're not familiar with the pick rates for the NBPL, in solos, you are allowed to only play one hero twice. You usually play your strongest hero twice, and Arano burning it in game number 3 is a pretty bold move. So now he is not going to have the chance to double pick a hero. He's going to have to play unique heroes for the rest of the game. It shouldn't be too much of a problem for him, since he does still have his Kylan and Liam picks to play. But the double Hottie coming up this early is very, very interesting. And Fung picking Tessa in round 3 is insane. F1v1 on the Tessa, F1v3 on the Temmie, F2v2. Mike opting to play on that F2. We usually see the F1 coming out, but the combo starter on the F2 is a very, very coveted move. It's situational, But if you're able to pull it off right, you're able to snake away a lot of kills from these players, send them flying up into the air. You're able to send it out right away, not charging it up, getting yourself a combo starter, and then you're able to get yourself a finishing move or a combo extender. If you hold on to that F, you hold the F button a little bit longer, you're able to charge it up and send out a bigger F1 roar, F2 roar. My mistake, ladies and gentlemen. And Dobby, take it away for our forecast.
Let's see it all the way here. We're going to see two people heading towards the Hall of Penitence, towards Eventide Temple. Meanwhile, everybody else is going to be kind of on this diagonal area here, starting from, it looks like either Pool of Cleansing or Windfall George, heading from Zest Winery to Artesian Servants, and heading towards Sunwings West. So it looks like it's going to be a fair share of a lot of moments here and some momentum for some of these players here as they're really going to start to dive in. It's definitely been very much like this kind of straight line, or it's like kind of curving off in terms of where people have been landing here. A lot of people have been playing this super well here, so it's good to see where the momentum has gone for some of these players. Now let's see if they can keep that same momentum, locking this in for our game number 1. Meanwhile, for Fong, as they really start to be able to push in towards this here, Fong trying to see if they can dive strong and really trying to keep it together here, because they're going to tend to back off this, playing this super well. Taking his time throughout all this is Wolves going to be able to close back on towards it off the back. And it looks like Fong, oh, nice hits from the hand blades. And is able to get the finish off of that, though. Unfortunate, though, not able to really close in that gap as much as they wanted to here. But they were able to see the gap for what it was. They were able to calculate it just a little bit better. I think they can take that time off towards the next one here, as OUG's Mike's trying to see if maybe they can get a nice little bit of a hit here, as Unique ends up getting collided, dided, and so close to being finished here. Unfortunate, though. Oh, nice blade to be able to get that successful off of him as well towards this. Tries to see if he can hit him, but unfortunate, was unsuccessful. Oh, but he's able to get it on that one, though. He might have missed on the first one, but he's not going to miss on the second. Meanwhile, OUG's Mike trying to see if he can get a reshield here for the connectivity. Trying to do so much here towards this final finish here. Even with the strip fight, still able to dive in just a little bit better. Trying to play that out just a little bit smarter. From what we've noticed so far here is OUG's Mike's going to be able to go airborne here, trying to see if maybe he can collide towards the fight, but sadly was unable to. As it looks like he's going to be able to separate, to be able to capture one. It looks like it's going to be in the capture side of Star. As it looks like he's going to close in on it. Finally able to get some hits, though. He finds the gray shield swap. Sadly, unable to really do too much here, as he ends up popping the stun here towards this. Tries to go for the reset. Is he able to plan for him to watch, to be able to go right through towards the backside? And here comes another player. And it looks like that's going to be Yuan. Trying to see if they can close that out. Not able to do too much here towards that. Oh, Star. Able to push him off a little bit. Nice little bit of a check. Tries to tell him, where do you think you're going there, buddy? Bucko. And Star trying to see if he can take his time here towards this. Goes right outside towards the window here. Trying to see if he can maneuver towards this left side. And it looks like he was able to go right back towards the window. Trying to time this out just a little bit while longer here is Star. Trying to see if they can close this out. Trying to see if maybe they can capture this a little bit here. Mike. Kind of closing the gap little by little here, but Star is not making it easy for him. He said, listen, if you're going to have to get this elimination, you're going to have to earn it.
Yeah, Mike really working hard for the kill. Star doing everything in his power to kite this out. He's doing a phenomenal job, as Mike, out of grapples, is going to end up being able to pick up a few, as TE Star going to be able to kite this out. Looks like he has broken the ankles of Mike. Mike going to do just a little bit of extra looting, as Star needs to hold up in that zone if he does not want to get caught out here. As we are going to see DRG's falling purple dual blades in hand, so he's going to have a huge weapon advantage onto Fat Milk with the gray longsword. So you're going to see him come through with the Matari teleport into the 1.0, is able to connect here, goes for that F ability thrust from the ultimate. We're going to see the blue armor swap coming out here from Wufang. Fat Milk able to pick up the purple armor and is going to go for a reset, while DRG's Fung decides to come in onto the aggression, into the scale rush, into the 1.0, into the grapple bump. F ability going to come out to be able to block the follow-up damage from the grapple bump. But we are going to see Funk still hot in pursuit, looking to see where he's been kited out, as Spider looks to join the mix as well. Blue dual blades in hand, purple armor for Spider, is going to do a little bit of looting, but he does have a bounty on one of these players, so it's going to be a little bit easier for him to spot out some of his opponents. No ult zone is going to get popped. Fung is on Tessa, which is an interesting pick here that we saw, especially since he picked it while he had the opportunity to play a hero like Kylan. I believe he's already picked one of his Kylans, so he doesn't want to play that too much, and I believe he's picked Matari as well. Didn't want to invest a double pick here. playing the Tessa in round 3. Very interesting play here, as we are going to see him losing a decent amount of HP, is in that no ult zone, so he's not going to have the opportunity to place a Tessa charm on any one of these players, and it looks like Wufang knows that he's hopped outside of the no ult zone. So we are going to see the armor swap coming out from Wufang as well, or from Feng. We see the heal and the reset coming out, as it looks like they are going to take themselves their separate ways. Feng joining back into the mix. Wufang, 2 eliminations on the board already for Wufang as well, which is, he is coming out of the gates hot every single game, picking up so many kills, doing the absolute best to put in as much work as possible. Spider here doing a little bit of extra looting. No eliminations, and he has been taken back to the soul altar already, as this first Yang is going to spawn. This is where he's going to need to put some numbers up. He's going to cross paths with Mike here, as they're both deciding to go for this realm of Yang. All of these players are going to start converging on the portals to try and collect that coveted Yang pass to be able to enter the realm of Yang. Mike still only has the gray armor and blue weapon. Longsword putting in absolute work for him though throughout these games. He has been able to do so much with the blue longsword. Was almost able to pick up a couple of extra eliminations. Was only able to take the 1 kill. TE Star doing a great job of being able to kite out and break some ankles. Is we see JL's AIS still in Sunwing's Rest, just hanging out up on the top area. Frostivus as well, purple dual halberds, and I believe he has picked up a kill already too. Wolves Kai Bao, no eliminations on the board, is going to try and go for this Realm of Yang. He needs to put a kill on the board. Winning this Realm of Yang would give him the confidence boost he needs to continue into this game. Spider though is going to get caught out by the Tessa ultimate here. Is going to get himself charmed. It looks like Feng is just going to use this time to kite this out. He does have the Yang pass in hand, does not need to engage into this fight. We are going to see Feng is going to get caught out into the 1.0 coming through from Spider. Spider's going to be able to come and claim this Yang pass, as it looks like the pass might drop. Feng was able to keep it together inside the zone though. He doesn't really have the greatest ultimate to be able to kite out in this realm, but he does have F ability back online, trying to go for the parry here. Spider with the 1-2. Same thing happening over and over again here. He was able to roll away, so he wasn't getting sent up too far into the sky. F ability getting popped here. 10 seconds left. That's all he needs to last 10 seconds. He gets Spider with the ultimate here. Gonna try and catch him into the Wind Wisp, but now there's only 2 seconds left. Is gonna end up doing that follow-up damage and then just taking himself into this Realm of Yang for the fight. Full ultimate back, full F on regen, as he's going to be fighting TE Star in the Realm of Yang, as we're going to see ASE and Wolves entering in the second realm, and EWG versus Frostivus. I want to see Frostivus come away with the dub in this Realm of Yang. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
He's going to take his time here towards this, but sadly, was going to get some nice hits, though, from Star. Star, with those dual blades, he's going to try to see if he can capture the timing, though, but the stun is going to be able to hit them back a little bit here. It's Bang trying to see if maybe they can find a maneuver for it. Nice hits to be even connected from the spear, but sadly was not able to do an insane amount of damage here, as he does be able to deplete the rest of the shield with that cannon. Beautiful strike towards it, though, trying to see if he can do a little bit of a stun through the wall here. Kind of an interesting play coming in from Feng, and that's the beautiful thing about playing when it comes to Feng playing. He's a very unpredictable player. His play style absolutely phenomenal here, as he does end up getting caught though by that stun. And it looks like here we go again. Let's try to see if maybe he can come through it with it. Ooh, dangerously low. This might be huge for him, but it's not going to be enough, as he does end up swiping him towards the end here. All he needed was maybe 1 to 2 more seconds for the finish of that depletion. Is able to get the strike down just good enough to be able to find it exactly the way he wants to here. And now let's see what he can do here as Frostivus, our boy Frosty, finally able to capture the elimination against our second game winner, which is Arano.
And we do see as well Wolves Kai Bao in the back end picking up his first elimination of the day. 1 kill in 3 games. Not the best start, but he did get Vermilion's Burn Might. So we're going to see him play hyper aggro here. He does have a lot of ground to make up, but he won the Yang. We are going to see Arano, XY, and Feng on Yang depletion. This is some of our top players who are now going to be on the back foot, which is interesting to see none the least, as we are going to see Fat Milk now is going to get hit by the Tiger Pounce into the follow-up damage here, but now able to get himself a gray armor swap. We are going to see the LMB Prio into the Tiger's Pounce and slam again. We're going to see him try and go for the scale rush to finish off this elimination, but the 1-2 is going to come through. He does have that F2 available, does miss the shot on the F2, and now Fat Milk, 1 HP in a dream. All he needs to do is kite out here, and it looks like Mike has spotted him out. Fat Milk needs to run away quickly. He misses the grapple. No, Mike Mike. Oh my goodness, what are you doing? We're going to see him being able to run away. Matari, one of those heroes that's just amazing at kiting, especially with her abilities, has so much movement buff. No ultimate available, but could have an F ability online if need be. We are seeing them kite out. Mike just desperate for this elimination, but he's missing grapple after grapple. So this could be an interesting one. He is catching up here. We are seeing that F ability now getting invested here. And we are going to flip over to Wolves Kai Bao as we wait XY on the back foot of this fight. XY, one of the players who is on Yang depletion, needs to get an elimination quick here. We are going to see the RMB into the jumping LMB. As we see, Fat Milk does get eliminated by OUG's Mike, but the Prio is going to come through from XY into the jumping LMB, into the jumping LMB, into the jumping LMB again. 3 consecutive jumping LMBs, and now Kai Bao on the back foot here. We are going to see the ultimate getting invested, trying to kite that out as fast as possible. Unable to make too much happen here, as XY is going to end up going for a bit of a heal here. Little bit of a reset coming through, does cancel the ultimate. We do see Kai Bao with full ultimate. LMB Prio coming through. We are going to see the ultimate coming out again. Gets the Prio again into the uppercut, into the jumping LMB, into the jumping LMB again. Only gets this 2 coming out here, as we are going to see Prio coming through again. But the F ability going to come out from both of these players into another jumping LMB. Tries to go for the overhold here, and one more hit, one more jumping LMB. But we are going to see Prio coming out to Wolves Kai Bao. Tries to go for a jumping LMB himself. We are going to see the fist blades raining true though. It's Kai Bao 1 HP in a dream, and the jumping LMB is going to steal the deal, taking himself back to a soul altar. He did have that Vermilion's Bird Might, but XY going to cure his Yang depletion, put himself on the board for the game, and get himself a beautiful kill. And I know I said jumping LMB about 60 times, but it was what was going on, ladies and gentlemen. That was a crazy play coming through.
Crazy counter here. Meanwhile, Wolves look like he's having a trouble with the counter as well here. As Yuan coming in with that absolute aggression here. Oh, but I take it back. The parry able to do a little bit of some damage here. Make him stumble just a little bit here as he is forcing to pop the ult here. Wolves Kai Bao trying to see if he can find it. Nice connection towards that. Is able to capture him with the stun here. Nice juggle right towards it here. Really able to keep the same aggression going. Here comes that gold focus. And it looks like he's going to take his time here waiting for it just in case he times it connected. As it looks like both of them were able to connect it, but not as often here. Oh, he's able to capture him on the juggle here. Nice strike to be able to collide towards him. And still is going to be able to work towards it here as both of them are going to be within the stun here. He says, hey, why not do that? Let's not do that today. Beautiful stun towards that on both sides here. Wolves Kai Bao wants to finish this off. 52 seconds left on the clock. He has time. The question is, who's going to connect it first? Oh, it looks like Wolves Kai Bao is going to be able to do just that. That brief sigh of relief as he's like, whew. Okay.
I'm finally on the board.
Got him.
Yeah, putting himself up his first elimination in the 3 games. He does end up getting eliminated outside of the realm of Yang by the same player he fought on the inside, is now Frostivus being the target of Arano. Arano, the player who did lose to him in the realm of Yang. Frostivus is without Yang depletion, or is without Vermilions right now though, so he could be in a bit of trouble. Huge parry we're going to see coming out now, but Frostivus is going to get eliminated off of this. Arano needs the Soul Bloom though, is trying to pick up the kill. It looks like XY was able to come through, jumping LMBs again over and over again, is going to pick him up in the Liam ult to finish off the elimination, and ASE's XY putting on a clinic for us today here, is going to pick himself up another Soul Bloom and some extra goodies as he's able to take out both Frostivus and Arano in the same go, stealing these kills away from these players, as we're seeing Spider going to enter into that realm of Yang, fighting against who knows who. We are going to be seeing the Temi coming up from Spider. This isn't his usual pick. He's got no eliminations on the board so far. Needs to pick up the pace if he wants to keep his numbers high. But keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, after these 6 games are done, these players also have 1 more day to play. As looks like nobody's going to be entering in the realm of Yang here. X1's Wufang going to get a huge parry off onto AXE's XY. We're going to see another parry coming out here on to XY parrying Wufang the other way around, as we are going to see the overhold coming through onto both of these players, and Wufang just taking the brunt of so much damage into their RMB, into the jumping LB, into a jumping LB. The Haughty ultimate invested now as we take to the skies, and the bow shot. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, he's playing a first-person shooter as we see the crazy bow shot. DRG's Fong versus OUG's Mike in the realm of Yang.
Accuracy couldn't be any better here, as he was able to do that just as much here. Now we're about to go right back to the realm of Yang here for another fight, as we see Fong and Mike going to be able to work towards fighting this out here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum going here towards that shutout, as Mike absolutely getting destroyed here by Fong here. But it looks like Fong trying to see if maybe he can capture the rotation and maybe see if he can continue but not going to be able to do a lot here. Is Fung trying to see if he can capture the hits towards this blue focus on both strides. Oh, Fung with a beautiful backup here. So that way the range between the fan does not actually connect. Beautiful duck and dodge here. Fung reading him like a book, but Mike is able to read it just a little bit faster here. It looks like he's going to be able to capture the strike, captured with the juggle. Beautiful strike to be able to capture it. Oh, and here comes the Tiger for the final blow. Absolutely ridiculous. Beautiful finish, though. Definitely did not give him the opportunity for him to even try to get close to even shut that out. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, nice dub coming in from him. Mike,
yeah,
back at it.
Huge play coming up from Mike. Was able to read the Tesla ultimate perfectly, able to get himself a gold weapon, gold armor, White Tiger's prowess, and he's ready for some more kills. 3 eliminations on the board so far from Mike. Hasn't been able to come out with a dub just yet. We do see, it looks like Spider lost the Realm of Yang. Spider and Fung losing these Realm of Yangs as TE Star was able to take out Spider. As we now see the rematch outside of the realm here. We are going to see Star coming through with the Rampage Soul Jade on the Gold Hung Sword, dealing a lot of damage. The Overhold going to come through. Spider now trying to make something happen on the Temi, is making it very difficult for him. The Overhold's going to come through, though. Star losing so much gold HP, brings it back around with the 1.0 into the Rampage from TE's Star here. The Rampage Jade just dealing so much damage. Now Spider forcing himself into a very bad position here. Tries to go for the parry into the Nbpl. Huge parry from Spider, but the F ability going to come out from Star, allowing him to keep the weapon. Ultimate coming out from Star. We're waiting to see the ultimate from Spider. He needs the ult, but gets caught in the Liam ultimate, and Spider getting eliminated by Star again. No Yang depletion cure for him. No eliminations on the board for this game, and it looks like it's going to be just the placement points for Spider today in this game. Number 3, TE Star picking up a beautiful elimination, not allowing Spider to use his Temi ultimate to be able to kite the situation. Pops the Liam ult, gets him in the silence, and uses the follow-up to be able to complete the last amount of damage he needs to come through with the elimination. Now DRG's Fung on the back foot. JL's AIS trying to make something happen onto him as well. We're getting a huge parry come out from Fung here. So you're going to see the uppercut slash into the follow-up focus attack here from Fung instead of the parry punish damage, as we're seeing a third party jump into the play here as well. It looks to be OUG's Mike with the White Tiger's prowess ready for the hunt. We are going to see him be able, AIS able to scale rush out and tap dodge through the Tesla ultimate. And now Fung being the only Tesla in the lobby, everybody knows who is playing him. And now we can see Mike not giving up the pursuit, able to get the scale rush follow-up damage into the F1, into the F from Fung. Mike investing that F2, but Fung answering with an F ability of his own to be able to get all of these targets off of his back. Now Mike jumping into the mix, AIS coming through as well. We are seeing him try and kite around this area. This is a very, very kiteable spot, but it looks like so many of these players getting caught out. DRG's Fung able to hit a huge parry, does have a dagger in hand, so we've seen Fung be able to kite out these situations before, especially on these buttery rocks. He is a pro at breaking ankles with the dagger. We're going to see the Tesla ultimate come out. Nobody getting hit with the Tesla ult here. F ability invested, misses a parry here, is going to be on the back foot, trying to run away from every single player in the lobby who has his scent. He is on Yang depletion as well, so he still needs an elimination, and it's very difficult to happen when everyone's focused on you. You want the attention to turn onto somebody else, but nobody is going to give you the opportunity. No one's going to give you the light of day. Everyone's got gold armor that's chasing him and gold weapons in hand as well. Fung in a very difficult situation as Mike spots him out. TE Star just waiting on the bottom side for him to appear here. The 1-2 doesn't let him go for the heal. Into a 1-2 again. F ability invested. Still has a little bit of timer left on the F. Gonna back out. Tries to go for another scale rush above. In and out of the zone as he's taking a little bit of storm damage walking through here. Needs to get himself out of this situation, but no HP remaining. And it looks like ASC's XY gonna come through with a huge scale rush from the pull sword to come away with this elimination, putting XY onto 4 kills. Wu Fang as well, one of the players that we thought was going to show a little bit more promise in this game, picking up 2 kills early, were the only 2 kills he put up, and putting himself at a final game. In game number 3 is only going to pick up those 2 eliminations, as OUG's Mike going to do a little bit of looting onto Fung's body here, going to get himself a little bit of damage in the storm, but picking him up with some good resources as he's going to jump right back in. As all these players do end up seeing him, he does have the golden Soul Jade on those dual halberds. So Dragon like Mike is going to be a huge, powerful ally for him coming into this game. as the 80% Bane is covering the zone. The Spirit Well is going to be Mystic Might, so a lot of these players aren't going to try and go for it, but the UAV buff and the gold armor swap is something that these players still do covet, so we will see a few of these players going through as Mike goes back to loot.
With that as well here, usually Mike trying to see if he could do some swapping, a little bit of shopping, shop till you drop. Okay, about same thing as well here. Trying to see if he could find some decent soul jades as well towards the next step. Trying to see if he can find the next base towards it. As Yuan is going to go for the rotation here. 6 alive, and we're only at game 3. We're about to hit the halfway mark, which is phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. These games are going by super fast. Usually we see them taking a lot slower paced, but everybody set the pace for aggressive today as we see the Realm of Yang, or sorry, the Spirit Well start out to spawn. It's TE Star going to try and hold that with the Dragon-like, and we also see OUG's Mike with the Dragon-like Might as well. So both of these players having that gold soul jade going to be able to take so much space here. It looks like TE Star is going to claim this pretty easily. Not going to go for any of the loot so far. He does have golden armor already, so anytime he's in trouble, he just heads back to that spot. Nobody else is allowed to touch that golden armor. You'll see if any other player tries to pick it up, it will not let them. And he's got Kaibao on the ropes here up against the wall. This is a very difficult position to be in. He's not able to kite out, tries to dash away, gets stuck on the wall. It's getting griefed by terrain here, trying to go for a bit of a reset here. Gonna try and scale out, gets a bit of siphon off from hitting, I believe, TE Star on the side there. Star does have that UAV Mystic Might buff available, is gonna try and hit him with the Dragon-like. Kaibao now doing a good job at scaling, is going to get caught out though. This is a very difficult situation for him to be in as he keeps losing his footing on these buttery rocks and on the walls, as he's having a lot of trouble being able to find himself a good spot to heal up. He is going to be able to get one pot off here, but full weakness in the zone is going to make it very difficult to survive. Going to use that F ability to kite out even more, but ASC's XY hot on his tail, gets one slash off on the pull sword, gets the second, gets the third, and now TE Star going to come through with the rampage, coming away and stealing the elimination, putting himself onto 5. ASE's XY and TE Star both battling it out to see who's going to come out victorious in this game. 4 kills for Star, or 4 kills for XY, 5 kills for Star, 3 kills for Mike, and 0 for Unique and AIS.
Absolute fine here towards this is fine. 5 players alive here as the Bane's Breath is absolutely putting in a lot of massive work here. As looks like the cannon shot's going to be able to ricochet towards Yuan, able to get some shield. AIS and ends up getting hit though, and he's in the middle of a fight between him and Star, in between 2 different people. Oh, both of them end up getting sideswiped though. But it looks like OUG's Mike here, AS, is able to actually find a hit too. Both of them just trying to see if they can ricochet this and get away. But it looks like a Unique is going to get caught by some massive hits, though. It looks like it's going to be from the dual blades as Star trying to see if he can not get caught up, as Unique also same position, just trying to see if he can bow out of this as best as possible. Not the best look for him though, forced to pop the ulti, trying to see if he can escape towards this, gets caught right in front of some massive logs. Not looking good for him though. Looks like he might have had the free time to be able to get some free moment here for him to shield up. Oh no, oh no, AIS gets hit by the Bane's Breath though. Not looking good though, because now he's caught on the chopping block. Or was that OUG's Mike that actually ended up getting hit by it? It looks like they're still focusing on Unique though. Unique dangerously low. This is the opportunity though. And sadly, AIS is able to capture a good elimination off this Mike. Gave Mike the chance for him to be able to separate himself from the rest of the pack. And is able to get some shield and some heals here. Going to be able to replenish that. Be able to go back towards the next fight here. Meanwhile, he's able to find AIS up top. Not able to do a lot though, as he ends up going shopping again. He's going to go back to shopping while you drop. Shopping while you drop.
Yeah. AIS picking up his first elimination of the game, was able to take Unique out. Unique going out in 5th place with not a single kill on the board, but was still able to gain a little bit of placement points for himself. I believe that was a 1 point or a 0.5 on the placements, as AIS sending those repetitive cannon shots, but getting caught by a Dragon-like on the corner here. Doesn't want to throw the full extent of the Dragon-like out because he doesn't want to get parried here. AIS trying to bring it back around, is going to get himself a huge parry, but the F ability from Star is going to come in. Overhold going to connect from AIS onto TE Star. Star aggressive in the chase though, wants this kill, but it looks like XY is going to go out to OUG's Mike. Now TE Star, the player to win it here, as Mike on 4. Star on 5, and AIS here on 1 elimination, trying to make something happen with the last little bit of his Kylan ult, is going to be on that infinite mortality here, as we do know TE Star does have that gold armor swap in the back pocket right there for anyone who is wondering why there's just a gold armor sitting there and AIS not taking it. He is unable to come away with that. We're going to see the gray armor swap coming out, but the F2 coming through from Mike, able to deal a decent amount of stun and damage. AIS going to take back up to the skies here, as if Mike takes this, the 1v1 is going to be the deciding factor in who's going to win the game, because they'll be tied on 5 kills apiece, and the 6th kill is going to go to whoever kills the other player. AIS is going to be the deciding factor for this. If he gets 2 kills in a first place finish, I believe he might surpass in the amount of points you get from the multiplier. So that is still a possibility, but Mike giving so many shots through, 69, 74% on the ultimate now, as if he's able to get his ultimate back up, AIS is in for a rude awakening of trouble here, as TE Star waiting in the wings, trying to see if he can make something happen. Gold pull sword in hand, does have the ultimate online, only player with ultimate available, but these players are gaining rage back super fast. This is Immortal War. You gain rage at quite a more rapid rate here, as we are going to see the parry try and come through. Scale rush coming out from TE Star. Gold pull sword is just a very, very dangerous weapon to have, especially I believe he's got that blistering edge Soul Jade that you do see him charging up. Could send out a wave of hurt from the burn damage. We're seeing AIS try to go for the parry. We see the burn come out from the pull sword here, as we do see him sent both into the storm here, and he's picked TE Star, picks up the elimination, and now he sends Mike out into the zone, and all he needs is one more blistering edge shot. The F ability sending him into the zone. Tiger Leap to try and make it back in, but he's 1 HP in a dream. All he has to do is hit 1 Liam ultimate, and he doesn't hit the first one here, and the 1 slash from the pull sword to seal the deal on the game. TE Star 7 kills and a first place finisher. He's gonna get the multiplier, he's gonna get the 3 points. Star having an absolute tear, came into game 2, was able to get the first place finish with 1 or 2 eliminations, I believe, and now he goes for the 7 kill dub. Absolute insanity here.
Absolutely insane here. Star able to capture the dub, wiping his hands. I know he got real sweaty in the middle of that fight. Whole lot of maneuvering that he really has to do here and not getting caught up in a bad situation here. I mean, obviously it could get very hasty, especially with the amount of players that's surrounding you. Don't want to get caught up in a tough situation here, and obviously it can get very, very hectic in some of these areas here. And he's able to do exactly what he needs to here towards that final circle. Beautiful shutdown here. Star is able to capture game number 3 in the halfway mark of our games tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We still have 3 games left for our day 1. Week 3, day 1 here. But Star able to take a dub for our game number 3. Able to hash that out very, very well here. Overall, really beautiful shutdown, really fantastic maneuvering, and a moment that honestly, it's been honestly fantastic, genuinely.
Yeah, Star just coming out of nowhere too. It's something very unexpected. We don't usually see Star coming through with plays like this, and to have him MVP game number 3, this is an amazing bi-weekly 3. Like, this is a perfect start off to the day. He comes through with the pull sword of all weapons as well. Blistering edge on that pull sword, sending Mike into the zone along with JL's AIS, and all he needs to do is confirm the 1 LMB for the victory. Mike just taking so much damage in the zone. The F ability sending Mike back into the zone. 1 HP in a dream on the ultimate. If he gets a Tiger Slam, he might get a little bit of siphon, but he misses the second lunge and is end up defeated by Star. He has ultimate invested. Star was able to hold on to that ult for so long that it was just at the end, it's like, oh my god, he's almost dead. We're gonna see him happen with the pull sword, and then it's like, oh yeah, I also have my ultimate in the back pocket, by the way, just in case you don't die from my pull sword. I'm gonna take out that ult and just make it even more difficult for you. And what a game indeed. TE Star, it was in between Mike and Star for a little bit there. We saw Mike coming through with a lot of damage on those gold dual halberds, and Star was able to take both eliminations away. Absolutely insane. We're going to take a look at the scoreboard here. Star with 7 kills and 3 ranking points with the multiplier, putting him at, I believe, the highest scoring game today with an 11.4 game score. Mike is going to hit second place with 4 kill points and 2 ranking points, putting him at 6. XY is going to get the 1.5 on the ranking points, so the 5.5 for him. Wu Fang still in the top as he was able to pick up 2 kills, only the 0.5 on the ranking points, giving him a 2.5 game score, tied with AIS, who finished in 3rd place with the 2.5 game score. Arano in 6th. And we see Wolves Kaibao picking up a few more eliminations, but he is still going to be very low on the ground. 2 donuts on the day, but 2 points, 0.5 of a point ahead of Fat Milk, who's now taken that 12th place position at 1.5. Frostavis at 4.5, 1 point on these games so far. We need to see a little bit more from him coming out, but Mike starting to heat up. He had a 0, now he's got a 2, now he's got a 6. We're going to see a little bit more coming out from him, but Star overtaking Wu Fang with 18.3, and look at how close this is. 18.3 for Star. X1 Wu Fang on 18.2. Wow. And then 15.5 for XY, 11.5 for Arano, 9.5 for Spider, and 9 for Fung. This is the closest we've seen the NBPL solo standings in the top 6. This is absolutely insane.
Absolute shutdown here. What a find, though, to be able to get that finish here. As we're going to look back at the replays here for Thunderbot. Born for Gaming, as we're going to go back to seeing TE Star, our winner for our game number 3 here, getting caught in that choke with Fung. Fung able to do it, and his timing, though, to be able to get that finish was absolutely phenomenal here. Able to show it so well here. Able to make it happen here towards this as Yuan. Trying to see where the next stature of it is going to be, going towards Yuan, trying to work towards it, and is able to get the finish on Arano here. Back inside of the realm of Yang here. Mike able to find this with Fung here. Fung really getting absolutely destroyed, though, by that fan. Is able to updraft this and able to do so much. And look at that takedown with the Tiger. Is able to get it just enough where he didn't need to do anything else. He just let the Tiger do the most of the work. Meanwhile, Star, again, caught in a crazy tough situation here, but really was able to read it super strong here, even towards the timing here. And just like what you said, absolutely sending them and yeeting them outside of the circle here. Not giving him much of an opportunity here, really, to try to recover too often here. And even towards that in the final circle here, is able to do a lot. Nice slam, trying to see if they can connect it. Beautiful turnaround, though. I mean, able to read that super well, and then was obviously able to get the shutdown here. What a beautiful game. What a beautiful finish coming in from TE Star here. But let's check it out as we're going to see the MVP. I think this is his 2nd MVP, and it is with 17,000 damage, 7 eliminations. Hang Sword being his most used damage weapon with 5,377 damage. Alongside his martial art Will Form Hook, he actually had 2, actually.
Double
2 martial art Will Form hooks. Starfall, Rampage, Blistering Edge, and a martial art Tai Chi Fan. Absolutely impressive and massive for what he was doing, though, obviously. And like I said, Star's second MVP.
He's using those Will Form hooks to just maximize the amount of damage reduction that he's going to be getting from those Soul Jades, giving him a little bit more ability to withstand the amount of damage that these players are outputting. And the kill on the Spider, I've got to say, is so phenomenal. Spider has ult available. He's in his F ability. He's able to throw that ultimate out, but with the split-second decision to pop ultimate, we're able to see him use the ult to silence Spider and come away with the full elimination. All he had to do was tap F one more time, and he comes away victorious with the kill. And that was the turning point in the game. He was able to take DRG's Fong out as well early on in the realm of Yang, barely making that enchant timer. If the enchant goes off and he gets stunned from the Tessa charm, that game goes a completely different way. TE Star is forced to catch up after with the Yang depletion, and he's not picking up as many kills as he did. And he gets the buff. He does collect the Spirit Well in that late game as well, was able to capitalize a lot off of the fact that he has the Mystic Might buff, giving him that UAV. And wow, what a game. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to give you away to a quick interview, and then we'll be right back after this for game number 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Yeager, and now I'm standing here with 凯豹 and let him say hello to our audience. 好的，欢迎凯豹来到我们的赛后采访，先跟观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是成都狼队的凯豹。
欢迎凯豹，也是阔别已久的老朋友，再次欢迎来，欢迎你来到赛场，回到赛场，不是来到，欢迎回到。Okay, so first we know that 凯豹 he just left the venues for a long time and now back again. So first, I would like to know how he's feeling right now. 那目前为止啊，现在回归之后的前3把，来打下来感觉怎么样？
太紧张了，真的实在是太久没打比赛了，然后确实发挥的太差了吧，看看后3把能不能扳回一城。
Okay, to be honest, for me today, I'm really worried because I just like goodbye this stage for really long time. So this time really have a lot of stress right now. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the game. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好的，也来让我们看一下今天的题目是什么。So you guys can see the question on screen, and if you know the answer, just type them into chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, let's see today's question. Which hero did CD Wolves KB use in Game 3？ 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛凯报用到的是哪个英雄？那我们在说今天的那个比赛的时候，我就要问一问。刚才凯报有讲到前3把自己压力是不是有点大，感觉打得不是这么好？压力主要是来源于哪里？会不会因为这个团队啊，现在有了2位单排选手而感到有压力呢？
肯定有啊，但主要原因还是因为太久没打了吧。然后确实，毕竟这一次上。我自己其实也不想打得太烂嘛，打得太差，所以给自己加了太多压力了。后3把会减少一点这种心态。
Okay, so I just asked him about because he just said the game 1 to game 3 he is really worried. So I would like to know why he is nervous for before and did Wang Liang gave him a lot of press because they have 2 solo game player in the club, and he told me that he think to be honest it's his own reason because he just goodbye this stage for so long time and not really familiar with the speed like now in the matches, and for the rest of the game he will try his best. Okay, I think all players prepare and let's start counting. 凯报应该准备就绪给大家发出这个福利了。那我们接下来就一起进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请凯报公布一下刚才这道题的正确答案到底是什么呢？
C.
Okay, yeah, the correct answer is C. Okay, and also I would like to know for this time you return again, and this time your ambition is. 那这边要问一下，既然说到阔别已久，再回到是老将再回战场啊，这次我相信肯定是有很多的宏图大志，对不对？这次重回赛场之后，你的目标是什么？
今天我不说前面的吧，好吧，后3把的话，尽量看能不能拿把战神吧。
想拿一个 MVP 是不是 ？Okay, in my opinion, I think because we already done the game 1 to game 3, but for me, rest of the game, I would like to get an MVP today to prove myself. And also, we know that compared with the last season, what's the most different you think changed? Like for yourself， 那这边要再问一下，跟上个赛季比起来啊，凯豹觉得这个赛季自己变化最大在哪里？
头秃了，虽然flag输了，然后把头剃了，好，确实头秃了，我觉得变化最大。
最大的变化 ，Okay, so to be honest, I think the biggest difference for me is my hair because I just lose the game and with my audience, so that's why I just lack of hair now. 也是感谢凯豹也给我们带来了诸多的惊喜和欢乐啊！我觉得你这个心态其实特别的好，对不对？在这种情况底下，还是去实践践行了自己的诺言。那也期待你在这个好的心态之下，接下来3把会越战越勇，好不好？祝你好运。Okay, we would like to say good luck to KB and thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host, Ncaster7. I'm joined alongside Dobby, who had to have a little bit of an outfit change as we were running through. You know we got to switch up the drip as we go along. Me, I'm sticking with the classic J Team jersey. Never forget, one of the best teams to ever do it. Back-to-back World Championship dubs at the NBWC in the first Worlds and the second Worlds. We did see them fall off. They are no longer a team anymore, sadly, but I still support them in my heart and all the players who have gone on to different teams. Ladies and gentlemen, Twitch drops are live, so if you are watching for 15, 30, or an hour today, you will be getting some Tay, some Silk, and a trial choice gift, which gives you a chance to try before you buy. When you're jumping into these games, you get a chance to test out some outfits, test out what you want to customize your character as. And if you're watching for the bi-weekly finals, you're going to have the chance to win one of 4 of these crazy cool banners, some profile icons, and a bubble choice gift. And once you past these bi-weekly finals, these rewards are going to be gone. The Dragon's Grave, the one that everybody has been wanting. We know it's been coming out in the chat. Everyone's like, where's the banner? Where's the banner? We are going to see that come through this bi-weekly final. So make sure you tune in next weekend for an hour to watch those games come through. It's going to be an absolute incredible day when we're seeing the bi-weekly finals happen. But today, we're day 1. By week 3, so this sets the tone for the entire next 2 weeks. And right now the tone has been pretty crazy. We've seen Wolves Kaibao not having the greatest day of his life, but hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more coming out from him pretty soon. 521 Unique as well, not having the greatest day, and BBE's Fat Milk as well, putting up very few points. But these players have it in them to come out with a little bit more power. AOW, or OUG's Mike, hey, he's AOW in my heart still, but OUG's Mike coming through, putting up some decent numbers, but he does need a little bit more if he wants to come through. He had 0 in the first game, 2 in the second, 6 in the third. So these back ends of these 3 games are going to come through and give himself a boost. First round selection is going to go to Unique and Arano. Mike and Spider are going to be in the 3rd. Star and XY in the 2nd. 4th is going to go to Kaibao and Fat Milk. 5th to AIS and Frostivus. And last round to Feng and Wu Fang. Now, Wu Fang is a player that has been, as Dobby likes to call him, the dark horse of day 1 of bi-week 3.
So far here, it's been really good for a player like Star. And some of the other teams as well here, as it looks like we're going to go into the first lockouts for some of these players, though. Let's see what they can do here, as the expectancy is going to be really good. Let's see if they can figure it out.
Looks like we're going to be seeing a bit of a switch up. Not these players are deciding to opt to go for the opposite of what these other players are picking, instead of going for the double pick, which we are going to see in round selection 2. So, oh, we switches to Matari at the last second here. We're going to see 2 Liams, 1 Kylan, 1 Matari. Mike and Spider going, yes! The Yang Mira matchup on Kylan is going to be absolutely crazy. I am praying we get to see Mike and Spider face off against each other in the realm of Yang. Both on the Kylan. We're going to see 3 Kylans coming through in game number 4. Hottie pick's going to be coming out for Kaibao and Fat Milk, banning Hottie outright. It looks like we're going to see it. Oh, Tessa switch up at the last second there. No, we're locking in Hottie. We're locking in Hottie. He's playing with our emotions a little bit here, as we're going to see the Matari pick coming out for AIS. Frostivus yet to pick his hero. We're going to see him deciding what he's going to come through with. He's limited in options. Going to go for the Akos pick here, as Wu Fang and Fong on the last pick of this round. Game number 4, they are going to have 15 seconds, I believe, 20 seconds to decide who they are going to be playing here, and lock that in for game number 4. We're going to see both Justina, double Justina pick coming out right away from these players. Looks like Fung hovering over, switching between Akos and Justina. Looks like they are going to end up locking in that Justina pick. And seeing 2 Justinas in a lobby is going to be very, very interesting. We don't get to see the Justinas come out that often, but when they do, it is a show that you love to watch, especially with the V2 Ultimate, getting that guaranteed freeze if you make contact, coming in for some huge damage, especially a great counter to Hottie, a great counter to Liam, and a great counter to Kylan when they're in ultimate. Spider getting rowdy in the corner there with his coach, sharing some jokes, getting ready for this game. Everybody else looking dialed and locked in, as we're going to see which variants of the ultimates and abilities these players are going to be using. Pretty standard F1, V2, F1 for Fong. F1 on Justina? What is going on here, ladies and gentlemen? This is something that we don't typically see. It is not a F ability that you can use while being attacked, but you do gain some shield back while being frozen. So this could be an interesting play coming up here from Fong. F1v2. F1v2 coming up from Frostivus on the A coast. We're not going to see the F2 coming up from the A coast players here today, and the rest of it's going to be pretty standard. F2v2 for Wufang, which is the normal selection, and Unique and Fat Milk using their double picks up, as well as Mike on the Kylan is going to use up that double pick for this game. Star as well being one of these players to use up their double picks already pretty early. We saw one double pick in game number 3. Game 4, we're going to see 4 of them coming out, which is pretty interesting one. And Dobby, take it away for our Predoria weather forecast. Oh my goodness.
See if we can make it happen here, as we're going to see a lot. Oh my goodness. In Predoria, so we're only going to see about 2 people heading towards, it looks like that's going to be Azus, not Azus Peaks. That's going to be in Arcadia, it seems like. Meanwhile, we see the right side of Sky Gaze Cove. That's the only place I'm struggling with. Sky Gaze Cove is going to be Sky Gaze Cove is going to be absolutely stacked with everyone going there except for 2 players that's going to be heading towards Arcadia. I was going to be seeing a little bit of some fun all the way towards that backside, but everybody else is going to be in that Flame Court, Central Plaza, Seat of Eminence, Gate of Fate. Even a little bit towards the outer area too, at least near Mercury River and that Permivial Ridge. But it seems like everybody's going to be heading towards Sky Gaze Glove. So this might be a quick fight, depending on how this goes. This might be a quick. This might be quick. Not gonna lie to you. Let's see how this goes as we're about to lock it in for our game number 4.
Looks like Fong, Mike, and Spider all in this initial area all together here. Looks like we're going to see the 2 players not spawning at the top are already going at it. Purple dual halberds for both of them, but purple armor on Kaibao is going to give him a little bit of that armor advantage. We're going to see XY trying to go for the heal here. Slap coming up from XY. Double slap back into trying to go for the 1-2. Huge damage coming up from that slap. It just deals so much damage and you're not able to parry it. F1 coming out. F2, sorry, invested from XY here on the Matari, trying to go for that jump LMB. We see Wolves Kaiba hitting that 1-2 off. Doesn't have the combo break here. Now this is where XY is going to be in a bit of trouble. Gets the slap off and now needs to kite this out, but the uppercut from Kaibao is going to come in and secure him a kill. We're seeing OUG's Mike as well picking up a kill in the feed onto BBE's Fat Milk. As XY is going to end up heading to the Soul Altar. Wufang now in a bit of trouble. It looks like Fong going to pick up the kill with a beautiful bow shot scale rush coming in from WBG Spider into the jump LMB. DRG's Fong going to try and follow that up with a focused scale rush onto Spider. Spider going to counter grapple around to try and get that prio off. Fong just going to be using that spear to take space, staff to take space, sorry, into the charged attack from the 1-2. Mike going to be coming in as well. Longsword slash is coming up from Spider. Gets the LMB prio into the 1-2 here. And this is the danger of having F1 on Justina. You're going to get that shield back, but as soon as you're out, you've got no combo breaking. You got nowhere to go. Huge parry coming up from Mike here onto Spider. And this is the mirror matchup we've been waiting to see all day, ladies and gentlemen. Mike versus Spider into this fight. We're going to see the ultimate coming out from Spider. Now Mike investing that ult. We're going to see Spider able to connect. Mike now connecting into the follow-up. Spider in a dangerous spot here, losing a lot of HP, not getting that siphon back. Now bringing it back around 1/left. Mike still has that immortality possibility to proc here, as Spider is going to end up trying to kite this out. Does not want to engage into this fight. Is going to get caught out, though. F ability going to be invested to be able to give himself some space. Spider 1 HP in a dream. Mike close behind, though. Going to give off some super quick following. 1 pistol shot, and it's all over for Spider right here, as Mike could be taking this kill into this first game. Tries to go with the pistol shot, and he gets the connect. Spider's going to go down. What a beautiful shot from Mike to start this game off, and I want to see them face off in the Yang. I really hope it happens, Dobby.
Yeah, we love the Yang face-offs, especially when it comes to players like this, and we see them pretty regularly when it comes to these types of fights here. And obviously, it can get very hectic and very insane, depending on like what we're kind of like going through in certain situations here. And just being able to like work towards that. Let's see if maybe they can figure this out here, as Arano's going to try to see if maybe he can clutch it up. Sadly, able to miss out on the defensive clang when it comes to the parry here. Not able to find it as he misses it again, but is able to get a little bit more aggressive, as Frosted is dangerously low now, has to force the ulti here, so that way they can try to get some common ground on the heels here, as it looks like he's going to continue to push off. Arano's going to continue to back off. Doesn't necessarily want that much aggression on him though, but it does give Frostivus a quick shot to be able to reshield and get right back into this fight, and it looks like he was able to just in the nick of time. So that way Arano's gonna be able to go for the reset. Sadly misses out on the tiger pull, gets the stun, captures the finish on the hit here, and now both of them are still trying to scramble it on with the blue, and blue focuses, able to connect it at least 2 to 3 times. Frost was able to catch it 3 different moments here, both of them just trying to time it out, just to try to see when it looks like Arano is gonna be the one that takes it and times it just well enough to get the finish. What a shot.
The crouch cancels from the fan. Arano is so lucky, by the way. He got 4 armor swaps into that fight. He goes from a blue armor to a gray, then a gray armor to another gray, and then switches over to another blue armor at the end, making it so incredibly difficult for Frostivus to find any footing into that fight. And he almost had it, if not for that last Liam charge of the ultimate on Arano. Was so close to coming away. They were mirroring each other's moves there, and it was the first person to connect, first person to either hit a parry or connect with that 1.0 was going to come away with the kill. And unfortunately, Frostivus getting sent to the Soul Altar. As we're jumping in to this first Realm of Yang, we see that Vulpine Essence onto Kai Bao here, so giving him almost a guaranteed win in the Realm of Yang if he plays his card right here. Even if he goes dangerously low, he's going to have the opportunity to jump himself back into the game, as we see TE Star taking use of some of the nifty gadgets that are around in Predoria, using the catapult to slingshot himself across the map, finding himself a little bit better positioning, as it looks like OUG's Mike as well getting ready to go into this Realm of Yang. And this is what I want to see, ladies and gentlemen. Mike and Spider facing off in the Realm of Yang, both on the Kylan. Could be the most impressive fight of the century. Kai Bao here on the fist blades as well as Mike. Blue fist blades in hand for the both of them, but Mike on a little bit of an armor deficit, so he's going to let Kai Bao have this Realm of Yang here, but Arano wanting to come in and contest as well. We're going to see them both going for the charge. Arano is on that fan. We're going to see Arano picking up the Yang pass, snaking it out. Kai Bao had that positioning for a while. Is going to try and run Arano out of this circle to be able to pick up the pass for himself here. We're going to see him try and go for the charge attack into the jumping LMB, into a charged LMB there. Or RMB, my mistake. As we are going to see them holding this side as Kai Bao trying to regain his footing. Looks like he is going to back off, try and see if he can take himself into another Yang portal, which it looks like where Mike backed off to. I believe it is pretty close by. He does have about 40 seconds before this fight does take place. It looks like Spider does have the Yang pass here. This could be interesting. We want to see this Mike and Spider fight. I had so badly. 18 seconds left until this Yang pass is going to unlock them a chance to jump into this Realm of Yang here. Spider investing that ultimate with 10 seconds left here is going to just hold this space very well. Kylan ultimate, nobody wanting to put pressure onto that, as he's going to be able to jump himself right in here in about 2 seconds, bringing himself into the Yang. Please be Mike. Please be Mike. Please be Mike. Please be Mike. Come on. Come on. All you got to do, put Mike in this Realm of Yang.
Not the prediction that you want.
It's XY. It's XY. Oh, my goodness.
It is XY.
So close.
Sadly,
so
was
close.
Not able to get what you was looking for. You can't always get what you want.
But you get what you need. Beautiful singing voice, Dobby, by the way. As we're jumping into this, Wolves Kai Bao is going to be on the hottie. I do believe that he is fighting against Arano. Liam available. We are going to see the F ability coming out from the Liam right away. Tries to go for the parry, is going to miss out here. Timing is going to go into Kai Bao's favor here. Liam ult invested early here. Hottie ult still available for Kai Bao. Doesn't want to get hit off of this first Liam charge here. We are going to see them both faking out, using the movement from the... Oh, nice scale rush here. Using the movement from the fist blades to be able to gain some extra footing. Arano in a lot of trouble now, is going to get himself caught out. F ability invested. Now the ult from Kai Bao is going to come out here. Arano in a lot of trouble. We're going to see the one charge come out. We're going to see him using that ultimate ability to get himself a bit of a reset here. Gonna get stunned off. Now taking to the skies again, Arano is not going to be able to get another pot off here. Has that last F ability invested, and all he needs to do is one more charge. And there we go. Kai Bao's on the board, ladies and gentlemen, wins himself the Realm of Yang, as Spider and Mike both going to win their Realm of Yangs, giving themselves Vermilion's Birdmite, sending BBE's Fat Milk to the Soul Altar to try and get himself a revive as well. XY going to need to collect a Soul Bloom and cure that Yang depletion before the clock runs out.
Yes, I mean, even with that, like, towards that, you know, area here, you still have to be able to, like, kind of work towards that and just kind of be a little bit careful. But knowing that both of them still have their Vermilion's Birdmite here, obviously it's going to get really hasty, and I think that's going to be very, very fun to see towards the end of all of this here, trying to take its time and working towards the next steps here. As we're going to be able to rotate towards this, let's see what the momentum can really bring for us here. As we're going to time it just well enough. Oh, what was that?
I believe that was the Vulpine Essence. I'm not 100% sure if Kaibao decided to drop it outside of the Realm of Yang, but I believe it despawned. I'm not 100% sure the interactions that come with the Vulpine Essence. We'll take a quick look at that later. I'll ask some professionals and we'll get back to us as some expert knowledge people in the NARAKA community who might know exactly the play that was going on here. Sometimes these pro players have some secret tech that the public doesn't know too much about here, as we are going to see Spider investing that Kylan ultimate, able to hit the first slash, goes with the follow-up here. Now XY in a lot of trouble, is going to get eliminated, fully taken out of this game, but the Soul Bloom is going to go to AIS here, I believe. And now Kylan ultimate on the immortality here. This could be dangerous for Spider. He's got one slash left. He's going to try and use it to get out of here. Tries to go for a parry. We're going to see the slash coming through into the clank. Now Spider in a very bad situation, connects with the F thrust, that gold focus, huge damage coming out, dealing so much. Now Mike on that immortality is going to try and take Fat Milk out of ultimate, was able to do so, but now Mike in a lot of trouble here. 1 HP in a dream. Unique is going to come away with the kill, but Fat Milk able to cure his Yang depletion, as we are going to see him fighting. Gets the prio into the jump LMB here, but the F ability going to be invested from Fat Milk to get out of here. Doesn't want to take the fight with Unique right away. Knows Unique has that Kylan ult in the back pocket in case things get sticky for him. Arano now the only player to try, needs to cure his Yang depletion, as XY was eliminated. Kaibao now full force aggression onto DRG's Feng. Huge parry coming out here too. We are going to see him doesn't want to throw out, tries to bait out the F, doesn't know he's on the F1. So now he's going to get himself a little bit of shield back. Could have thrown that Neja's Might from the Golden Spear to get that extra damage, but not knowing that the F1 was live for him was a little bit of a downfall there. Kaibao is going to end up backing out of this fight. We are going to see Frostivus waiting in the wings, as well as JL's AIS and DRG's Fong. Kaibao does have 30 seconds left on this Vermilion's Birdmite, so he doesn't want to get too aggressive, because if that Vermilion's Birdmite goes out in the fight and he's not going to survive, it could be very, very difficult for him. As the Bird's Might is going to end, I think he might go and pick up that Vulpine Essence a second time. I believe he dropped it because if you use it for the Vermilions, it's kind of taking away the value, as if you get that Mortal Defiance proc from the Vulpine Essence while you're in Vermilion's Birdmite, you have an extra life, so it's not worth it. So we're going to see him go into the Storm, I believe, here to try and pick up that Vulpine Essence and do a little bit of shopping.
I mean, still with that though, still able to really read it out super well here, as he's able to capture, he's able to get it and come back for it here. So he is going to be quite all right inside of this circle. Sadly, I can't say the same for Arano here. 40 seconds left on the clock. He has the time, the wall, and the player. And sadly, the player is definitely some player you do not want to go up against, and that is Spider here, as he definitely does not want to give him the free kill here, but sadly, he's put in enough work here where it looks like Spider will be able to get the elimination unless they end up taking him out, unless someone else gets the final hit towards this, as Arano just struggling a little bit while longer here, as he is going to try to see if he can push forward towards this fight here. 13 seconds left on the clock for him though. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Oh, and it's not even going to be enough time, as Spider is going to be able to successfully get that elimination and get the finish. Does exactly what he needs to shut down. What an insane finish towards this the one, though, as it looks like Star is caught in a tough situation as well here. And Spider ends up actually taking a second elimination away too as well.
Oh my goodness.
Is 5 eliminations deep.
Spider already on 5 kills, showing us exactly how crazy he can be when he dominates. He had a little bit of charge left on the ultimate. Instead of canceling and going for the reset, decides to go full aggro into a next fight here. So we are going to see the Realm of Yang popping off. The charge from X1's Wufang absolutely decimating the shield of Kaibao, forcing the F out early here, as we are going to see Wufang now getting that trigger block here. Goes into the meter dump, into the grapple, into the 2-1-1, forcing the ultimate out early here. We are going to see the Jusino ult coming out now, as he's going to take to the skies and heal, losing so much of that ultimate charge because he has to go to the sky, gets the grab into the meter dump, misses the meter dump here. Huge parry coming out. Wu Fang. Bullpine Essence is going to come out and save him though here, as we are going to see both Justina dash charges have been utilized now, and Kaibao now in full ultimate does have that Bullpine Essence to be able to come back into this game, but he's now in a lot of trouble. Use the Bullpine Essence up. If he dies now, he dies for real. Huge plays coming out from X1's Wu Fang though, did burn the ultimate, is going to try and go into a full slash, into the trigger, nunchuck block, into the meter dump again, but the F1 is going to save him out here. It's Kaibao trying to go for the charge. Huge parry again, and X1's Wu Fang absolutely dominating Wolves Kaibao. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, as Frostivus is going to come into this next round with Yang, we are going to see him fighting off against a Justina here. Aiko's ultimate invested. This is definitely not the best matchup for Justina. Justina hoping to be able to fight against a hottie here. Into the 1-2-3, bringing it back around, forcing out that ultimate from Frostivus. Missing that first Tiger Pounce here, isn't going to be able to connect, and that's the thing. If you're able to kite out the Tiger ult, it's very, very difficult to try and come back after you've used both of those Tiger Pounces. Now Frostivus able to kite out that ultimate though from the Justina, is going to be able to get Prio, but DRG's Funk popping that F2 ability, going to try and heal in the face, popping that F1, try to see if he can use anything else, get some Prio from his ultimate, is going to be unable to though, as DRG's Funk going to hit Prio as well. Nunchuck Prio going to come through into the 2-1-1, misses the 2-1-1 here, and goes into a charge 1.0 into the jumping LMB, and DRG's Funk is able to bring it back from absolutely nothing. Absolutely crazy play coming through. Frostivus going to be sent back to the Soul Altar for secure that Yang depletion, and BBE's Fat Milk as well, gone out 12 of 12 in the kill feed.
Wow, absolute gorgeous finish here. Able to shut it down and do such a good job with it though. Solid look, even with the amount that he was really able to conjure up here and really was able to find here. He did a phenomenal job, even with the amount of timing that he had on him though. Was able to read it in such a great way. And obviously really can show forth how well it is done. He's able to find it as well. Man. What a solid game so far for some of these players though. Able to do such a phenomenal job here overall.
100%. Wolves Kaibao putting on a show. 2 eliminations on the pocket so far. Purple armor is going to be available for him. Frostivus does need to get himself an elimination to cure that Yang depletion. It looks like he's focused his energy onto Unique, but it looks to be some of these players. It looks like both Fung and X1's Wu Fang, the players with the White Tiger's prowess, are going to be close behind. Unique taking an armor swap, but losing so much of that armor already. Detonating rounds are going to stun him out here. So much damage coming through. He is going to focus attention onto Frostivus, trying to get those Kylan slashes off, but he's taking so much range damage from all these other players here. Frostivus needs to get that Soul Bloom, is going to go into Immortality state here, so he does have unlimited slashes for a couple of seconds, but now he's in a lot of trouble. Uses that last slash, is going to come through. Very, very difficult, and we are going to see DRG's Fun come away with the elimination. I believe he picks up the Soul Bloom as well. This is going to be difficult now. Wolves Kaibao needs a Bloom, and he has utilized his whole ultimate, so this is going to be difficult for him. Frostivus still has ult available, and 3 minutes and 28 seconds left to cure this Yang depletion. No kills on the board for him so far. Kaibao now getting hit with a 1.0 from the Katana off of the DRG's Fung's freeze, and now he's going to bring it back in. X1's Wu Fang. The Justinas in the lobby are absolutely dominating right now. Fung and Wu Fang, the players on the double Justina pick, are going to be able to come through and deal so much damage, picking up a lot of eliminations. And now Kaibao going to force himself into the zone here as the cannon shots are raining in from AIS. All of these players has sensed the fear in Kaibao in this lobby, and Fung relentless in his attempt to come away with this kill, and it looks like Frostivus waiting in the wings as well. DRG's Fung able to pick it up and grab the Bloom, putting Fung onto 4 eliminations on par with Mike, 1 away from kills matching with Spider. 2 minutes and 41 seconds left for Frostivus, but Fung doing great in this late game, utilizing that White Tiger's prowess to pick up as many kills as possible. He's been able to pick up 2 so far while in this buff mode. X1's Wu Fang has lost the buff, but still has a super huge promise into this game. Trying to do a little bit of looting here. Doesn't want to get caught out too quickly. Knows that Fung is nearby because of that White Tiger's prowess sphere that has been imbued onto him.
I mean, he's taking his time with it too, and also getting a really solid shutdown here. He's really been able to find his moments here when, you know, things are really important in terms of really prioritizing those moments of execution, knowing that, you know, there's nobody really around. This seems like one of those few games too where you know, haven't been seeing a whole lot of third parties. I feel like that's been such a prominent thing with the last couple of games here so far here. So this other one here, it just seems like everybody's just trying to maintain the priority that as long as there's not a lot of people around me, it's time to strike while the pot is hot. Knowing that at any moment, anybody can really come through and really cause some problems. And just like that, you know, you could be on the chopping block and getting eliminated immediately, you know, and fast as possible. Oh no, as Frostivus catches AIS slipping here, not really paying attention too much. Frostivus might actually take advantage of this potentially, as he ends up getting caught from outside of the rock here, ends up going up top, ends up finding AIS is in the middle of healing, forcing him to come through towards this fight here. Oh, ends up catching him with the dagger here.
Into a beautiful scale rush as we see the F1 coming out into the 1-2, trying to bring it back around. Does have velocity on those nunchucks. Going to be a huge damage Jade coming through. We are seeing the ultimate getting invested from both of these players. Now Frostivus only has a minute left, so we are going to see him try and go for those tiger leaps. Misses the first pounce, and this is where you're at a detriment if you are not going to be able to make all of that damage come through from the ult, as we see both of these players doing an amazing job of kiting out that ultimate. Frostivus now in a very sticky situation. 45 seconds left, needs a kill, but AIS is doing a beautiful job at kiting out, especially when you're trying to fight for that Yang depletion. You don't want to be fighting against a Atari. As soon as they get their abilities off of cooldown, as soon as they have that ultimate available, you are going to see them coming through with so much ability to get out of these fights. You're going to see them try and come through clank after clank. F1 invested from Frostivus, trying to follow through, only has 21 seconds left, trying as hardest to come away with this elimination, but the F1 coming through into the uppercut, into the LMB prio, into the jump LMB, into the jump LMB, into the jump LMB, into the, oh my goodness, he almost hit the 4-peat, and there we go. Frostivus getting eliminated, takes his hands off the keyboard, calls it a day for game number 4. No eliminations on the board, but he did get a 0.5 of that ranking point, as we are going to see this coming through here. DRG's Fung does have the golden jade for the dagger, is going to be able to deal a lot of damage with the dreadful whale, as we see Spider now is going to be in a sticky situation. 5 kills on the board for him, but Wu Fang has got his number right now. The counter grapple going to come through into the pistol shot into the one uppercut here, as we are going to see Wu Fang trying to go for the overhold. Spider going to use his F ability to get out of that. Pistol shots trading back and forth. It looks like they're both going to go for a heal and then jump right back into it with each other. Spider not wanting this aggression, as it looks like Mike is going to get eliminated here so fast, as AIS is able to take away the elimination from Fung right off the rip here. Is going to use that time to try and claim this Spirit Well. He's able to just send these two players away from each other, as AIS is now getting focused on by Wu Fang. Wu Fang gonna just use the time to try and claim the Spirit Well. Now it's DRG's Fung gonna be able to claim that extra armor swap and get his ultimate back. He invested it early, so he needed to come away with that, using that ability to be able to hold the F1 coming through strong. I can't believe we're seeing F1 Justina in Nbpl. Absolutely crazy. He is going to get himself a little bit of damage by this 80% Bane here, in a risky situation to keep holding in this Bane, as he is going to try and scale away to see if he can do some damage with this White Tiger's prowess. This is definitely a buff, and it's scary for these other players to face off against, because if you're able to come away with an elimination, you're dealing damages to every single player that's close to you, you're giving stun, giving away some prio, and these players know how to capitalize on it. We're going to see Spider now fighting against Wu Fang. F1, F2 invested for Wu Fang here, as Spider is going to be giving chase now. We saw this fight going off before, and now the Bane's Breath going to take away so much HP from Wu Fang. Tries to go for the overhold, but the 1-2-3 coming up from Spider, and now JL's AIS is going to sneak through and pick up his 5th elimination, coming through and getting an absolutely crazy kill here. The F1 again coming through from DRG's Fung. I can't get over the fact that he's using F1, and AIS with these thrusts from the Matari F2 was able to pick up the elimination that Spider had worked so hard to complete. And now with the gold nunchucks in hand, going to try and come through with velocity. Trigger coming up from both of these players is going to be able to trigger that into the velocity, into the 1-2. We're going to see him just go for a little bit of looting here, as DRG's Fung now in a bit of trouble. Does have a gold armor swap somewhere, but isn't going to pop it. We're going to see the F1 coming out, going to be able to heal himself up a little bit of that gold armor. 2 spots of the gold armor, but a huge parry going to come out into an armor swap. Spider in a bad spot now, losing a lot of his armor. Could try and pick up the other one, but the velocity untold from AIS. AIS is on 5 eliminations. The 2-on-1 is going to connect. Tries to go for the F2 into the uppercut. Oh my goodness. Fung on cooldown again, is gonna pick up a little bit of healing here, as his is gonna have his ultimate too here. Gonna pop that. 2 charges available, but is going to be able to get a little bit of a reset before anybody is going to spot them out. AIS on 5, Fung on 4, Spider on 5. This is absolutely crazy, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, the timing though, for especially like for when that moment happened here, was actually really crucial for him. Even if he had the confidence for it here to be able to try to secure that elimination, it's still hard knowing that nobody really wants to get out of this early. And look how close it is. All right, we got 2 people tied for 5 eliminations, and we have 1 for 4 eliminations. All it is just one nice slash to be able to get this finish here, or it could be a start for the third party in order for this to really be able to succeed for one of these players here. But it really is anybody's game in this final moment here. Spider taking his time here, realizing what he has here, knowing that this could be his first dub of the night, and it's only game number 4, knowing we still have 2 more games after this. It's going to be very, very hectic here to see where the placement goes here. As AIS sees where Fung is, they actually have lost out on most likely where Spider is. They might have a pretty good idea, but they still are just kind of like unbeknownst to what's going on here. Spider's going to have to force the move, coming up a little bit more closer. And let's see if maybe they can like try to figure this out towards some of the other ones here.
Since
we love to see the timing start to come through just a little bit more here. Still going to be a little bit more timing towards this, but obviously not going to make it as desperate.
Since all these players are so close in kill score, DRG on 4, the other 2 on 5, it really comes down to whoever gets this first place finish. It's going to come down to the wire. Every single player is so close. Even Fung and AIS in their total points on the day are exactly tied. Spider only 1.2 points ahead. So this is going to come down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. The winner of this, the last man standing, is going to be the one to come out victorious, unless we see AIS be the last one standing, but Spider get 1 elimination. The points are going to come down to the wire. Whoever gets the multiplier is going to be the one to reign victorious here, as DRG's Funk trying to send some pistol shots out. All players with their ultimates back online, I'm pretty sure. The Kylan ultimate is available. The Matari ultimate is available. The Justina ultimate's available. And the F1 from Funk, if he's able to land that in the circle, not being able to get hit while these other 2 players start to go at it, this could be super crucial for him here. I really want to see this F1 win, because it's not an ability that we usually see happen. No health pots for Spider, and he's already at half HP. On the Kylan ult, that's going to be very, very difficult for him to succeed with, especially since Kylan ultimate uses so much of your HP. We're going to see Fung using that F2, F1 already coming in. Spider taking away a little bit of his HP. The nunchucks coming through. Assault Smolder as well could be very dangerous for Spider if he's not careful here. The ultimate is going to get invested now. He's got 2 slashes before the immortality comes out. He does send them on to AS. He's sending AS into the circle. AS is going to be in a very difficult spot here. Spider Fung gets the kill, and Spider gets the kill onto AIS. But oh my goodness, Fung come away with 6. They're going to be Fung with 5, Spider with 6. I believe Fung is going to win. Fung, yes, becomes the winner with the multiplier. F2, Justina F1 for the win. Ladies and gentlemen, we thought it was absolutely crazy coming into the start of the game, running Justina F1 in a lobby where you need a combo break, where you absolutely need something to be able to get you out of these combos that these pro players are able to put you in. The F1 from DRG's Fung on the Justina comes away victorious. That is absolute insanity. And JL's AIS just looking at his screen going, oh no, what have I done? Getting caught out by that Kylan ult. Spider doing a perfect job, but the kill from AIS actually goes to DRG's Fung. Spider did kill Fung, or I don't know exactly how the kill feed went, but Fung was going to be our MVP on the day. It was a pretty crazy game, to say the least, but I'm pretty sure Fung got the elimination at the end. Absolute insanity going on. We're going to take a look at the kill feed in a second at the replays, and we're going to see the scoreboard to see exactly what happened and be able to give us a more complete rendition of the events that just took place. But wow, Dobby, that was the most insane thing I think I've ever seen.
Absolutely insane. Super, super incredible here. Just for that final shutdown, just for a little bit of that confidence to be able to come into the next games here. Absolutely. And I know Spider, even though he ended up losing that, I do hope that that confidence really does continue to show onwards towards the next game here, because he really did have a solid game here. You know, just dangerously ends up getting hit a little bit earlier and just was really not able to capitalize on it as much as he sadly should have. But let's check this out as well here, and let's get this question going. How many kills did EWG's Arano get in game number 4? See, now this one, you might need to do a little bit more of that paying attention that we were talking about here. Was it 1, 2, 3, or 4? Put your answer in for a chance to win a summer split random drop here. Honestly, very solid still though for that.
Yeah, that's an interesting question, because we didn't pay too much attention to Arano. He was picking up a few kills. I believe he was playing Hottie. So that's a little hint for you guys, but I can't remember how many kills. You know, my answer is always go with C if you're unsure with anything. But, you know, he could have picked up 2. He could have picked up 4. There were a lot of players on 4 eliminations. And looking back at the kill feed there, we did see Spider got the elimination onto AS, which was technically the final elimination in the kill feed. But Fung got the kill onto Spider to finish himself out, as we're going to take a look at the scoreboard. 5 kills, but the multiplier giving him 6 kill points and 3 ranking points, putting him at 9. Spider getting 6 kills with 6 kill points and only 1.5 ranking points, because AS was able to survive just a little bit longer than Spider, only giving him the 1.5 ranking points, putting him at a game score of 7.5, and 0.5 points behind is going to be AIS, was able to claim that second place spot in the standings to get him those 2 ranking points, putting him at a game score of 7. Mike is going to be in 4th with a game score of 5. Taking a look at our overall standings for the day, Fat Milk is going to be on 2. Wolves is picking it up a little bit with a game score of 4.5 on the day so far after 4 games. Frostivus still with the 1s. He's 2.5, then 1, then 1, then 1 on a 5.5 today. Arano is going to be at 12.5. He's slowly climbing up, and Mike, keeping that consistency with game number 3, is going to be on 13 points. He's still got 2 more games, and then he's got 6 more games another day to put up some more points. Wufang still on top though, as Star with the donut on the game, as they were 0.1 points behind each other. He's able to get that extra 2.5 to put him just a little bit ahead, and then 0.3 points behind Star is going to be Fung with 18. 1 point behind Fung is going to be Spider with 17. Then 15.5 for XY and 15 for AIS. It's still a tight game. It's still anybody's game. After these next 2 games, it is going to be, there could be a huge switch up. Wufang starting to lose consistency. He went 10.2, then 5.5. And then back-to-back 2.5s. So hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more from Wufang. We saw him pop off in game 1. We saw him go crazy in game 2, but ended up flaming out a little bit too early, went a little bit too close to the sun, and now he's starting to fall back into his old patterns. Hopefully he can keep himself up in this top spot, because it's a lovely to see him there, as we are going to see Wolves Kai Bao hitting a lot of damage onto XY at that first fight in the beginning, as we saw him try and go for the slaps to capitalize on that victory, as Mike going for the full meter dump onto Fung, but Spider able to come away with the kill steal with the overhold. But Spider is going to end up getting eliminated by Mike, as well as we are going to see Spider does go down a couple times. AIS able to pick up a beautiful kill with the Matari F2 thrust here. Spider picking up a beautiful elimination with the Kylan ultimate to steal the kill away from Mike, and the parry from Wufang. That parry was absolute insanity, ladies and gentlemen. And then Frostivus dropping that 2-1-1 there, and DRG's Fung able to just flip it right around. We see the Vulpine Essence getting triggered and Kai Bao getting eliminated, as Frostivus does get sent out into the circle with the jump LMB, and one more jump LMB would have sealed the deal for the 4P, as we are going to see AIS was able to pick up a beautiful bow shot onto Mike as well. We didn't see where he was picking up his kills. They weren't really showing them on the screen, but now we can see in the kill feed the true extent of his power there, and now we see how he's able to get the elimination. But Spider, from the F2 dash, he was able to dash out of that Justina dash, and AIS was able to come into that second place spot above Spider, as we are going to see now the MVP board. Justina, every single MVP has been a different hero, but 5 kills, 15,000 damage, Dreadful Whale, Desperation, Willform Hook, Quick Charge, Starfall, and 2 Nodjade. Most of his damage coming from the pistol, which is typical from a player like Fung, who is a third-party hero. Dagger and Fistblade is going to be his secondary and third weapons. And the F1 on Justina, ladies and gentlemen, you don't understand how crazy this is. Everybody plays the optimal gaming. It's NBPL. This is the pros. They min-max the heck out of all of their strategies. Having F1 is just something that they can't afford to bring into these games, especially when you need a combo break in lots of these scenarios. But Fung able to pull it off, using that F2 to the fullest extent of his ability, coming through with an absolutely beautiful game and winning the MVP for game number 4, putting himself up higher in the standings. Dobby, what do you think about that? The F1 is so crazy. Like, it's something that you never see, and having it come out in these games, we're seeing so much stuff that we usually see in, you know, your typical casual play coming out in the NBPL. We always love to see it.
Absolutely. I think even with that timing here was absolutely phenomenal towards that very end here. And like I said, it really could have been anyone's game. You know, 2 players had 5 eliminations, 1 had 4. One of them was on that chopping block, and Fung ended up getting at least one of those eliminations and that dub. That dub was massive just for him to be able to get those extra rank points. And that's exactly why you always got to make sure that you put yourself in that first place position, because those ranking points, even if you're behind, has enough points to be able to take you up to the top and take you to that first place. I mean, that sliding could have been absolutely disastrous depending on what could have been happening earlier. But just like that, he's able to take advantage of that moment, really able to do what he needs to, and he's able to get a shutdown just as fast as we started talking about it from earlier. So, I mean, it just becomes like these moments here that, you know, people are paying attention and really being able to like notice what's going on and not get caught up with the third parties. That's the other thing that we talk about too. Not getting caught up with the third parties, because those can get real hectic if you're not paying attention.
Yeah, they start to get real hectic really quickly when you start to see who is going to be running in on those third parties. JL's AIS was able to pick up a majority of his eliminations off the third parties. Same with Spider. Spider was coming through with some crazy third parties on the Kylan ult. Mike as well, putting in the work, picking up a lot of kills. He did go out fairly early in that mix, but he was in contention for coming away with the MVP. He had 4 or 5 eliminations. He was still in the top 4 with the amount of kills that he put up. With this new point system, we've heard from some of these pro players, it is absolutely brutal putting up points because there's no kill multiplier for 2nd to 12th place. There's only the multiplier for 1st, and the amount of placement points you get is greatly reduced. So you need to rely more on getting kills. But that means that you're trying so much harder not to die, making it so much more difficult for all of these players to come away with these eliminations. I know some of my friends talking to Frostivus, they were talking to him about how much more difficult it was, and it is a huge challenge. It is frustrating for some of these players as they're trying to adapt into this new meta, and they're not able to put points up on the board. We see players like Kai Bao, who have traditionally put up a lot of points in these games. They're able to stay consistent. It is making it a lot more difficult, but it's making it a lot closer in comparison. We're not seeing players take it away with 6 kills, but still finishing in 5th, but getting a huge multiplier on those 6 kills and still getting MVP. The first place matters so much more now, and the kills matter so much more. They were making it so you don't just finish first place with 0 kills and get a whole bunch of reward, but you don't get 6th place with 10 kills and get super highly rewarded for that. You have to get 1st place with a bunch of kills, and then you get your reward. So it's making it a lot more rewarding for these players to play to the very end of the game, and it's making these players rethink their strategies coming into the early and mid games of these fights. And now we're jumping into game number 5, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 2 games left on the day before we are going to leave you guys for good. And it's going to be goodbye forever until tomorrow. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're bringing it back around, taking a look at some of these players' stats. Dobby, you got any predictions? Who do you think is going to win game number 5?
Game number 5 is going to be a really riveting one, knowing that we're heading back to Alaroth. I feel like that aggression is just as wide and massive. To be honest with you, I think with the amount of grinding and the amount of succession that I've seen so far, I feel like there's only 2 people that I've really seen that I would love to see get a dub, but that is Yuan. Yuan has really played some phenomenal games here. He's been caught up in some bad situations here, which is kind of unfortunate, but I have seen him in the sense that he really can, if he really did lock in and have a good solid game, he could absolutely close out a game very strong. And then honestly, DRG's Fung. I think Fung has really done a fantastic job with certain things that he's done, and I feel like there's going to be a point where I feel like it'll make sense for him to really have like a really good solid moment. He just needs to go in, have a good set of games, especially inside of the realm of Yang. And I feel like we'll really get a chance to see something pretty incredible coming out of him out of nowhere.
Yeah, taking a look at our hero selections, we're going to see Feng opting to go for the Kylan, whereas Wu Fang is going to go for the Liam. This is something we started to see a little bit more. The double Liam pick isn't coming out as much. Kylan becoming a little bit more favored than the Liam pick. It looks like Frostivus is going to be opting for his Kylan. I believe this is his second time playing Kylan, so his double pick has been used up, and the Hottie is going to come out for the other player. The double Liam pick from Fat Milk and Kaibao going to bring us to 3 in the lobby, and we could see the double Hottie pick coming out from Mike and Spider, which I believe is going to happen here. As I did, I'm calling the shots today, ladies and gentlemen. I am calling it, and it's coming up true. Mike and Spider, Hottie Realm of Yang. Picture this, ladies and gentlemen. The Hottie Realm of Yang could be absolutely incredible. We're going to see XY going for the Justina, Star going to opt for the Akos. And Akos, we're seeing if you're able to play with him well, you're able to mess up these other players' timing and get the pryos off. He's working very well for these players. Arano and Unique both opting for Akos as well. This is going to be interesting, having 3 Akos and 3 Liam and 3 Hottie in the lobby. It's going to be a less diverse lobby than we're used to. Less one-off picks, less double picks. It's going to be 3 of 3 heroes. So 9 heroes, and then the other 3 after 9 are going to be different. But since there's so many of the same heroes, it's going to be a lot more difficult for these players to know exactly who they're fighting, and the target selection is going to be a lot more difficult. So having these double picks for these heroes is going to give them a chance to be able to blend in and break ankles a little bit easier, as we're going to be jumping in and seeing which abilities these players are going to be using. Usually it's standard. I always say, oh yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to find some standard abilities coming out here, but you know, Feng is always going to throw a wrench into our mix. It looks right now the double picks are coming out for a lot of these players. Frostivus, Kaibao, and Feng all using their double picks, as we're seeing the 3 Akos come out. We're seeing 1 F2, 2 F1s. For our other picks, F2, no, F2 V1. XY going to be running V1. We don't usually see the V1 coming out from the Justinas nowadays, but he's opting to run for that extra dash, but not the guaranteed freeze. And we are going to see pretty standard from everybody else. Nobody running Liam V2. It was a short-lived meta that happened there. We saw Liam V2 coming around when the EU finals and the NA finals were coming out. People were using Liam V2 as we saw some cool fan combos coming through. But with this new patch, I believe they are not going to be trying to run this ability, and everything else is going to be looking pretty standard. V2 for the Akos, V2 for the Hotties, V1 for the Liams, V2 for the Highlands. And this is going to be jumping into game number 5, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host and caster, Seb. We're here for 2 more games. I'm joined alongside Dabier, who's going to give us the forecast on where these players are dropping in Holoroth.
Yes, sir. So far, it's looking pretty wide in terms of some of the areas here. DRG's Feng and TE Star is going to be fighting us out inside of the game, right next to Salvation Podium here. So it looks like they won't be going towards the top. It looks like we're going to be heading towards the bottom. Meanwhile, Spider has opted to be on the far left side here in Yushan Ruins. Meanwhile, EWG is going to be in the city of Tang, near Tang's Keep, currently. Trying to see if maybe they can find some stuff, as JL and one of the other players, looks like SS, is going to be potentially at Northwestern Barracks, as everyone else is going to be heading up towards Emfrio Village here. So Grizzly Rise, Pearl Rock, Totem, Beast Pin, going to be the more favorited spots here for them to land. Trying to see if they can get some good loot, some goodies to have a strong start to their games. Trying to see if they can find anything that's going to be very helpful for them. But it's going to be a good game for them. So let's figure this out here. My money, I really do feel like if, you know, those 2 players end up locking in, I feel like we're going to have a solid game on our hands. And I feel like we're going to get a new winner out of this one for game number 5. So close to the end here.
Yeah, I'm really hoping we're going to see a new winner here. We haven't seen anybody go for the back-to-back MVPs in this game. Nobody has hit a double MVP on the day either. No 3-peats like we see sometimes. We see a few players decide they just want to take it and run away with it. But here we're going to take a look. The first fight we're going to be seeing popping off, it's going to be Fat Milk versus XY here. F abilities available for both of them, invested from Fat Milk, as now we're going to see Mike jumping into the mix. XY looks like he's going to just try and kite this out here. Doesn't want to engage too quickly. Mike has that bell available, so he's going to be able to see exactly where XY is going to go. We're going to see that that blue armor swap coming out here. Huge parry coming out though. XY gonna deal a lot of damage. Mike forced to pop that F ability to be able to get out of that damage. The overhold from XY is gonna come through. Fat Milk trying to make something happen on the overhold of his own. Mike now switching over to a gray armor, but it's not fully completed. This is gonna make it very difficult for him.
See how difficult it is going to be here as Mike decides to back off this, but he ends up getting caught with the parry. Ends up catching a little bit of some flight here to be able to get out of the way here. Definitely catching himself in a tough situation here, but let's see if they take the timing just a little bit better here as Mike, he's going to dip out and play his situation just a little bit better towards this. Oh, it looks like he's going to hide just a little bit. His Fat Milk is going to find him. He's going to catch him inside of the corner here, and this is not one of those good corners that he needs to be in here. As luckily, since he has that dagger, he is able to get himself in a position where he can be able to dip out. And he doesn't get caught up in a tough situation here.
We are going to see OUG's Mike being able to kite this out. It looks like everybody going for the reset, as we do see Fong get eliminated in the kill feed there. We don't know too much about what's going on that side. The jumping LMB from Mike, not the best idea here, as XY was able to come away with a lot of damage. Mike forcing that F out from XY as well. No F of his own, able to get the jumping LMB from the uppercut into a train of jumping LMBs there. Absolutely crazy. Gets the overhold onto XY, picks up the elimination there, but Fat Milk is going to get overholded onto now. The gold focus, forcing Kaibao to back off. Going to try and go for the follow-up damage, though. Now, Mike forcing himself to pop that ultimate, as well as Wolves Kaibao is going to try and give chase. And Fat Milk in the vicinity as well. Had that ultimate invested, tried to send it out onto Mike, did end up missing his shot. We're going to see him try and pop it again. Is going to catch Mike out, but is able to dodge out of the damage, not getting that siphon. Ultimate is going to get canceled here as Fat Milk's ult getting offline as well. But now we are going to see Wolves Kaibao in the wings. Going to try and see if he can come away with a huge third party into this fight. Overhold is going to come out. Fat Milk getting huge parry. F invested from Kaibao to avoid the parry damage. We are going to see Mike getting focused up onto now. Huge parry coming out from Mike. Fat Milk is going to get eliminated. Soul Bloom is going to get picked up by Mike, giving him a bit of heal. We are going to see that F coming out from the ultimate of Kaibao. Now, whoever gets prio, Kaibao getting prio first here, but Mike has that ultimate available to come back again into this fight. Now, Kaibao on the back foot trying to run away. Mike, all he needs to do is send a slash out here. We are going to see him get countered. Absolutely beautiful counter here coming out from Kaibao. Needs to get this last little bit of damage off, but Mike able to find himself a ridge to be able to avoid the follow-up damage. Gonna hop onto the ballista tower. He's going to be able to kite this around pretty easily. Decides to move away from the tower quickly here, but ASE's XY gonna come in for a crazy third party. Doesn't see it coming. The F ability getting invested to avoid the follow-up damage from Kaibao. Jumping LMB gonna come through into a aerial attack, as we are gonna see him try and scale up with the grapples here. Follows through with the grapples into a jumping LMB. We're gonna see the parries come out, trying to go for the LMB prio. Gets the overhold into the freeze, as we are gonna see the follow-up coming through from the LMB of Kaibao onto the fist blades. Able to get a huge focus attack. Only one Justina dash left. Is on that V1, so isn't gonna get that guaranteed freeze. As we see, that is been a detriment to all of these players so far. When they try to run the Justina V1, they're not able to get those guaranteed freezes. These pro players are doing such a good job of being able to kite out here, as Kaibao, hungry for this kill, has gotten all of his eliminations stolen. Oh my goodness, XY missing the follow-up damage from the freeze there. Is going to be in a bit of trouble now. No ult online for either of them, as he gets the freeze but isn't able to follow up. Falls a little bit too low here. Pops the bell to see where Kaibao is, and it looks like he might re-engage onto this, but he does not have a soul. Kaibao does. He's able to take the risk of going into this fight and taking himself back to the soul altar, whereas XY is in a lot of trouble if he loses.
Meanwhile, it looks like Wolves Kaibao deciding to opt out of not fighting with Yuan here, as Yuan is on his try number 2, so he has to be a little bit more careful. Meanwhile, Wufong is going to be able to catch Arano with a beautiful parry here. It looks like he was trying to see if he could predict the timing for Arano here, but sadly not going to be able to do it here, as now he's dangerously low, caught in between a third party, ends up getting caught here. Oh, Wufong ends up getting thrown out. The question is, does he have enough range? No! He doesn't have enough range. He's getting caught in the pistol, as JL's AIS ends up catching that elimination and gets the finish. Oh man, what an absolute finish towards that. Arano is trying to get that finish towards that as well here. Able to do what he needs to. Sadly, was able to get the Tiger Strike here. And now he's just going to end up getting pulled here. Sadly, Spider ends up getting elimination onto Fat Milk, and Fat Milk is out of game number 5 already. Meanwhile, AIS is going to be able to catch it airborne here, as he's going to try to see if he can get some strikes. Caught inside of the flower here with a nice little blooming spout here. But it looks like Arano's going to get caught here from a flying Flying pretty boy. He ends up trying to see if he can rotate this around, but here comes Arano trying to see if he can do much movement, but not enough, as DRG is going to catch him in a tough situation and ends up getting eliminated.
Fong coming through with a beautiful elimination here, as we're going to see Frostivus getting dangerously low, and now they're going to take to the skies and take to the Kylan slash. Oh my goodness, Spider! Oh my goodness, 1 HP in a dream right now. Frostivus looking to go for the reset instead of taking this fight. Looks like they're going to try and bring this back around though. Spider looking to get aggro on this fight. No revive available, but Spider was on 1 HP, almost coming through. The spacing a little bit off here. Ultimate now offline for Spider, as Spider going to take so much damage here. Going to try and just race for this realm, as it looks like Frostivus is going to be able to jump in. Looks like he wants to get the elimination onto Spider, but Spider backs off far enough for Alliance is Frostivus to just enter the realm of Yang. He was so close to taking out a huge contender, and you wonder at that point, is the play to follow, or is the play to just go into the Yang and not give up your spot? You want to be able to go for that loot. Having that purple armor and that golden weapon is so much more valuable than picking up one single elimination and then not having a buff. So he is going to try and go for the Yang fight. Does lose out on getting a huge kill onto Spiders. We're going to take a look. Wolf's Kai Bao now fighting against JL's AIS. Purple Fan just dealing so much damage, able to come over with the overhold, does come away with the damage. Kaibao now forced to pop that ultimate, as we are going to see the Fist Blades dealing some huge damage. We are going to see Kaibao able to get that siphon off into the prio from the 1-2, but Kaibao extremely low in HP. Gonna be very difficult for him to come out of this, as AIS just one double charge from the Haughty ult is going to take him out of this game, as ASE's XY is gonna get the kill onto Unique, and Frostivus kills Mike in the realm of Yang. Oh my goodness. Haughty versus the Kylan. Kylan is going to come out on top, as Frostivus picks up an elimination in the realm of Yang. My boy Frost, absolutely incredible here, as AIS, Gold Katana in hand, was able to take the elimination onto the Haughty. Haughty seems to be beating Liam a little bit, but we're going to take a look now over at the Spirit Well. Mike on Yang depletion does need to come away with this elimination. Looks like they're going to let him take this Spirit Well, as he gets the purple armor and decides to back off. Doesn't want to fight AIS. He wants to try and find somebody who doesn't have Vermilions to come away with an elimination onto. There are 2 other players who have Yang depletion. He's hoping to spot those players out because they've got nothing to lose and they'll fully engage into a fight instead of kiting it out at the last second here. Mike trying to see if he can make something happen, see if he can find Wolf Kai Bao, or see if he can find 5-2-1's Unique in this game, and they'll be able to face off to try and cure their Yang depletion.
See if they can get that same Yang depletion going here towards that. So they're going to try to see if they can work towards it here. Meanwhile, Fung is leading the pack with 3 eliminations so far, and a lot of 2s from Yuan, AIS, Mike, and Frosty. Meanwhile, trailing behind that will be Wolfung with that 1 elimination, but he is in the lead with that 21.7 here. So obviously a good place to be so far here, as Mike is going to be able to fight this out. Frosty is sadly going to be able to miss out on all of the strikes here, all the dodges. Oh, it's not looking good for him. Mike is reading them like a book. Frosty forced to pop the ulti here, just using nothing but rage, timing, and roaring ability, trying to see if maybe he can connect it, but sadly not going to be able to do. Oh, wait! Oh, I almost thought he was about to do it again. Whoa, I almost thought he almost hit him again. Frostivus not looking good for him, though, as he ends up getting chased here towards this, but he is depleting some of that shield here as he wants some of that energy, as AIS is able to catch the elimination onto Frostivus here, sadly, but he does have that Yang. He does have that Yang, so it's all right, though, as he ends up going back to the start, and he ends up catching it, trying to see if maybe he can work towards it for the next one. Unfortunate.
As we did see, though, huge parry coming up from AIS. Sap damage going to come through, dealing a lot. Mike was able to cure his Yang depletion, but Spider's going to come through with a huge scale rush to come away with the elimination, as we saw AIS trying to come through with the kill as well. Spider doing some absolute work. AIS was able to snipe the kill away from Mike, but Mike picking up the Soul Bloom, curing his Yang depletion, but getting eliminated not even 2 seconds later by Spider with a beautiful scale rush. Huge parry coming in here. Kai Bao now fighting against Unique, and these 2 players are also fighting it out to cure their Yang depletion. We see the Haughty, or the Liam, versus the Akos. We're going to see him try and go for that LMB prio. Isn't going to be able to connect off of that, though. We are going to see him bring a round into the dash quickly into a focus attack. F ability coming out Unique now. Very, very low. 1 HP. We're going to see him pop the Liam ultimate to be able to try and come through with some sort of damage. The timer is running down on the Liam ult. He's able to throw that last charge out, and as soon as he gets that last charge, he's going to be able to connect. Oh, but doesn't secure the kill right away, but the 1-2 comes away, cures his Yang depletion, and sends Unique packing with a 0-point game again for Unique. And DRG's Fong gets completely eliminated as well. This is absolute madness, ladies and gentlemen. Fong with 4 kills picked up the first place spot, beating Wu Fong by 0.3 points in the overall standings, but is going to go out early here as the second Realm of Yang is yet to spawn. X1 Wufang still in the game. OUG's Mike is eliminated. Kaibao still in the game. Everything is turned on its head. Frostivus and Kaibao down on the bottom here. We're seeing XY, AIS, Spider, Wufang, and I believe EWG's Arano still holding pace very, very well into this game as we're going to be flipping to the second Realm of Yang getting started. We don't get to see Mike versus Spider, sadly. Hopefully we'll get one in the last game. Everybody clamoring for that Yang pass. It looks like Spider gonna take his interest elsewhere as we jump in to this second Realm of Yang fight.
Absolutely. What a finish towards this, though, as the Realm of Yang is definitely going to be a deciding factor on how the rest of the game goes for some of these players here. Let's see if they can make that same momentum happen here. Let's see if they can get the shutdown here. Maybe try to see if they can figure this out here.
Kaibao able to use his staff to be able to give himself some spacing. Spider not going to be able to take that Yang pass away from Kaibao. He's doing a great job of holding on, but Spider does have ultimate available. Kaibao is not ultimate online yet. 8 seconds left, though. It's going to be hard for him to gain his footing back with only 8 seconds on the clock. So you're going to see him jumping into this Realm of Yang very quickly here. Going to be the first one in, fighting against Frostivus. Kaibao versus Frost. This is going to be an interesting one. We're seeing Kaibao is on the Liam. Frostivus is on the Kylan. Kylan has traditionally come out on top in all of these Realm of Yang fights. So hopefully Frost will be able to make something crazy happen here as we want to see exactly what Kaibao is going to be doing. He does have that jabbing available on the staff. Going to try and go for a parry. The overhold is going to connect, though, into the overhead slam. Jabbing going to come out here. We are seeing it happening. He's now going to try and adjust his parry timing to avoid that. We're going to see them both going for a quick reset here, getting themselves back up to full HP. Kaibao does have that advanced heal available, so he's going to be able to gain passive HP gain from one single armor pot. The scale rush comes out from the pull sword. Bringing that gold pull sword out is going to be very dangerous if he gets parried here. We're going to see the stone form coming out, going into a scale rush, back into it. Huge parry going to come out, though, is going to bring out that jabbing coming back in now. Kylan ultimate invested. We're going to see the Liam ultimate coming up pretty soon here, as there we go. Liam ultimate going to get invested. We're going to see it very difficult for Kaibao to be able to come out on top now, but he's able to proc the immortality quickly here, and now one more slash, and Frostivus is going to be the winner, and Kaibao getting sent to the soul altar to cure his Yang depletion. Going to be very difficult for him to try and come out. Kylan ultimate just too strong, able to push through the Liam ultimate and deal so much damage now. Hadi versus Akos. Hadi usually wins these fights here, as we see he misses the Tiger Dash. AIS going to go for a little bit of a heal right in the face of Arano. Going to prevent the heal from Arano. Ooh, beautiful dodge of the ultimate there, as we are going to see him come through. Losing ultimates now. There's 50 seconds left on the clock. They both don't have ults. They're going to have to rely on their F abilities and their abilities to fight with their weapons. Gold staff versus golden hong sword. We're seeing the combo potential from both of these weapons is immense. They're both trying to go for these scale rush, clanking off of each other. 38 seconds left in this fight. Otherwise, they both go down. Nobody making a huge play yet here. Somebody needs to do something fast. F ability invested now for AIS. Huge scale rush going to come through, but the overhold comes out from AIS, able to get the damage into the uppercut combo, into the grapple bump, but the spacing on the top sends him too high in the sky. The prio coming out into the 2-1-1, and Arano able to get the shot from the musket. AIS with 1 HP in a dream now is going to be very difficult. F ability back online for him. He needs to kite out 8 more seconds if he wants to be able to survive this. AIS trying to run away, but the jump LMB, and Arano takes it.
Arano holding so strong towards that. That really could have been anybody's game towards that final fight here, but obviously time is of the essence, and Arano was able to take advantage of that entirely towards this. and ends up getting that White Tiger's prowess, which is going to be such a huge advantage for him here inside of this realm of Yang. Meanwhile, for AIS, the time is ticking and the time starts now. 3 minutes, 45 seconds left on the clock. And he immediately gets to hunting as he looks for Wolves Kai Bao. It looks like he's going to try to see if maybe he can capture it, as Wolves definitely knows the desperation is there, and it's very clear he doesn't really want the smoke here. He wants to try to separate and make sure to lose as much time as possible from AIS here, knowing that he is playing for desperation here. As he ends up catching some nice hits, though, the blue focus, trying to see if he can connect some. Wolves is able to connect some, but the reset coming through from AIS is able to do well, but he comes back a little too early and ends up getting caught inside of the combo towards the end of that fight. Meanwhile, AIS trying to see if maybe he can hold strong towards that, knowing that another player is nearby here. Frostovus uses this as an advantage here to maybe capture something here, but he's able to get a nice hit, though, towards that to maybe connect it. Oh, no. Ends up going through with the juggle. Ends up having enough time to go for a quick reset here. Wolves Kai Bao trying to see if he can find it here. Ends up catching for the stun. Pops open the ulti. Catches up within it. And obviously making that so much harder as Frostovus captures the elimination onto Kai Bao. And sadly, AIS is not able to come through. He ends up backing up and able to go through with the heals, which means he still does not have a Soul Bloom Essence in order for him to be able to keep the game alive for himself here. It's going to be really tough for him.
Yeah, we are going to see him now running into the Spirit Well that was captured by EWG's Arano, as now Frostovus facing off against JL's AIS was trying to come through with a third party, was able to pick up the kill onto Kai Bao, but wasn't able to pick up the kill onto AIS. He was able to get away, kite it out with the Hottie ultimate here. And now we're seeing these three players, Arano, Frostovus, and AIS, all in the same vicinity here, trying to go for the scale rush. Is going to try and pick up this kill because AIS still needs a kill. He didn't get the bloom from getting the Kai Bao, because Frostovus was able to just come through and pick it up. It would have been too dangerous for him to try and take the Soul Bloom, giving Frostovus another opportunity to come away and steal a kill. And now Frostovus just holding outside this zone, wants to come through with a huge slash from the Pole Sword, almost completes the damage there. 3 minutes left on this Yang depletion, 63% back on the ultimate. Frostovus is looking very good right now too. 4 eliminations on the board for him so far. And if he's able to get this third party, which it looks like he has backed off of pretty significantly, and now he's back in the mix there, is on top of the building, knows JL's AIS is right underneath here. They're looking for that Hottie. Believe it is the only Hottie left in the game. Our Spider is also playing on the Hottie, as everybody sending their range shots now, taking his attention onto XY. He needs to get a kill, no matter who it is. He's going to focus his attention onto whoever's closest to him, as we're going to see the, oh my goodness, the grapple bump coming through and the overhead slam. Justina using 2 dashes already, bringing him around, freezing him up, and who gets the kill? It's X1's Wu Fang coming in. No Yang depletion players left in the game, so these fights are going to start getting a little bit less aggressive, but everybody's seeing that XY has taken a lot of damage, but Wu Fang deciding to come through and absolutely dominate here. Arano might find him out. Oh my goodness, XY just broke ankles. He just broke serious
Absolutely ankles. Just cracked some ankles and just said, all right, I'm out, I'll see you later. You're gonna absolutely, I mean, just the way that he was able to do it with the style and able to put it together here. Like, we knew he was able to put it together here towards like the next steps here, but obviously was able to do what he needs to towards that. Oh no, he ends up finding him inside of the bush here. Oh no, Spider ends up finding you one and ends up catching the elimination. Oh no.
XY, my boy, he almost broke the ankles, but I'm pretty sure Spider knew he was there. I think he had a bounty on him. So the scale rush coming through, the F ability was just a little bit late, and he wasn't able to prevent most of the damage that was coming through. Lucky he prevented the follow-up and was able to survive for a little bit longer. But at the end of the day, he still came out eliminated here, as Arano going to be using that Merciless Havoc to try and prevent anybody else from trying to come in and capture this Spirit Well here. He wants it for himself. It looks like some of these players are going to try and come in and contest him, because the buff will be highly coveted by these other players. He pops the ultimate now as he does get it. It is only Mystic Might, so that's why we don't see these other players getting super ferocious. for the attack here, as now he's focused his attention onto Frostivus. Frostivus not wanting to have any of this smoke here. It's not the best situation to be in. Tries to pop the F, but the Tiger follow-ups is going to be crazy. We're going to see him forcing the F ultimate out now too. We're going to see them both trying to kite out each other's ults, but the Tiger bounce is going to come through. Frostivus, no, you were having such a good game, my boy. This is the worst position you want to get put in here. Frostivus just getting sharked out by all of these players now, forcing the ult out early. This is not some ways you want to be. No, Frost, my boy, getting sharked out. It's so unlucky he gets seen first. Huge parry coming out though from Frost. Is going to have that Rampage Jade to come through as well. EWG's Arano just full chase onto Frostivus, just saw the Kylan, said, no, I do not want any more Kylans coming in and ruining my game on Akos here. We're going to see the Scale Rush trying to get away here. He's able to do it for a pretty good amount of time. Tries to go for the parry onto X1's Wufang. Needs to kite out here, though. He is in a very, very sticky situation, and this is going to be very difficult for him to try and come through here. All of these players trying to chase for the kill, making it a little bit easier for Frostivus to escape here, but no ultimate available, no F available. Gonna get parried. Oh, but the other parry's going to come in and save Frostivus from almost certain death here.
Oh boy.
Oh my goodness.
Oh boy.
Frostivus, 1 HP and a dream.
No.
Schmoovin, but Wufang, no, my goodness. Frostivus having such a good game, but X1 Wufang answered right on the other side of the corner, said, haha, I see you. You're gonna be dead. Is gonna go back and pick up his purple armor. Tried to go for the gold armor swap, but all these players are not gonna let him get away with the gold armor that easily here, as EWG Zorano still giving chase. WBG Spider, there's only 3 players left in this lobby here. 2 kills and 3 kills for the other players here, as we are gonna see Spider trying to make something happen onto Arano. Ends up backing off here. They are in the 80% bane, so this is going to be very difficult for these players to play out as the game progresses. Circle 5 closing onto Circle 6 with only 3 players left. We've got a couple minutes left in this game.
It's actually unfortunate here. As he rounded that corner, literally, Wufang was just like, hey, what's up? How you doing?
How you doing?
Your car's extended warranty. Like, that's just really tough to, like, see that, like, towards the very end here as he's, like, trying to rotate. He's like, okay, maybe I have a free moment here to try to find it here, but obviously is not able to find it. And he's able to at least be able to rotate and run towards it here as Arano is going to get absolutely juggled in the air here. Wufang trying to see if he can find it. Oh my goodness, ends up getting shoved from outside of the circle. Sadly was not able to get a nice hit from the dagger. Are those fish?
Those are fish. That's the new dual blade skin, the crying fish.
I didn't even notice that those were fish. I was like, those fish he's got in his hand? Wait a
You
minute.
get slapped with a fish, you get absolutely dumpstered on by the fish dual blades, man. They are a heavy hitting weapon, and getting slapped with a fish skin, it just adds to the factor of like, damn, I really just got beat up with fish. 3 players left. It all comes down to this, ladies and gentlemen. Arano, Spider, and Wufang. Gold armor, gold weapons for everybody. Purple armor for Wufang, but gold armor for everybody else. Spider taking a decent bit of damage. Liam, Hottie, and Akos, all of the Kylans have been taken out of this lobby, and now Wufang getting focused on as he is the one with the purple armor, but Spider trying to take the attention off of him. He is the one with the least amount of health in the lobby. Now Wufang taking a decent amount of damage from these cannon shots here, trying to kite around with the dagger, but making it difficult for the rest of this team. Nobody wants the Liam in the final circle. Akos versus Hottie is going to be a difficult one, but Akos versus Liam, or Hottie versus Liam. The Liam is going to come away victorious. Ultimate invested now into the cancel. Tries to go for the parry. Spider attempted it, but was unsuccessful, as he is going to use that ability from the ultimate just to get himself at least 1 pot, and he used it to kite himself out here. Does have 1 more ability. Gonna catch Spider in it, getting himself a little bit of siphon, but the F2, my mistake, from the Hottie ultimate is going to save Spider. Wufang attention completely taken off of him now as these 2 players start to go at it down on the bottom side. They have the low ground. Wufang's got the high ground now, as we are going to see him try and enter into the mix with these bow shots coming through here. The overhold from the dual blades is going to come up the scale rush. Now Spider trying to give chase, low on HP, does have Storm Stride, so he's going to be able to deal some stagger damage and a little bit of a white health damage to these players that are trying to fight around him. Is going to make it a little bit more difficult for these other players. Abilities invested from both of these players. Now Spider taking to the skies is going to go for a bit of a reset here instead of opting to play aggressive with his ult. Is going to just back off, probably going to cancel it here as he wants to keep a little bit of rage available. Nope, he's going on the full offensive here, trying to hit Arano, but the dodges to the side from all of these players is going to end up bringing it around, but the F ability perfectly timed from Wufang. No ult available now for Spider. He's in a tough spot. Arano, the only person with ult available right now, but these players are going to gain enough rage back Wu Fang is probably going to have his ultimate back. 1 minute and 48 seconds left into this game, and then we're going to decide ourselves a winner here. If nobody gets kills and it goes to a 3-way tie, we are going to see a couple of these players tying for first place as they have the exact same amount of eliminations. Arano now the only one on the back foot. Huge parry coming through. Spider is going to take the brunt of that damage, getting pushed out into the circle. Now Wu Fang trying to pick up the damage, and it's going to be who's going to come away with the kill, and it looks like Wu Fang picks up the elimination. Arano tried to snipe it away. 4 eliminations for Wu Fang, almost guaranteeing him the placement on to this fight. Brings out the Tiger ultimate. Great job of kiting out these pounces. He's got 1 of 2 charges left, and then he's got his ultimate back online. Wu Fang gonna pop that out. Arano sending that Tiger pounce, gonna send him right into the circle here. We are gonna see him getting that siphon off as well, trying to go into the 1-2 back. Liam ultimate available. We are gonna see that Tiger ultimate is gonna send him just back into the zone. As we see the Tiger pounce, great kiting out, great usage of the ultimate here. We're going to see that F ability come out now, and whoever comes away victorious, but oh my goodness, the shove into the zone. Arano picks up his 3rd elimination, and I believe he steals the MVP, and that's the 2nd time EWG's Arano is going to be MVP here. Right under X1's Wu Fang's nose. Oh my goodness, Dobby.
Absolutely insane here. Wow. Arano able to catch 2 here, and really does take this time here to really showcase like why he's definitely somebody like y'all need to be paying attention to here. He puts his time into it here, and he's very patient, but obviously able to do it as Wu Fang feels a little bit of some pressure here. You can tell he definitely did not want to lose that though. Moment was very, very important to him though, to really be able to capture that, but sadly was not able to find it. Unfortunate. But still a solid game for him. Solid game for everybody, realistically. As yeah, now we're gonna be able to rotate this right back towards it and still be able to, you know, at least be able to shut her through something. But yeah, now 100%. We have 1 last game left. We're down 5 games. Man, what a finish so far. What
Spider getting parried twice into that back end, trying to send the Sky Pillar Jade out. He was parried 2 times, and it was the downfall of him. But getting pushed into the storm, Arano tried to come in with the cannon shots, and another parry was the downfall. He tried to throw those panic blues out with the staff, and Wu Fang was able to capitalize, pick up that parry, and pick up the elimination. He had 4, but Arano getting the kill onto Wu Fang at the very end put him up to 3, and the multiplier plus the placement points put him just ahead of Wu Fang on 4 eliminations as the MVP. It's going to be close. It's going to be in the points. It's going to be in like 1 point or less than a point of a difference between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place here.
You think it's going to be less than a point?
Absolutely. I think it's going to be less than a point. And so we got to talk about Frost, man. It was so unfortunate. We saw him, he let EWG's Arano get that Spirit Well near the very end. And then as soon as the Spirit Well gets captured, he pops the ultimate on the ACOS and decides, I'm going to run down the only Kylan in the lobby. I just need to take out the Kylan. It happens to be Frostavis. Frostavis goes down to the onslaught from that ultimate, as he does have the ultimate to come back again. He tries to kite everything out, tries to run away, and then X1 Wu Fang was there to answer the call and said, haha, I'm taking the kill away from you. You are going to die. We're going to ask you some questions first, ladies and gentlemen, as we want to see your knowledge and some skill testing questions. How many players chose Hottie in game number 5? Was it 1, 2, 3, or 4? Ladies and gentlemen, if you were paying attention to the hero selections at the start of the game, you guys will know the answer. So place your answer A, B, C, or D in the chat, and you will be selected if you get the answer correct, and you were the one picked at the screenshot time to get a Summer Split random gift. We're going to be taking a look at our scoreboard. Is it between a point here? And it's 0.6, less than a point.
Wow.
EWG's Arano sneaks through with that multiplier 0.6 and the 3 ranking points, trumping Wu Fang's 4 kills and 2 ranking points to 6 points, and then 5.5 for Frostavis, who had a phenomenal game finishing 3rd, but he would have been able to do a little bit more if he just out-survived a couple of these other players and got a few more. He could have had 1 more elimination, maybe taken out Spider, and there we go. The full standings, ladies and gentlemen, after game 5. Frostavis has moved up. He had a 5.5 point game. He's now on 11 points even in 9th place. So not too terrible of a spot to be. He's right behind Mike, who's been having a pretty decent day, but falling short where it really counts. 15 points on the day. XY dropping down as AIS starting to make more of an appearance into these games. JL doing a perfect job. Wu Fong, 26.7, starting to break away from the crowd here as Fong on 22.5. Spider 1 point away with 21.5, Star 1.2 points away with a 19.3, and Arano 0.1 point away, and then JIL's AIS 0.1 point away from that. Everybody is within points from each other, and Wu Fong putting himself a little bit above the class. He is 4.2 points above his second place Fong. Absolute insanity coming here, but ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a look at Thunder Robots replays, born for gaming here, as X1's Wufang picking up his first elimination with a huge slap kill here. Beautiful parry coming up from OUG's Mike right at the start onto Fat Milk here, as we did see XY running into the kill as Mike goes, oh no, I guess I kind of ran right into that one. It was unique.
He's able to see it. He's able to kind of do exactly what he needs to, though, just to kind of find it. Just for that moment here, knowing that it can be like very, very, very overwhelming, which is, you know, completely understandable sometimes here when, you know, you're putting in so much time and so much effort here, and it really does become this hectic moment of, you know, oh my goodness, things can really go south super fast here, especially with how these games are played and what they're doing to really maximize the amount of movement and gameplay that they can do, especially during these third parties when that could be absolutely hectic. I mean, look at this spot moment where Spider actually finds him inside of the corner here and just absolutely hidden, but he just knows it. He knows that they're nearby. He just can see it. He can smell it. The time is there. He must smell something really good. Meanwhile, as Arano, as you look at it, man, I mean, Wu Fang, it was the fish that got him. That's why. It was the fish.
It was the fish?
It was the fish, yeah. I think it was the fish.
I gotta believe you here. And another play. ACOS. We haven't seen a single double P of heroes making MVP. This is the second game that EWG Serrano has MVP'd. So he's now at, oh my goodness, 10 MVPs. That's EWG Serrano's 10th time in MVP. We saw the Merciless Habit coming out, the Cyan Fang, Sav Soljade we saw a little bit earlier. On the ACOS, 3 kills, 21,000 damage, most of it coming from the Fist Blades. And wow, the 10th P for his MVPs. Arano is not someone you want to mess with. He's not a player that we're like, oh my god, Arano doesn't win all the time, but he does. Like, you don't notice it happen because it's building up over time. But over 6 weeks, this is the 5th week of play, 3rd bi-weekly, he's gotten himself 10 MVPs, which means they've played every bi-weekly. They play a certain amount of games. They play 12 games, so 12, 24, and this is coming into game number 5. So they've played a few more games than 24. They've played 25, 27 games, 28 games, and he's gotten 10 MVPs.
Absolutely, on a whirlwind streak. Like, absolutely. Being the deciding factor is what we talk about in these games here, especially when it comes to NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Like, obviously, the third parties can be very hectic as long as you're in a very controlled moment and in a controlled environment where you call the shots. Sometimes those really do become the favor in these hectic situations here and in these moments where not everybody knows realistically how to handle it. But speaking of being able to handle different things, we're going to handle out a break because I need to go and use the bathroom, but I know you most likely probably do too. So we're going to come back in the next couple of minutes for our 6th and final game of day 1, week 3 for our bi-weekly solo games.
here on the NARAKA channel. Make sure you guys drop us a follow. Make sure you guys give us exactly what we should be looking for. As you got those Twitch drops, you drop us a follow. Make sure you go drop Dabier and myself a follow on Twitch as well. We both stream on our own accords all the time. As Mike and Spider finally getting that first round selection, as we are going to be jumping into game number 6. These players are going to start getting ready. I've got some predictions for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to throw some predictions on the table. Just a little bit of action going on for you guys today. I think that we're going to see Frostivus. I know I'm caster cursing. I'm sorry, guys. But I want to see Frostivus come away with the W. Spider and Mike getting these first picks. I want to see the double Liam coming out. I don't know if Spider has used his double pick yet, so we are going to see the double Liam. No, goodness. I want the mirror matchup in the Yang. I've been wanting it all day. I guess we're not going to get to see it. Spider and Mike are going to be going Kylan, Liam, Batmilk, and Kaibao. Probably running the same thing. Double Kylan. So Kylan's going to be banned out. Tessa? Okay. Fat Milk, I see you. Kylan's still getting banned out, but only 2 of them going to be played. Frostivus is going to be on the hottie, one of his signature heroes. We do love to see coming out from him here. We do see also AIS jumping in. We're going to see exactly who he's going to be picking in just a second here. He's got 5 seconds left to lock that hero in. Hottie is going to be coming out from him as well. Locked in. Aiko switching at the last second. These players play with my emotions a little bit too much here, as Wu Fang and Fong going to be jumping in for this next game here. And it looks like we're going to see the Liam, because Liam hasn't even been banned yet. Fong has the opportunity to play Liam if he really wants to. Wu Fang as well. I don't know if Wu Fang has picked his double hero pick yet. It's a little hard to keep track of that, but he is going to be going on Liam as well. So 3 Liams in this game here, as we've got an interesting row of heroes coming out. Arano and Unique, going to be Justina, Tessa. We're going to see a second Tessa in this game. Is absolutely insane, ladies and gentlemen. Unique yet to pick his hero. I believe he will be running another 3 Tessas. Like, when all of a sudden Tessa decides to just jump right back into the meta. We love to see it. We love to see these off meta picks starting to jump right in. XY, last player to pick. Star has locked in the Justina and the Temmie. We're going to see one more Temmie coming back for the final game. We saw Takeda in BIWEEK number 2. I was really hoping we were going to get to see Takeda start to make a comeback here, but I believe KLA's TG25 is the only player who's going to be wanting to play, or SS1 TG25, or his new organization. Go ahead.
I mean, the work towards it is like pretty solid though, with like some of the picks and even like the surprise ones here. Like, you know, every now and then we get something in terms of like, you know, when we get something pretty like unexpected, it's like, oh, you know, sadly, I don't think we really got the chance to see anything that was like too insane worth of stuff, but still surprising to be able to at least catch something. Like sometimes it, you know, it's better to get something than nothing sometimes. And I think this is like kind of one of those moments here where we really get a chance to see that. So let's hope that honestly for this last game, not only is it a very solid one, it's a good one. We're back at Morris Isle. And honestly, even with the, you know, with the amount of hecticness here, I mean, it's still very much 2s. I call it 2s, right? Just because everybody's picking 2s. So, you know, two characters of each. And it just seems like it's very much shared. And it was really cool, though, throughout most of it, though.
Yeah, it was great. Coming into this last game here, some of these players really do need to make a statement, as this is their 6th game. They get 12 games to make a statement, and then we decide who goes to the Nbpl bi-weekly finals. As we are going to take a look at our spawn points. Dobby, take it away with our forecast. We are going to be seeing here for a second.
Let's see what the map brings us, and let's see how glorious this can be here, as it looks like we're only going to see one person really towards the bottom section near Council Courtyard. Meanwhile, we have a lot of people towards center here. This is where the real hot spot, hot magic really comes through. Zest Winery, Artesian Grove, Pool of Cleansing, Winfield, George. We even got somebody near Floating Ruins heading towards Shipwrecks space, but nobody in Shipwrecks. Meanwhile, Spider, yet again, on the other side of Celestia near Sunvale, dwelling by himself. He's going to focus on mainly prioritizing getting that decent loot, at least having a solid start, and then being able to captivate for the rest of the game here. I really hope for him to actually be able to pop off and really get something good for him. I know he's been somewhat struggling, so let's see what he can do in his final game. Meanwhile, Star, and it looks like Mike might be potentially fighting this off, but let's see technically what happens here towards the final though. A whole lot of momentum, whole lot of work towards that as Mike ends up actually getting juggled, thrown, and slammed through different sections here. Beautiful combo to be able to connect it. The question is, can he keep that same energy throughout the rest of it here? Let's see if they can follow through with it as Star trying to see if he can juggle through it and dodging some of those moments here with the nunchucks. Nunchucks not able to do a lot of damage, but Star is able to put in a lot of damage though. And here comes the third party coming in from Wolves Kaibao here. Could be very lethal and dangerous depending on what's going on here. Wolves Kaibao is going to force him to be able to move out and dip out. Don't want to get them caught up in a tough situation here, as now Mike, caught in the worst situation possible here, is trying to shut her up through 3 different people. And oh, here we go as Frostivus comes through as the fourth party and ends up actually sealing the elimination away as well here. You couldn't time it any other way as Frostivus starts to fly. He's going to try to see if he can be able to connect it potentially. Star ends up going through with the Frosty, trying to see if he can not get caught up. Wolves ends up throwing him and spinning him. Oh, they're both flying. It's like 2 hawks outside in the straight up desert. And it looks like they're finally able to get some food and they're eating. Meanwhile, Frostivus caught in a tough situation here. Oh my goodness, he gets absolutely thrown here by the ulti. Wufong also dangerously low down below in the middle of a fight with Arano. Arano actually ends up getting the elimination as well here. This is not looking good here as Arano could potentially clean this up as well. Frostivus gets 2, and it looks like he's dangerously low. Now he's caught on the chopping block. But no, he ends up getting stunned actually. He gets free. The worst situation possible for him to be in, and Arano ends up catching a second elimination as well towards this. This is a phenomenal game so far.
Oh my goodness, this is an absolute crazy game. Frostivus is going to get hit by a parry here. Could be ending his reign of terror right off the rip. Tries to go for the pickup on those dual halberds, but isn't going to be able to come away with it. Tries to go for the second time to pick those up. Is going to just end up having to go for those pole sword scale rushes here. You're going to see the 1-2 come through, but Frostivus' reign of terror is going to get ended right quickly. He does have those 2 eliminations under his belt, so it's a really great early game for Frostivus so far. Was able to pick up 2 kills. Going to be sent back to the Soul Altar. Going to try and go and scale up and jump back in for the Roma gang. We're going to see him being an absolute menace on the hottie. Is DRG's Fong here now in a bit of trouble. Going to get the elimination. He's XY playing that absolutely perfect. Catching Fong in the Wisp. And now is going to try and get Fat Milk the exact same way here as now XY. Going to just back up for a little bit, replenish his weapons, try and see if he can get the kill now onto Fat Milk. The Clank going to come through first, trying to get that LMB prio off to be able to go for the uppercut combo into the grapple extension. We are going to see it happen, but the F ability from Fat Milk going to come out. Tessa Charm, I believe, is available for him. So he does have the opportunity to throw that out. We're going to see the LMB Prow come through into the grapple bump. Terrain might be a bit rough here, but he's able to use it to his advantage into the jump LMBs. Kites out the ultimate and XY with a beautiful weave, duck, and dodge to come up with his second elimination on the board. Was able to take out Fong. Now he takes out Fat Milk. Beautiful third party from him here. As now we are going to see him trying to keep and continue the play. Kaibao, no eliminations on the board, but he's got those purple fist blades in hand. He's going to try and find himself some blue or purple armor and get himself back into this game as he goes to the realm of Yank. Spider, no kills on the board either. Does have his resurrection available. It looks like he is playing this game a little bit slower than he's used to, as we usually see him jumping right out of the gate. Frostivus on 2 eliminations, though. That's something you want to watch out for. He had a really great early game, but jumping in to try and get the kill onto Arano was his downfall there. He made the mistake of trying to jump back in without full HP, gets himself parried, loses his light attackable weapon, has to switch to the pole sword, and is on the defensive. Arano was able to clean up that kill so cleanly. And unfortunately for Frostivus, he wasn't able to make too much of it there, as the 1-2 was able to come through and absolutely decimate. EWG's Arano, though, was fighting against 521's Unique as well. We'll see if he's able to pick up any more eliminations onto the game. Frostivus back in it. Was able to take a gold zone completely by himself there. Hopefully he's got a little bit better scale coming through as we see Fong, Kaibao, Arano, and Wufang all on the 1 Yang portal. So these players are going to start to disperse and try and head to another portal. It looks like Frostivus on the hottie might not want to take the Yang. We'll see how it happens, though, as these players are going to start rotating pretty soon to these Yang portals. And Frostivus might want to steer clear of it just in case he does run into a Kylan in the Yang, and it's going to be very, very difficult. Kaibao getting himself some good stack here. Did use his revive, but now he's found purple dual halberds and purple fist blades to be able to get himself a decent stack with the blue armor. And Fong, gray spear in hand, or gray fan in hand, but blue armor. So he could try and go for the Yang, but it could be a little bit more difficult for him. Mike with a decent stack as well is going to be looking to win this Realm of Yang to get some purple armor and some gold weapons, as the Yang is going to drop. The passes are going to get invested here, as Kaibao now is going to opt for the reset, and Spider going to be able to take the Yang for himself.
Looks like even with that, though, still going to be able to rotate it towards it and see kind of what they can do here. Spider is going to be able to, looks like he's going to be able to go inside. Oh, it looks like he has a free space here to go downwards towards the bottom here. Actually, a really good observation here. And it looks like, let's see if they're going to be able to rotate in with this next step here. As, oh, Yuan ends up catching some heat, though, from the bullets. Oh, man. Oh, I actually thought he missed out on the stun here, but Sally wasn't able to. Oh, my goodness. The stun ends up catching him floating, gives him enough time to be able to take himself away from the stun right in front of him. That's low-key disrespectful. I ain't gonna lie. That's a little disrespectful.
Extremely here, as he's stone form locking him into bow shot, into stone form lock, into bow shot, still dealing so much damage on the Fat Milk. Yeah, the absolute disrespect here coming up from XY, as this Yang is about to start dropping. XY, they're able to pick up some fireflies. If you notice, you saw them twinkling there. The first Realm of Yang is going to go from AIS Kaibao. We're going to see Mike and EWG Serrano and Spider facing off against Frostivus. This is going to be an interesting one. I think Spider's going to take it, but I really hope Frostivus comes out victorious, as we're taking a look now. Kaibao versus AIS. Kylan, usually the winners of these Realm of Yangs, especially against the Akos ultimate, is going to be very difficult for him to try and survive here. Akos ult invested. First slash is going to get kited out here, but the Tiger Slime is going to connect. AIS on the front foot of this fight, actually, and usually we see this going the other way around. Kaibao able to connect with one slash, gets the second one, gets the follow-up on that. We are going to see him go for 3. Is he able to hit 4? Trying to kite around the Tiger Pounce. Is going to get hit with the Pounce here. This could be lethal for him, and Kaibao gets eliminated. The favorite to win is going to be in trouble. Now Spider in a bit of trouble against a Kylan ultimate of his own. Spider going to try and take out Frostivus with the Kylan ult, and this is where it's going to be difficult. Ultimate is down, though. Frostivus is in a good position to try and win this. Pole Sword versus Fan. Fan is usually going to take this in these scenarios. Cannon shots coming out, and whoever gets this charge attack is going to win. Spider switching over to the Hung Sword, switching over to the muskets. He's going to try and go for a bit of a reset. Frostivus needs to get this reset off, but he isn't going to let him. Oh my goodness, is Frostivus going to get prio? The Scale Rush going to come out here. Frostivus is going to get caught out. F1 ability invested, but F available as well for Spider. Spider on the front foot of this. No, Frost, you misplayed this. Oh my goodness, gets the F1. But, oh, Frostivus, he didn't go for the reset. He went for the cannon replenish, and Spider was able to come out on top. He was so close. He kited out the ult. He did everything right, and he still didn't win. Oh, my goodness, Frost.
Unfortunate. Sometimes the timing is really, really tough. And, you know, sometimes, like, people are just very, very much locked in. And to where it's really hard to try to conjugate that as well. Here's Fong just trying to see if he can rotate this out. Mr. Wolfang trying so hard here to be able to clutch this up. He's so close. All he needs to do is get, oh no, he doesn't get a juggle. Oh, that would have been a bad combo though if he was able to capture him that close towards the end here, as Wolfang now has to try to see if maybe he can conjure this up just a little while longer. Fang was finally able to get a little bit of some heals here, taking his time to do what he needs to here. We love to see what they did.
Mike, AIS, and Spider, all of the Vermilion teams, all of the players who won their Realm of Yangs. AIS going to get a super huge parry. Spider investing that F1 to be able to prevent any damage coming before him. The ultimate is going to get invested, though, from Spider coming out. He's able to get the slashes onto both players, and now AIS so low. Spider coming out with the elimination, and now Mike on the back foot here. Kylan ultimate is just so powerful. Both of these players will get themselves a soul back to the altar, as they do have Vermilion's Birdmite and Spider. As the ultimate goes down, he doesn't have another chance, and now the Scale Rushes are going to come through, and he's just trying to get that one hit of damage. But Mike, oh my goodness, it's popped the poison mushrooms, and now all he has to do is wait as Mike goes down to the poison. Beautiful play from Spider. So smart to be able to make that happen, by the way, here. Huge parry coming out. AIS now full invested in the ultimate though. Spider almost has his ultimate back. So if he does a good job of kiting this, he's going to be able to answer back with an ultimate of his own right away here. As we are going to see, the Kylan ult couldn't come back online at any moment now. We are going to see it get invested pretty soon, as we do see the poison splash coming out, affecting both players here. But Spider does have Vermilion's Birdmite, so he's not too worried about dying here if it does come down to that, as he does have the immortality proc now, and AIS getting dangerously low here. But Mike going to start comboing Spider, letting AIS get away here. Not 100% sure how optimal
He gonna see him later on.
to let AOIS, but you're
He said,
seeing him back. Spider gonna take himself to his soul altar. He did have the Vermilion's Birdmite procced, so he is gonna be able to remain into this game now. Frostivus need this kill onto Wu Fang. 1 minute and 50 seconds left. Gonna pop the ultimate here to try and get the Soul Bloom. Gets the kill. So close to coming away with the elimination onto Wu Fang here. 1 HP and a dream. He needs 1 slash to come through, and he gets the kill. Is he gonna get the bloom? He gets the bloom, and he uses the ult to get out Frostivus. He doesn't get the elimination. Wu Fang is actually the one to come away with the kill, but Frostivus is able to get the bloom, and that's all that matters, ladies and gentlemen. He's gonna go to this end game, and he's gonna come out on top.
Absolutely insane here, as it looks like Yuan is gonna find if he could do some stuff as well here. Let's see if he can work towards this as well. Let's see if they can work towards it here, just trying to see maybe if they can do something else towards it. Looks like OUG's Mike is going to be sitting up top here on top, and just trying to see if maybe that's a good spot to actually hide if people are kind of wondering where you're at.
If you're taking a look, this is second Realm of Yang. We usually see at least 10 players alive here. There's only 8 players left in this game.
Gonna be a solid ending game here, I think, though. It's still going to be like maybe top 4, I think, towards the ending.
Yeah, we're going to see these players who are going to win the Yang going to come out on top. And then the players who are losing Yang are going to force themselves to find kills. So we're going to see them go down, which means 2 players are going to be eliminated. We're going to go down to 6. And then the third parties off of that are going to probably bring us down to either 4 or 3. And now Mike getting a lot of damage taken out onto him here. Going to force himself back in with the ultimate. But he has 1 chance left to get back into this, and he might get sharked out here. He might get sharked out before he makes it in, but he does. With on the very last breath, he's able to make it into the Realm of Yang. Come on, Spider. Come on, Spider. Jump into the Yang, Spider. Jump into the Yang, please. All I've been wanting is to see Mike and Spider fight. DRG's Fung versus ASE's XY. So we're jumping in. Huge parry coming out. But the F able to keep himself into this game here, but he's able to get the LMB prio into the grapple, into the continuance, into the ultimate from the Temi here, blocking him with Wind Wisps here, trying to go for the overhold here, is going to end up getting caught out. But these Wind Wisps dealing so much damage. Actually, DRG's Fung doing a beautiful job at kiting out this Temi ultimate here. Pistol shots are going to come through, using that Liam ult to be able to stay away from the Temi. He's doing a perfect job of countering here. Well, he was able to get a heal pod off before he gets grapple bumped out of the way here, as we are going to see the bow shots coming through as well. DRG's Fung trying to send the pistol shots as well. Camera's turning so fast as XY trying to make something happen. The grapple bump combo extension coming through as well. F ability available for XY, trying to go in with the scale rush into the LMB prio, but isn't able to connect. Jumps back up over for the scale rush, but the scale rush from Fung is going to come out first. Fung with a fan is always going to be victorious here. Tries to bring it back around into the focus attack, into a follow-up light attack. DRG's Fung does come away victorious. Absolute insanity coming through here. OUG's Mike is going to take out PE Star in the Realm of Yang, as it looks like Spider was not able to make it in. Sadly, I was really hoping to see our Mike versus Spider Realm of Yang battle, which we haven't gotten in 6 games.
Whoa.
Fung, oh my goodness.
Ends up leaving immediately just to be welcomed by our Bane's Breath right in the front. Hello, that's not the type of welcoming you want to go after winning a Realm of Yang. That's definitely what you don't want to witness towards that as well. As it looks like now, it's still going to be able to rotate towards this one here, and tries to be able to done that towards it. Trying to see what it can he make of it here, as Fung and Mike trying to see if they can take the time towards this, and try to see if maybe they can work towards it. Oh, Mike, and then we're getting caught by Spider here. This is the fight you've been wanting for.
The fight I've been gunning for the whole game.
You have been gunning for this fight here between Spider and Mike. It's definitely one of the things that a lot of people are massively fans of here. As it looks like both of them trying to see if they can go for the parry. Sadly, one of them tries to see if they can go for the musket shot here. It looks like the connection is going to be doing well, but Mike ends up getting sent, and shots ends up ringing right towards him here. Let's see if they're going to keep that same energy here. Spider caught in a tough situation here. Same thing with the third party coming in from another player. And it looks like it's going to be Fung as well. Just being the nice little nuisance we know him to be sometimes inside of these games. That little third party little rat. And he's not even really ratting, I'm being honest with you. As we see Spider, he's going to be absolutely sending it so far out and away from everything. Meanwhile, all of them are going to be rotating up top here, trying to see if they can work towards it. Let's see if they can keep that same energy. Yuan.
Oh,
dangerously low.
Unique.
Sadly, was not able to actually complete the finish of that elimination. Unique actually comes through very last second and steals it.
But we do see him pick up the Soul Bloom, which is all he really needs at this point. He still has 5 eliminations. So at that point, he's just trying to keep that survivability going and pick up the Soul Bloom essence to continue his fight into this game. But now Spider in a bit of a tough spot here, getting caught by the Liam ultimate. DRG's Fung hitting him with the scale rush. Mike coming through with the scale rushes of his own. Spider in a very tough spot right now. I believe he is the only Kylan left in the lobby. So getting him out this early would be super helpful, as they are both playing Liam, I believe. Liam is going to be on Fung and on Mike. So these players want the Kylan out of there as fast as possible. It's going to take to the zone to just try and kite this out here, gain a little bit of a reset. Mike, ferocious into the fight here, is going to try and bring this fight into the zone here, as we do see the 1.0 get released. Spider's able to dodge out of that, and Fung now going to try and go for the chase, letting Mike back into the zone. We are going to see Spider just taking this to the outside of the zone. Fung not wanting to chase this. It's not worth it to go this deep into the zone. And Spider, he knows he's in a little bit of a tough spot here. He's going to have to rotate really far around. 1 heal pot left, weakness at full escalation. So if he even uses that pot, he's not going to gain very much, as he's going to take it so far away. He has 2 grapples left. He's going to run into Frost. Frost is going to pick up the kill, and he's going to reign victorious. He needs to get out of the zone. Oh my goodness, Spider, you're playing with fire here. He's got 1 heal pot left, and he's able to kite out, breaking the ankles of everybody.
Oh my goodness.
He just did a cross-country voyage. He just took the entire
Cross-country voyage is so
storm.
accurate.
He just went from coast to coast in the storm, got himself a reset, and is back in this game.
Absolutely insane and gorgeous shutdown here. Spider was able to get away. Didn't want to get caught up in a tough situation here, and was able to do it in just the nick of time. And just like that, was able to cashier that forward and says, see you later, buddy. What a great moment here. Just to be able to work towards it here. Does a fantastic job, Worth. And Mike is back in the game. Same thing, as we're going to go back and look at the replays here inside of the Realm of Yang of when Mike won the Realm of Yang here. Nice hits to be able to contend it. Here comes the blue focus, trying to see as the ulti comes out from Star here. Let's see if Mike was able to prevent Star from ever using his ulti there, as Mike ends up popping the ulti here, trying to see if he can cause some issues here. And he ends up trying to see if he can get him close with the blue focus. Not able to really capture much here, as it looks like, oh, there he is, as he finally was able to get a grab here. Not able to do too much here. A little bit of a healing pod towards the side here. Ends up catching him with the juggle. Star able to go for a quick reset here. Didn't have enough time to be able to go for the reshield, though. And he ends up trying to time it right here. And he ends up walking him with the finish. Beautiful time to be able to see him all throughout that. 4 eliminations deep. Mike could finally get his first MVP in this final game of the night.
Putting him against the wall. He gets Star up against the wall to be able to hit that full carousel, getting that extended amount of damage, and then he hits the grapple bump into the confirmed 1.0 vertical attack on the longsword. It's a play that's really hard to pull off, but they're being able to get that prio. It's just absolutely so difficult, especially for a Justina to be able to come away victorious in that style of fight against the Liam, being able to stun you out for so long, giving you that so much opportunity to gain that priority in your neutral fights. As OUG's Mike now getting a few pistol shots. They want to take the Liams out. This is where it's going to come out. It is Mystic Might on this buff here, so not a lot of these players are going to be trying to go for it. We're seeing a few players entering in the mix, but it's going to be mostly for the ultimate. Getting that UAV buff is going to be coveted by some of these players, but it's not as important to gain as some of these other buffs. like the White Tiger's prowess. Is WBG Spider now taking so much damage. He's able to hit 2 players with his ultimate, gaining himself back a lot of siphon. He's able to line this up right. He's going to be able to hit more than just 2 players. He's now on a gray armor swap. He needs this. He needs this. If he doesn't get this Spirit Well, he's going to be a completely messed up for the rest of his pacing in this game. But he is going to get very, very low as he is trying to come away with it. Spider getting absolutely demolished, and ASE's XY is going to be able to come away with the elimination, and DRG's Fung looks to almost capture this Spirit Well here, as Frostivus was able to come through and deal a lot of damage, but wasn't able to finish off the kill. 2 eliminations on the board for Frostivus. Would have been nice if he was able to put up a third here. DRG's Fung going to be the one to come away with the gold nunchucks, gold armor swap available to only him for the next 5 minutes, and then a couple of Soul Jades he's deciding not to pick up, though. As we're jumping over to the other side of the map, it looks like these players have given their focus on to Alliance's Frostivus. As we're jumping over to the other side, Mike deciding to pick up whatever Fung dropped. Frostivus now full HP. All of these players full HP, and just going to try and kite this out as fast as possible. We've got 6 players left jumping into the game. The Yang Depletion players have gone out. Unique now, oh my goodness, dropping all the health jades to be able to give himself a little bit more HP faster here. And it looks like Frostivus, my boy, why are we targeting Frostivus? Like, there's so many other players in the game. I guess he's the lone hottie. He's easier to target than all of the other Liams coming into this game. He is going to be sought out and sought after. Gonna try and surf the Bane here. A little bit of a dangerous move. Ultimate is going to come offline for him, though, as he is getting focused on by DRG's Fong. They just have it out for him, man. There's like, you're not allowed to be the Chinese champion because you're already the NA and SEA champion. Frostivus is doing such a good job, though, at keeping up with these players here. He is proving exactly why he deserves to be on this stage alongside all of these other players. Oh my goodness, no. The Bane is going to grief his movement here. He took a risk, but ASE's XY in the background as well, taking a lot of damage, getting demolished by, I believe, 521's Unique. And now the ultimate coming out from DRG's Fung is going to make it even more difficult for Frostivus to kite out of here as they take to the cave. Frostivus just trying to kite for his life, finds a blue armor swap. This is a good position for him to be in, but he gets hit with the, oh no, he's getting hit. He needs to heal that up fast, otherwise he's going to be in trouble. He does heal it up. We are going to see it happen here, but he has 1 second left on that cooldown, and it is just terrible positioning to be in here. He needs that F ability. He gets a huge double parry.
Beautiful
he
double
brings it back
parry.
around, but the poison clouds are going to be too much, and Fung takes the elimination, and they just focus the hottie out of this lobby as he's the lone hottie remaining. And one of the main factors, they are scared of having to try and deal with that hottie, which is why they're taking him out. XY on 6 kills, OUG's Mike on 4, Fung on 3, AS on 1, Unique still in the game, surprisingly, on 1 elimination here as we're jumping in. 5 players left, 3 minutes and 49 seconds left in the game. Circle 5 closing on to Circle 6 in our final game number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a wild one.
See what happens here towards this final fight here, as it looks like Unique is going to be falling all the way down here. I mean, this is a solid top 5 here. Yuan, AIS, Fung, Mike. I feel like it's going to be Yuan that ends up winning this, but I don't honestly want to jinx it, which I feel like I probably just did. Meanwhile, Yuan, oh no! Yuan ends up getting hit by the Bane's Breath here. Oh, walks into another! OUG Mike finds 2! Oh my goodness, for both Bane's Breath, the damage is absolutely lethal for both of these. Oh no, he is fighting another one! That's so tough here, as Unique is going to be able to try to see if he can find a player. He ends up getting caught by one of them there, which is really unfortunate here. See if they can rotate towards the next one here. Trying to see if he can find the next step towards it here. Do what he needs to. See if he can take the same format. Be able to run with that. Unique. Trying to see if they can run then back off that. Has to be a little bit more careful. Timing of it is very, very, very hectic towards the final run through of this. See if they can figure this out. As Unique is just trying to stay alive here as he's getting pelted by cannon shots from Fang. Fung just being a nice little thorn on top of him here. Absolutely making it rough for him. Be able to do what he needs to. Is Fung also continuing to keep that same energy here as we see 3 players with gold shield. We have 1 with that purple. This is going to be a really good fight towards the end here as the circle is slowly starting to close in. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys have been enjoying the last 6 games, NARAKA BLADEPOINT for our solo games here. Very, very interesting set of W's for certain players here. Rano with 2 dubs so far in his game today. Wufang was able to capture a dub himself. Definitely some decent games. Didn't Star catch 2?
Star got himself a 2nd place, and then he did get himself an MVP as well.
He got 1
able
MVP
to come through. He got 1 MVP, and then he had a 2-kill. He was the last man standing, but his points didn't give him enough to be the MVP for the game here. So we are going to be taking a look. XY does have that advanced heal. In the late game, it's super, super crucial. If you have that advanced heal, you're going to gain a huge advantage over these other players. Get 1 pot, you're going to gain so much more value out of giving yourself health and shield. It'll heal up over time, meaning you can pop 1 heal and get out of a fight, and you're still going to be gaining shield or HP. Mike here needs to heal up quick. He's in a very tough spot. Unique raining cannon fire down from above, holding on to that last little bit of high ground. JL's AIS holding on to that strategic low ground, as we like to call it here on the NARAKA BLADEPOINT channel. Fong sending the cannon shots. Everybody's got their cannons out here. Nobody letting anybody breathe for even just a second. AS is going to start to climb away. 40 seconds left on the game. This is where the ultimates are going to start to get popped. We haven't seen a crazy endgame like this in a while here. All the endgames have been pretty short-lived, and we're going to see the Tessa Charms coming out, taking over Fong and XY as the Charms are going to start to come out. The F1 coming through from the ultimate of the Liams here, and XY just trying to hold himself into this circle. Unique getting brought dangerously low here. Mike taking the kill onto Unique. XY trying to make something happen, holding everybody out in the circle. Mike! Oh my goodness, does he get them all? As it goes 6 seconds left, and DRG's Fung, the last man standing, but Mike picked up 3 or 4 kills at that ending there. XY was getting close, but I believe Fung is going to be labeled the winner. Wow, the 1 Liam ultimate, holding them in the storm and then proccing the F at the last second to be able to deal the damage and gain the siphon, coming through, picking up so many eliminations at the end. Mike having 1 good game finally near the end, was able to pop off to his full extent, but Fung still gonna come away victorious.
Fung able to do exactly what he needed to. He needed to just get 1 dub. And I know with how cheeky he is, with all of those cannon shots, I know he was annoying the rest of the pack here. With all of those shots, he was able to ricochet through and through. Still was able to work towards it here and did a fantastic job of it, if I do say so myself. I mean, he really was able to really see the maneuvers that he had around him and be able to just start to cause that much damage every which way around it. And I think that was the one thing that really gave him that opportunity to close in and close out the way that he needed to here. Because obviously, you know, when you have everybody that has gold shield, purple shield, everybody's got max damage, you really have to be able to go, okay, what can I do that really, I can't wait to see how much cannon damage he did. I know it's gonna be a lot.
Yeah, 100%. Everybody was doing crazy cannon damage near the end there. It is going to be a big one. We're going to check the standings in just a sec, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your hats for this. It's going to be very close. And then when we get to see the overall standings, that's going to be the craziest part here, because it was super close between all of these different players. Like we're going to be seeing 0.5s. It was Wu Fang was at 27.2 going out there. Fung was at 26.5. XY was on 25.5. They were so close in differentiation between these players in the overall standings. So this game is going to be a super huge game changer, because Mike picking up most of the kills near the end there wasn't allowing Fung to take a super huge lead. Of course, he was the last one standing and was able to get the 3 placement points and the multiplier, giving him the MVP. But Mike picking up those kills, preventing these other players who were on the top of the leaderboard to get the kills, is going to bring Mike higher up in the standings. Taking a look at our scoreboard, Mike 6 kills, 2 ranking points though, only on 8. 5 kills, the multiplier bringing it up to 6 points, 3 ranking, putting him at 9, 1 point ahead. And then 0.5 of a point below him is XY on 7.5. And then it drops down pretty big. We see the 3.5, the 3, the 3, the 2.5, the 2, the 0.5, the 0.5. Kai Bao with another donut. Fat Milk with another donut. Unfortunate to see Wu Fang only on a 0.5, but he was still able to hold. I believe he's in 1st or 2nd place at the end of the day. Frostivus finally having a little bit of a better game, but getting super unlucky near the end again on the 3 points for the total game score. Arano in 5th, Spider in 4th. Taking a look at our overall standings after the day is completely finished. Fat Milk in 12th, Wolves Kaibao in 11th, Unique in 10th, Frostifus in 9th, Star in 8th, JL's AIS in 7th. So I believe Mike did end up overtaking AIS for that 6th place spot with that huge pop off at the end, the one ultimate ability to change the entire course of the standings, as we're going to take a look at our top 6 in just a second here. But look at how close this is: 21.5, 19.8, and then 22.1 for Arano, 23 for Mike, 25 for Spider, 26, and then 27.2. And wow, DRG's Fung with the 9 points did end up getting a huge gap. 31.5 for DRG's Fung. He always ends up coming up on top in the qualifiers, but is never able to secure himself a dub in the finals. Hopefully we'll see a Fung bi-weekly split winner this bi-weekly split, because he's been putting the work in. You can see how consistent he is. 2 9-point games, 2 4-point and above games, a 3.5. The only game that he faltered was a 1.5-point game in the game number 3, but he was mostly consistent throughout the entire day. Wu Fang here as well, pretty consistent, but the 0.5 on that last game, it was a super huge detriment. All of these other players having that one game that set them back just a little bit. Fong's one game was still a 1.5-point game. It was still a lot higher than most of these points. Huge play here from XY, by the way, to be able to take out Fong early game, and then coming through with the absolutely beautiful use of terrain, and then the dodge of the ultimate into the 1.
Flawless.
Beautiful play coming through. And by the way, these replays are brought to you in part by Thunder Robot, one of our sponsors for today, as we are going to be taking a look at Spider picking up some beautiful kills, and then he gets the kill onto Mike later on with the use of the poison clouds. Just tries to kite the poison out and sends him flying back for the elimination there, and Mike able to pick up the kill as well onto Spider at the end there. Comes away with the elimination. TE Star is going to get eliminated here in the realm of Yang. Beautiful play into the 2-1-1, trying to go for the full carousel, but then hits the scale rush into the ultimate ability, into the grapple bump, into the 1.0. Absolutely beautiful play coming out here, and the kill onto Spider from XY there. Beautiful way to steal the kill, and look at, he holds it just so that everybody can get knocked into the storm for longer. And Fong trying to pick up the kill. He does get the kill into AIS at the end, actually, with the cannon shot. Beautiful cannon shot to come away with the elimination, as Fong on the Liam coming through with an absolutely beautiful day so far. Let's take a look at his MVP stats.
Let's see.
6 times MVP.
Oh, he was close. 4,200 damage plus for the cannon, alongside his fan and longsword. His fan doing 5,000 plus damage, 4,000, almost 4,500 damage for the longsword here. 21k healing, Sap Soul Jade, Ripple Step, and Phantom Step. Sand Fang, Sap Soul Jade, Rapture, Gale Orb, and Burn, and a Juggernaut. Juggernaut really doing wonders for him during this, as this is his 6th MVP, but his first one of the day, of the night, and seemingly enough, it's the last one of the day as well throughout the solo. So far, actually being able to get that shutdown here was a really, really solid thing for him specifically, but really able to see how he was able to lock that down. Like I said, those cannon shots were very, very vital, and just him causing issues for everybody, just making it a problem for everybody else, knowing that eventually he was able to just boom, he kept going, boom, 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 boom. And then once everybody started to get into the fight, people were already injured. So it made things just a little bit easier. But speaking of interviews, actually, I didn't say anything about an interview, but we're going to go over to an interview right now, and we'll be
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with Spider and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧 ，Spider 先跟我们观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我 WG Spider。
欢迎 Spider 来到我们的赛后采访。Okay, so first we know that this season, like solo game, really give us a lot of surprise. Like the 2 bi-weekly final championship really surprised us. But for you, I would like to know how you comment on them. 那首先先来问问，其实我们现在的赛程啊，在这个夏季赛，我们的赛程已经过半的状态之下，已经产生了2位大家意想不到的周冠。哎，这一点上面，我想问问 Spider 怎么评价下我们2位周冠？像上周老 P 夺冠之前，自己有没有预测到啊？
没有。
啊。为什么会觉得就是没有会想到他是冠军呢？
因为反差太大了。
哦，对，是的。Okay, so to be honest, I didn't imagine before he get the championship because it's like so before the bi-weekly final he just the 12th, and for like in the bi-weekly he can got the championship. Really surprised me a lot. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好，我们来看一下今天的题目是什么。那我先来给大家说一下游戏规则。So you guys can see the question on screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box after our player counting 3, 2, 1. We will take a screenshot, and lucky guy will be whisper. Okay, how many kills did SEWBG Spider get in Game 6? 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中 Spider 到底拿下了多少击败积分啊？说到刚才这把比赛，我就先来问一下 Spider。其实最后一波，我感觉那波你是有机会可以活到最后的，但是当时那波到底发生了什么 ？Okay, so I would like to know. So for the latest game, in the final circle, so what happened to you? 这边是当时什么情况？能给我们讲讲吗？
你要踩那个地脉仪嘛，就是那个2个榴莲已经盯上我了，就是仇恨值已经拉满了。我不踩那个地脉仪，我也是死了，所以拼一下。
想要那波物资，但是被人盯上了，直接是不是？然后是被一起围攻掉了，没办法，对吧？如果再给你一次机会，现在去回想当时那波操作，有没有更好的选择可以让自己活下来呢？
就还是要踩地脉仪，踩不了就是死。
所以这波就是必须得到的结局。Okay, so at the time I would like to have the better equipment, but because I want to have the better equipment, so like other two heroes, they are like chasing me together. They focus on me, so I don't have any chance, any way to go. And I just asked him about like if he had the opportunity, so if he have chance to like escape, and he told me no, it's the best choice for him. Okay, I think our players prepare, and let's start counting. Spider 应该已经准备就绪了，那接下来就让我们一起进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 知不知道刚才这道题的答案是什么呢？
A.
Yeah, the correct answer is A. A lucky guy will be whispered, so please don't leave the screen room. Okay, and we know that today we have the new player, and also, you know, for this season, it seems like every solo game player are doing better game now. And I would like to know, so for the grand final, who you think will get the championship, and how you think about yourself so far? 那我这边要问一下，其实今天也知道我们对吧？凯豹回归赛场了，包括我们也一直讲到这个赛季，我们的这些老选手们都变得非常强。Better， 现在让你来预测的话，觉得我们这个夏季赛，因为毕竟已经过半了，夏季赛的总冠，你觉得会是谁？自己的夺冠几率又是多大呢？
大家都有可能吧，我夺冠的几率有1/12。
这水端的这么平啊，觉得最有可能的一个预测一位好不好？
不知道，都差不多。
真的不知道，或者选3位好不好？选3位你觉得有可能度？
我真的不知道。
真的是端水大师，是不是跟大家关系都很好，所以不愿意做选择啊？还是怕剪辑被说出来？
不是啊，本来就是很难选嘛，这跟那个关系没有关系的，跟关系没有关系。
Okay. To be honest, I think everyone in solo game now is possible to get a championship. If you need me to choose one, I would like to say everyone because I can't choose anyone. They are all strong players. And for myself, I think maybe like 12% one, I have the chance to get a championship. 好的，再次感谢 Spider， 哇，今天也是解锁了一个新的给你的昵称端水大师，好不好？好，也是开玩笑，也希望 Spider 在接下来这个我们的半个赛程啊，也可以打出自己原有的风采，好不好？祝你加油。Okay, good luck to Spider, and thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
Amazing interview from Jaeger talking to Spider, which I feel like we don't get a chance to speak to him too much on the broadcast sometimes, because usually he's up on the main broadcast talking a little bit on stage here. So kind of rare that we get a chance to actually see him in this moment here, but also very rare as well that we don't get a chance to see him because he's usually not here in general. So that's a very different change of pace in terms of what's going on. But Spider really has been popping off here and doing super well here. So it'd be interesting to see exactly what happens now. But a lot of different things have been happening so far. It'd be very fun to see what happens. And I'm, honestly, these games were really good. Seb, what do you think about the games?
Overall, 10 out of 10 on the day. I know I say that almost all the time when it comes to these NARAKA games, but they never fail to add some new stuff. We saw the Congeneric swapping game number 2. We saw DRG's Fong, I believe that was actually his second MVP of the day because he did win on the Justina F2 or F1 earlier, where he was coming out with the crazy off-meta F ability pick. And I don't know if it was by mistake or on purpose, but it was beautiful to see that happening. So cute. So cool. Very, very nice plays coming out from everybody today. I was specifically impressed with X1's Wu Fang coming through and putting himself up an MVP in game number 1. Did fall off near the end there.
Right.
It was a little bit difficult for him to keep his pacing up, but he still managed to hold the second place on the day. So if he's able to put those kind of numbers up, he'll secure himself a spot in those bi-weekly finals. We've got 2 more days left of solos to be played. We've got 3 more days of trios. And then we've got our bi-weekly finals. And I come to you, and this is the week, ladies and gentlemen, for that Twitch drop. Everybody's been wanting that banner, and we will be giving you guys the banner if you watch the bi-weekly finals on week number 3. Everybody's been wanting it. Everyone's been waiting. Now is your chance to shine.
Gotta be paying attention. Gotta be watching. Just
Gotta be watching.
because then it's easier, because I'm watching you as well. You're watching me, watching you, so that way I watch you, continue to watch me, so that way when I tell you to watch me, you will be answering questions, so that way you can make sure to know that I'm watching you.
Goddamn, I didn't follow along with it. We're watching. That's I tried my best to keep up with it, but we're watching you, watching me, watching you, watching me, watching you.
I'm surprised you didn't. But let's look back at the standings though. Towards this though. Let's see how it goes.
Bat Milk
All
on the
way down at
bottom.
the bottom with 2
points. Unfortunate day for him. Kai Bao as well tried to put up some more numbers, but only finished the day with a 6. Unique on 7.5, and then we jump up to Frostivus on 14, Star on 19.8, and AIS with 21.5. Then we jump in, I believe, 22 for 6th place. And then 5th place is going to be AOW's Mike. EWG's Ronald, 22.1. So they're very close in score. And it's still very high in contention for these players like Frostivus to be able to come through, have an amazing last 6 games of the bi-weekly split, and make themselves into the top 12. Mike as well, 23, then 25, then 26, then 27.2, and then DRG's Funk sort of ran away with it near the end with a 31.5. But they are still very close in proximity to each other. So it's anybody's game. We've got 12 more games of solos to bring you guys with
Actually
a bunch
insane.
of different players. Taking a look at our schedules, trios A and C are going to be playing tomorrow. By week 3, day number 1, Predoria, Hollerath, Morris, then Hollerath, Morris, Predoria. We always like to switch it up with the trios. We play a little differently with every single type of game mode, ladies and gentlemen. Don't miss the trios. You're going to love it. It's going to be amazing. It's always the greatest amount of NARAKA. Ladies and gentlemen, what a day. I've been your host and caster, Seb. This is Dobby. Any final words you got for the camera before we head out here?
Honestly, I'm excited to see how the rest of this week goes. I know obviously you guys are going to get accompanied by our day 1 for our trios tomorrow, but also I think some of the games have been doing so well for some of the players that we're not necessarily used to seeing. I'm excited to see what happens once we slowly but surely get closer towards our finals. Our grand final, should I say, for our solos, and really see who truly locks in. It's good to see some of the lower bracket players that we don't get a chance to see too often really make some noise. And it's a little surprising to see Mike and Spider kind of like in the lower brackets, but after today, especially Spider, because when it comes to Spider, once he gets that confidence going, he really is an unstoppable character. Same with Fung. Fung is a very unprecedented, unpredicted type of player. He can play all types of heroes. He can do all types of setups. His combo structures are very, very well placed for a lot of different things. And some people just don't know how to counter him sometimes, which, like I said, another situation of him just absolutely causing problems for everyone else, for him to absolutely have the advantage closer in towards the end of that game. So it's going to be fun to see what happens when an entire lobby is fully locked in. Because that's the thing that I want to see. I want to see what a fully locked in lobby is like in terms of how insane or how intense these players can go. But knowing what we have right now in terms of what players we're really seeing pop off, I think we're going to see some really solid finals for our next couple of weeks. But until then,
sure,
we're going to see you guys tomorrow for another set of trios, our day 1, week 3 of trios. I'm your host, Davier, alongside Seb, and I'm going to catch you guys next time.